Good evening, everyone. I'm the storyteller, and tonight, I'm going to take you on a journey through some of the darkest, most unsettling corners of the internet, the dark web. Before we begin, make sure you're comfortable, maybe grab a drink, and if you feel brave enough, stick around for the full 7 stories I've gathered for you. These aren't just creepy tales. They're true accounts that will chill you to the bone. And if you're watching, let me know where you're tuning in from. It's always fascinating to see how far these stories travel. My fascination with the dark web started years ago, back when I was just a curious teenager who spent more time online than in the real world. I wasn't some hacker or tech genius. Far from it. I was just someone who loved mysteries, puzzles, and the hidden layers beneath everyday life. The internet was my playground, but even then, I sensed there was a whole hidden realm beneath the surface, a shadow world where anonymity reigned and anything could happen. It began innocently enough. I first heard whispers about the dark web on forums and social media, places where people talked in hushed tones about secret websites, forbidden content, and strange happenings beyond the reach of regular browsers. Stories floated around about marketplaces selling everything from illegal goods to untraceable services. But what really caught my attention wasn't the typical stuff. It was the rumors about sinister corners of the web where horrors unfolded in real time, places where the rules of society didn't apply. At first, I thought these were just urban legends, the kind of ghost stories people tell to scare each other. But the curiosity gnawed at me. What if there was something more? So, I started researching. I learned about Tor, the browser designed to access hidden sites, and about how the dark web wasn't indexed by search engines. It was like a digital underworld, accessible only to those who knew the right paths. I remember the first time I successfully downloaded Tor. My heart was pounding with a mix of excitement and nerves. The installation was surprisingly straightforward, but once I opened the browser and saw the unfamiliar interface, I felt like I'd stepped through a portal into another dimension. The URLs were strange, full of random letters and numbers, nothing like the websites I was used to. It was disorienting and thrilling all at once. My early visits were cautious and aimless. I browsed marketplaces just to see the kinds of things people were selling. Mostly drugs, counterfeit documents, and hacking tools. There were also forums where people discussed everything from politics to conspiracy theories. But it was all surprisingly mundane compared to the stories I'd heard. I began to wonder if the dark web was just an exaggerated myth, a place overwhelmed by illegal commerce, but lacking the sinister depth I imagined. But then I stumbled upon something different. A hidden forum that didn't advertise itself openly, one that required invitations or special links to access. This forum was dedicated entirely to sharing personal encounters with the darkest parts of the dark web. Members posted stories, screenshots, and sometimes warnings about sites they'd visited. The atmosphere was eerie, a mix of fascination and fear. It felt like a secret club for those who'd glimpsed the abyss. Reading through those stories, I began to understand that the dark web was more than just illegal marketplaces. It was a labyrinth of shadows where people sought out forbidden knowledge, where some encountered things that defied explanation. Some posts described videos and live streams that were horrifying, not just violent or graphic, but genuinely disturbing in ways that felt almost supernatural. One story that stuck with me was from a user who claimed to have clicked a mysterious link that led to a video of a ritual unlike anything I could have imagined. The user described the scene in chilling detail: a dimly lit room, strange symbols painted on the walls, a group of cloaked figures chanting in a language no one recognized. The camera angle was unsettling, as if the person recording was part of the ceremony, but also terrified. The video ended abruptly after a scream that sounded unnatural, like something not human. I remember feeling a mix of disbelief and unease. Was this real? Was it staged? The story included screenshots and timestamps, and other forum members debated its authenticity. Some believed it was genuine, warning that clicking similar links could lead to dangerous consequences. Others thought it was an elaborate hoax, but the fear it inspired was real, and it hooked me deeper into this hidden world. As I read more, I realized that the dark web was a place where people sometimes lost themselves, chasing thrills and secrets that maybe should have stayed hidden. The forum itself was like a mirror, reflecting the darkest curiosities of humanity, a place where boundaries blurred, and the line between observer and participant grew thin. I won't lie, the more I explored, the more I felt a strange pull. The dark web wasn't just a place to visit. It became a dark obsession. I found myself returning to that forum over and over, reading stories in the dead of night, feeling a thrill that was equal parts fear and excitement. The normal world felt dull in comparison. This hidden realm was alive with mystery and danger. But even in those early days, a small voice in the back of my mind warned me to be careful, not just about the legal risks, but about the psychological ones. The stories weren't just stories. For some, they were real experiences that left scars. The anonymity of the dark web allowed people to reveal things they would never say aloud, to share secrets that were better left in the shadows. Tonight, I want you to join me as I begin to unravel these stories, starting with the 7 true accounts that shaped my understanding of this dark place. These are not tales made up for clicks or views. They are real encounters that people have bravely shared, sometimes at great personal risk. Each story is a glimpse into a world beyond the surface web, a place where fear takes many forms and the unknown waits just a click away. So, settle in and prepare yourself. The dark web isn't a place for the faint of heart, and what you're about to hear will challenge what you think you know about the internet, and perhaps about fear itself. Stay with me, because this is just the beginning. When I first dove deeper into the dark web, I expected to find nothing more than exaggerated myths and urban legends, the kind of stories designed to scare people away or to entertain those chasing thrills. I had prepared myself for a world filled with illicit marketplaces, shady forums, and the usual illicit content. And, at first, that's exactly what I found. But the reality was far more unsettling than I could have imagined. My initial excursions were cautious. I wasn't looking to break laws or do anything reckless. I was simply curious. After all, the surface web is just the tip of the iceberg, and I wanted to understand what lay beneath. Using the Tor browser, I began navigating through various onion sites, starting with marketplaces that sold everything from drugs to stolen data. The atmosphere was strangely mundane in those places, just transactions and listings, not much different from regular e-commerce sites, except for the anonymity and the illegal goods. Beyond the marketplaces, I found chat rooms and forums where users discussed everything from hacking to conspiracy theories. These spaces felt like echo chambers for people with fringe beliefs or skills, but again, nothing particularly terrifying. The conversations were often strange, filled with technical jargon or paranoid musings, but mostly harmless. Yet, something about the entire experience felt like a game, a peek behind the curtain that most people never get to see. But instead of the excitement I imagined, I felt a growing sense of unease. The anonymity that protected users also seemed to shield something darker, something lurking just beneath the surface of these digital spaces. As I pushed further, I started to encounter sites that didn't advertise themselves openly, hidden behind multiple layers of encryption or accessible only through invitation. These places were different. Their content wasn't just about illicit trade or fringe discussions. Instead, they seemed focused on something more secretive, more disturbing. There was an underground culture that thrived on sharing stories and media that the regular internet wouldn't touch. I remember the first time I found a chat room where people claimed to witness or even participate in events that were genuinely horrifying. It was a place where users shared videos and images that went beyond gore or violence. They described experiences that felt almost surreal, like glimpses into nightmares or rituals that defied explanation. Some described seeing things that didn't seem human or hearing sounds that chilled them to their core. These accounts were dismissed by some as fabrications or horror fan fiction, but the conviction in the writer's words was hard to ignore. I spent nights scrolling through these stories, reading about people who stumbled upon links that led to live streams of unspeakable acts, or who found themselves trapped in digital mazes with no escape. Some even talked about interactions with entities they couldn't define, experiences that felt both virtual and real at the same time. The line between reality and fiction grew blurry, and I found myself questioning what was possible on the dark web. One of the most unsettling things was the way some stories described user interactions. People weren't just passive watchers. They became part of the events unfolding on screen. Viewers would sometimes be invited to participate in live chats during these streams, influencing what happened next. The idea of an audience controlling or encouraging acts of cruelty was horrifying, and the anonymity of the dark web made these interactions possible in ways the surface web never could. Despite the growing discomfort, my curiosity pushed me deeper. Each new story felt like a puzzle piece, hinting at a larger, more terrifying picture. The forums became a twisted sort of community, where users shared warnings and advice on how to navigate these spaces without getting caught, or worse. The fear of being watched, hunted, or manipulated was a common thread in many posts. There was also a strange sense of camaraderie among those who delved into these dark corners. They were explorers of a digital underworld few dared to enter, bound together by shared experiences and the knowledge that the dark web held secrets that could change how they saw the world or shatter their sanity. As I ventured further, I realized that the dark web wasn't just a place for criminals or conspiracy theorists. It was a mirror reflecting the darkest aspects of human nature: obsession, cruelty, and the desire to witness or enact the forbidden. The thrill of discovery was addictive, but so was the growing dread that came with it. The deeper I went, the more I encountered encrypted sites that seemed like digital labyrinths. Each click took me to a new layer of obscurity, revealing content that was increasingly disturbing. It wasn't just about illegal goods anymore. It was about stories, images, and videos that challenged my understanding of reality. Some showed graphic violence. Others hinted at rituals or phenomena that felt otherworldly. One night, I found myself trapped in one of these loops, clicking through pages that seemed to lead nowhere but deeper into darkness. The site was designed to disorient, with cryptic messages that felt like they were meant specifically for me. It was as if the website was alive, watching, adapting. The experience was both terrifying and exhilarating, like stepping into a trap you can't escape but don't want to leave. That night marked a turning point for me. The dark web stopped being a curiosity and became a world that pulled me in with a force I couldn't resist. But with every new discovery, the stakes grew higher. The stories I read weren't just tales told in the safety of daylight. They were warnings from people who had paid a price for their curiosity. Despite the fear, I kept going, driven by a need to uncover the truth behind these hidden horrors. I wasn't sure if I was chasing ghosts or uncovering real threats, but the line between the two blurred quickly. The dark web was a place where the unimaginable could happen, and some of the stories I found proved it. Tonight, as I share these accounts with you, I want you to understand that the dark web isn't just a myth or a playground for criminals. It's a complex, dangerous place full of secrets that can lure anyone in with promises of forbidden knowledge. And once you start peeling back the layers, it's hard to stop. So, as we move forward, remember this: the deeper you go, the darker it gets. And sometimes, the darkest places are right beneath our fingertips, hidden in the code and shadows of the internet we think we know. Stay with me, because the stories are only just beginning. As I delved deeper into the dark web, the stories I encountered began to shift from strange curiosities to profoundly unsettling experiences. One night, while browsing a hidden forum dedicated to first-hand accounts of encounters on the dark web, I stumbled upon a thread that would haunt me for weeks. This wasn't just another tale of illicit trade or cryptic chat rooms. It was a chilling account that blurred the lines between reality and nightmare. The post was titled simply, "The Ritual Video," and it was written by a user who claimed to have found a mysterious link hidden deep within an encrypted message board. According to the poster, the link led to a video unlike anything they had ever seen, something that defied explanation and shattered their sense of reality. The story was detailed, raw, and filled with a palpable sense of dread that gripped me as I read. The user described clicking the link late at night, expecting perhaps a strange or bizarre video, but nothing prepared them for what unfolded. The video opened to a dimly lit room, the walls adorned with symbols that seemed ancient and otherworldly. In the center stood a group of figures cloaked in dark robes, their faces hidden beneath hoods. They moved slowly, chanting in a language the viewer couldn't recognize, a guttural, rhythmic sound that sent chills down the spine. What made the video so disturbing wasn't just the imagery, but the atmosphere. There was an unnatural tension, as if unseen forces were pressing in on the viewer. The camera angle was shaky, as though the person filming was terrified but compelled to keep watching. The chanting grew louder, more intense, and suddenly the light in the room flickered. Then came a scream, raw, primal, and utterly chilling. The video abruptly cut to black at that moment, leaving the user with a lingering sense of something malevolent watching them. They said their computer behaved strangely afterward. Files disappeared, strange messages appeared on their screen, and they felt as if they were being followed online. The post warned others not to click similar links, claiming that some videos on the dark web weren't just recordings, but gateways to something far more sinister. What struck me most about this story was the mix of fear and fascination in the language. The user wasn't just terrified, they seemed haunted, as though the experience had marked them in a way that went beyond the digital realm. Other forum members responded with their own warnings, some sharing similar experiences, others skeptical but uneasy. I found myself unable to look away from that post. The idea that the dark web could host content that wasn't just illegal or shocking, but truly incomprehensible, was terrifying. Could there really be videos that carried some form of dark power or influence? It sounded like something out of a horror movie, but the conviction in the author's words made it feel disturbingly real. As I continued to explore, I realized that this wasn't an isolated incident. There were numerous accounts of users stumbling upon content that seemed designed to unsettle, confuse, or even manipulate. Some spoke of hidden codes embedded in videos and images that, when decoded, revealed threats or eerie messages. Others described encounters with anonymous users who claimed to possess supernatural knowledge or abilities, blurring the line between the digital and the paranormal. One story detailed how a user had followed a trail of links that led to a live stream of a ritualistic ceremony. The viewer described feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, as though the room on screen was saturated with something evil. The chat accompanying the stream was filled with cryptic messages and commands, some encouraging the participants, others pleading for mercy. The user felt trapped, unable to close the stream, as if the dark web itself was holding them captive. These experiences weren't just tales of horror. They were warnings of the unknown dangers lurking in the shadows of the internet. The dark web, with its promise of anonymity and secrecy, created a space where the boundaries between reality and nightmare could dissolve. Users could become unwilling participants in events they didn't understand, caught in a web of fear and fascination. What unsettled me most was the realization that these stories were shared by real people, many of whom were desperate for help or understanding. The forum became a place where the line between witness and victim blurred, where users struggled to cope with the psychological aftermath of what they had seen or experienced. Reading these accounts, I felt a growing sense of caution. The dark web was not just a repository of illegal goods or fringe communities. It was a living, breathing entity filled with secrets that could consume those who dared to explore too deeply. The anonymity that protected users also shielded the horrors they unleashed. My own curiosity wrestled with a rising unease. I wanted to keep exploring, to understand the truth behind these stories, but I also felt the weight of the warnings. The dark web wasn't just a place to visit. It was a labyrinth that could trap you, distort your reality, and leave scars that no one could see. As I closed my laptop that night, the image of that ritual video lingered in my mind. The chanting, the flickering lights, the scream. It was a haunting reminder that some doors on the internet were better left unopened. Yet, the pull to uncover more was stronger than ever. So, I stayed awake, reading, scrolling, and preparing myself for the next step into the darkness. Because the deeper you go, the more you realize that the dark web doesn't just hide secrets. It holds shadows waiting to reach out and pull you in. After that night, when I first read about the ritual video, I found myself drawn even further into the darker corners of the dark web. The stories weren't just frightening, they were addictive. One particular account from a user stuck with me, a tale so disturbing it felt like it was designed as a warning and a trap all at once. This user described what happened after they tried to explore a series of encrypted sites linked within a hidden forum thread. It started innocently enough, a curiosity to see what lay beyond the usual marketplaces and chat rooms. But soon, the experience spiraled into something nightmarish. According to their post, they became trapped in what they described as a loop of websites, each one more disturbing than the last. The loop was like a digital maze, a series of onion sites that seemed to be connected by a sinister purpose. Every page they visited revealed content that grew increasingly graphic and incomprehensible. There were videos of unspeakable violence, images that defied explanation, and cryptic messages scrawled in a language no one could decipher. What made it worse was the feeling that the websites were aware of the visitor. The messages seemed directed specifically at them, personalized warnings or threats that made the experience deeply unsettling. The user wrote about the psychological toll it took. They described waves of panic and dread, as if the websites themselves were closing in on them. The sense of being watched, hunted even, wasn't just paranoia. It was a constant presence that followed them beyond the screen. They tried to close the browser, to shut down their computer, but the loop seemed to persist, like a virus infecting their mind as much as their device. As I read, I could almost feel their fear creeping through the words. It wasn't just the content that was horrifying. It was the sense that the dark web could ensnare someone, trapping them in a web of madness and terror. The user's story was a chilling reminder that the dark web wasn't just a place to observe from a distance. It could reach out and pull you into its depths. What struck me most was the idea that these encrypted sites weren't random. They seemed deliberately designed to disorient and terrify anyone who stumbled upon them. The cryptic messages contained references that felt personal, as though the sites had somehow learned about the visitor's life or fears. It was like a digital haunting, where the traditional rules of cyberspace no longer applied. The user's description of the content was graphic and disturbing. They spoke of videos showing acts of violence so brutal they defied belief, yet the footage was horrifyingly real. Other pages contained symbols and patterns that seemed to pulse with an eerie glow on the screen, inducing a sense of nausea and unease. The cryptic messages often warned of consequences if the viewer tried to escape or share what they'd seen. The psychological impact was profound. The user recounted nights spent unable to sleep, plagued by nightmares, and a creeping paranoia that followed them into their waking hours. They felt as though the loop had infected their mind, blurring the lines between reality and the digital horrors they'd witnessed. The story ended with a desperate plea for help, a warning to others not to follow the same path. Reading this, I felt a shiver run down my spine. The dark web wasn't just a repository of illegal goods or strange communities. It was a place where the very fabric of reality could be twisted, where fear wasn't just a feeling but a weapon wielded by unseen forces. This story marked a turning point in my exploration. The thrill of curiosity was tempered by a growing awareness of the risks. The dark web's anonymity and hidden nature gave rise to dangers that went beyond the physical. It was a psychological battlefield, where the mind became the ultimate prey. As I continued to dig deeper, I found more accounts of people trapped in similar loops or caught in digital mazes that seemed to defy logic. Some spoke of encountering messages that predicted their actions or revealed secrets they hadn't shared online. Others described feeling a presence, a watching entity that communicated through subtle glitches or sudden flashes on their screen. These experiences weren't isolated incidents, but part of a pattern that suggested something far more sinister at work. The dark web was a place where reality could be manipulated, where fear and control were tools used to trap unsuspecting explorers. Despite the terror, I couldn't turn away. The stories pulled me in, each one a piece of a puzzle I was desperate to solve. But with every step, the stakes grew higher. I began to understand that the dark web wasn't just a hidden part of the internet. It was a dark realm where the rules were rewritten, and the cost of curiosity could be your sanity. I also learned that some users tried to fight back. Forums and chat rooms existed where survivors shared tips and warnings to help others avoid these traps. They spoke of digital rituals to break the loops, of software to detect and block malicious sites, and of the importance of mental resilience. But these were fragile defenses against an overwhelming tide of darkness. One night, after reading through dozens of these stories, I shut my laptop and sat in silence. The images and descriptions swirled in my mind, a haunting tapestry of horror that refused to let go. The dark web had become more than a subject of curiosity. It was a shadow looming over my thoughts, a reminder of the dangers that lurked beneath the surface. I realized then that the dark web wasn't just a place to be explored cautiously. It demanded respect and fear. The stories I'd read weren't just warnings. They were cries from people who had ventured too far and paid the price. That night, As the silence pressed in, I understood that my journey into the dark web was only beginning. The deeper I went, the more I would have to confront not just the horrors hidden online, but the darkness within myself, the part that craves the forbidden, the unknown, and the terrifying. So, as we continue, be prepared to face stories that challenge your sense of safety and reality. Because once you step into this digital abyss, the line between observer and victim can disappear in an instant. And sometimes, the darkest traps aren't physical, they're mental, waiting to ensnare those who dare to look too closely. The deeper I ventured into the dark web, the more I found myself caught in an internal battle, torn between revulsion and a dark, addictive fascination. It wasn't just about the stories or the content anymore. It was about the pull they had on me, the way they gnawed at my curiosity and threatened to consume my sense of judgment. One story in particular captured the complexity of this struggle. It was shared by a user who described stumbling upon a live chat room unlike any other, a place where the audience wasn't just watching but was actively involved in controlling what happened next. The live stream showed a shadowy figure, trapped in a room with no escape, while a sinister group manipulated the events unfolding in real time. What made this different was the interactive nature of the experience. Viewers could vote on what would happen, and their choices dictated the actions taken. The user described the horror of realizing they were complicit, that their curiosity had turned them into participants in something truly evil. The chat was filled with dark commands, cruel suggestions, and a chilling sense of anonymity that emboldened the crowd. The line between observer and perpetrator blurred, and the ethical implications weighed heavily on the user's conscience. Reading this, I felt that same conflict within myself. There was a part of me that recoiled in horror, yet another that was drawn to the morbid spectacle. The dark web wasn't just a place to witness darkness. It was a place where darkness could infect you, where the thrill of danger became intertwined with guilt and fear. The story went on to describe how the user tried to disconnect, to step back from the screen and the chat, but found themselves pulled back by a mix of obsession and dread. The experience lingered in their mind, a haunting memory that refused to fade. They spoke of sleepless nights, nightmares, and a growing sense of isolation as they grappled with what they had seen and their role in it. As I read, I realized that this internal battle wasn't unique. Many users on the dark web forums shared similar experiences. The temptation to peer into the abyss, the adrenaline rush of forbidden knowledge, and the crushing weight of knowing you were part of something terrible. The anonymity that protected users also encouraged a dangerous detachment, allowing people to participate in acts they might never consider in the real world. This dynamic created a twisted feedback loop. The more people engaged, the darker the content became, fueled by the crowd's demands and the thrill of control. It was a digital manifestation of mob mentality, amplified by the shield of invisibility. And for those caught in it, the psychological toll was immense. I began to understand how the dark web could consume someone's identity. The stories revealed how easy it was to slip from being a curious observer to an enabler of cruelty, to lose sight of morality in a sea of darkness. The forums became confessional spaces where users confessed their guilt, sought redemption, or warned others of the dangers of falling too deep. One particularly haunting post described a user who tried to resist the pull, only to be drawn back by a sense of obligation, a need to understand, to bear witness, or perhaps to prevent further harm. They spoke of the isolation that followed, how the experience alienated them from friends and family who couldn't comprehend what they'd seen. Reading these confessions, I felt the lines between the stories and my own experience blur. I was no longer a detached observer. I was part of this strange, dark community, sharing in the fascination and the on the internet. It was a psychological maze, where the mind was both prisoner and prisoner's guard. This realization forced me to confront my own motivations. Why was I drawn so deeply into these stories? What was I seeking in the darkness? The answers weren't simple. Part of me craved the thrill, the escape from the mundane. Another part feared what I might find, yet couldn't turn away. As this internal conflict grew, it became clear that the dark web's power wasn't just in its content, but in its ability to manipulate the human psyche. It preyed on curiosity, fear, and the desire for connection, twisting them into a dangerous cocktail that could consume anyone who ventured too far. The stories also highlighted the importance of boundaries. Many users spoke of the need to set limits, to step back before the darkness overwhelmed them. But for some, the addiction was too strong, and the consequences were severe: loss of relationships, mental health struggles, and in extreme cases, encounters with law enforcement or violence. I found myself oscillating between fascination and fear, drawn into the stories but wary of their hold. The dark web's allure was undeniable, but so was its danger. It was a place where the moral compass could spin wildly, where the line between spectator and participant vanished, and where the cost of curiosity could be your very soul. As I continued to explore these accounts, I realized that this tension was at the heart of many dark web horror stories. It wasn't just about what happened online, but about the transformation it wrought in those who witnessed it. The stories were warnings, not just of external threats, but of internal battles that could tear a person apart. Tonight, as I share these reflections with you, I want you to understand that the dark web's darkness isn't just in the shadows of the internet. It's in the minds of those who dare to look too closely. The stories I've uncovered reveal the fragile line between curiosity and obsession, between fear and fascination. So as we move forward, keep this struggle in mind. Because sometimes, the scariest story isn't the one you hear. It's the one you live, caught in the grip of a darkness that wants to own you completely. And in that battle, the greatest horror may be losing yourself to the very thing you sought to understand. As the nights grew longer and my obsession with the dark web deepened, I found myself slipping into a strange, almost trance-like state. What had started as cautious curiosity had become an all-consuming obsession. I wasn't just reading stories anymore. I was cataloging them, analyzing every detail, every thread, every whispered warning. The dark web wasn't just a hidden corner of the internet to me. It was a secret world where fear and fascination intertwined in ways I never expected. I spent countless hours in the glow of my laptop screen, scrolling through forums filled with accounts of horror, trauma, and madness. The mundane routine of my daily life, school, work, social interactions, faded into the background as the dark web's shadows loomed larger in my mind. It was as if I had discovered a secret door to a forbidden realm, and once opened, I couldn't look away. The stories I collected weren't just entertainment. They became a dark refuge. Each tale of terror, each recounting of unspeakable acts, gave me a sense of connection to a world that felt more alive and thrilling than my own. It was an escape from the monotony, a place where the stakes were high and the unknown waited just beyond the next click. But with this obsession came a growing sense of isolation. I found myself withdrawing from friends and family, unable to share the darkness I was exploring. The things I read were too disturbing, too complex to explain in casual conversation. And even if I tried, I feared judgment, disbelief, or worse, that they would think I was losing touch with reality. The paradox was clear. In seeking connection through shared stories on the dark web, I was becoming increasingly disconnected in the real world. The digital abyss became my secret companion, a place where fear and fascination coexisted in a delicate balance that both terrified and comforted me. There was also a strange comfort in knowing I wasn't alone. The forums and chat rooms were filled with others like me, explorers, thrill seekers, and sometimes victims, all drawn to the dark corners of the internet. We shared warnings, advice, and sometimes just silent understanding. It was a community forged in fear and curiosity, bound by the knowledge that the dark web held secrets that could change lives forever. But that community was fragile. Behind the anonymity and screen names, many users revealed their struggles with addiction to the dark web's horrors. They spoke of sleepless nights haunted by what they'd seen, of mental health unraveling under the weight of forbidden knowledge. Some confessed to becoming desensitized, their sense of empathy dulled by constant exposure to trauma and cruelty. I saw the toll it took on myself. My dreams became darker, filled with fragmented images from the stories I'd read. I would wake in cold sweats, heart racing, unable to shake the feeling that the darkness I'd invited in was now a part of me. The line between the stories and my reality blurred, and I found myself questioning what was real and what was a product of my own fear. Yet, despite the growing darkness inside me, I couldn't stop. The dark web had become an addiction, a secret world where I felt alive in a way that everyday life never allowed. The thrill of danger, the allure of the unknown, and the promise of uncovering forbidden secrets were too powerful to resist. I began to document my own experiences, hoping to make sense of the chaos. Writing became a way to process the fear and fascination, to hold on to some semblance of control. But even in my attempts to analyze and understand, the stories kept pulling me deeper. Each new account was a thread that led further into the tangled web of darkness. One night, I came across a thread where users shared their most terrifying encounters, moments when they realized that the dark web wasn't just a place for stories, but a realm where real danger lurked. Some spoke of being stalked, hacked, or threatened after discovering sites they shouldn't have seen. Others described psychological breaks, as the weight of what they'd witnessed became too much to bear. Reading these confessions, I felt a chill. The dark web wasn't just a digital playground for morbid curiosity. It was a place where boundaries were crossed, where the price of exploration could be devastating. I also noticed a pattern. Many users who became obsessed with the dark web described a similar spiral. Initial fascination, followed by immersion, addiction, and finally, damage to their mental health and relationships. The stories served as both warnings and mirrors, reflecting the very path I was walking. It was clear that the dark web offered more than just secrets. It offered an escape from boredom, loneliness, and the mundane. But that escape came at a cost. The darkness I sought became a shadow over my life, a constant presence that colored my thoughts and dreams. And yet, the allure remained. The dark web was a secret world where I could be part of something hidden and forbidden, a place where fear and excitement danced hand in hand. It was a paradox, a source of both life and death for my spirit. Tonight, as I share this part of my journey with you, I want you to understand the power of obsession and the seductive nature of fear. The dark web stories aren't just tales to scare you. They're reflections of the human mind caught between curiosity and self-preservation. So as we continue, remember this: the darkness you explore can change you. It can fill the voids you don't even realize exist, but it can also consume you if you're not careful. The stories you'll hear next are not just about the dark web. They're about what happens when fascination turns into obsession, and when the shadows in the digital realm become shadows in the mind. As my descent into the dark web deepened, the allure of the unknown was constantly shadowed by a growing sense of danger, not just from the content itself, but from the very real consequences that could arise from venturing too far. It was a lesson I learned the hard way, through stories shared by others, and by witnessing the fallout of those who became ensnared by this digital abyss. One story haunts me still, that of a close friend I hadn't seen in years, but reconnected with online through a community dedicated to exploring the dark web. At first, he seemed like any other curious explorer, fascinated by the forbidden and eager to uncover hidden truths. But over time, it became clear that his curiosity had turned into something darker, something that was consuming him. He started sharing stories of strange encounters on the dark web, whispers of threats, unsettling messages, and a growing paranoia that he couldn't shake. Friends in the community reached out, warning him to be careful, urging him to step back. But he was too far gone. The dark web had become an obsession, and the lines between reality and the digital shadows blurred. His posts grew erratic, filled with cryptic warnings and references to being watched. He spoke of receiving anonymous messages that revealed personal information only someone close to him could know. The fear in his words was palpable, a reminder that the dark web isn't just a place of hidden websites. It's a place where real people can be targeted, stalked, and terrorized. One night, his posts suddenly stopped. Attempts to contact him were met with silence. It was as if he had vanished, swallowed by the very darkness he sought to explore. Friends speculated about what might have happened. Had he been forced offline by threats, or worse? The uncertainty was a stark warning of the risks involved. This personal loss forced me to confront the seductive but dangerous nature of the dark web. It was a place that promised secrets and thrills, but could just as easily destroy lives. The anonymity that made it so enticing also made it a breeding ground for predators, hackers, and those who thrived on fear. I started to see a pattern in the stories shared on forums and chat rooms. Many users had experienced or witnessed similar fates. People who got too close to certain sites or uncovered forbidden information found themselves targets of harassment, blackmail, or worse. The dark web was not just a passive repository of content. It was an active, dangerous environment where the curious could quickly become victims. The psychological toll was evident. Many users described spiraling into anxiety and paranoia, their lives consumed by the fear of being watched or followed. Some spoke of losing jobs, relationships, and sanity as the dark web's grip tightened. The digital anonymity that once felt like a shield became a double-edged sword, exposing users to threats they couldn't easily escape. Hearing these stories, I realized that the dark web's horror wasn't just in its content, but in its capacity to invade the real world. The boundaries between online and offline blurred, and the consequences could be devastating. This understanding changed how I approached my own exploration. The thrill of uncovering secrets was tempered by the need for caution and respect for the dangers involved. I began to recognize that some doors on the dark web were better left unopened, not just for legal or moral reasons, but for personal safety. It also made me reflect on the seductive nature of these stories. The dark web's allure comes from its promise of forbidden knowledge and the excitement of danger. But that same allure can blind people to the risks, leading them into traps from which there is no easy escape. The community I became part of was a paradox, a place where people sought connection and understanding, but were also caught in cycles of fear and obsession. Many users warned newcomers to be cautious, to protect their identities, and to recognize the signs of psychological distress. But the warnings often came too late. One forum member shared how they lost a close friend to the dark web's dangers, someone who had been fascinated by the myths and legends, but ended up isolated and terrified. Their story was a cautionary tale about the cost of reckless curiosity and the importance of boundaries. These reflections made me question my own limits. How far was too far? When does curiosity become dangerous? The dark web's shadows were deep and wide, and I realized that to survive, I had to set boundaries, to know when to step back. Tonight, as I share this with you, I want you to hear the warning that echoes through countless stories. The dark web is not just a place of mystery and thrill, it is a place of real danger. The price of exploration can be high, and sometimes the cost is your peace of mind, your safety, or even your life. So, as we continue this journey together, remember this: curiosity is natural, but it must be tempered with caution. The shadows of the dark web aren't just digital. They reach into the real world and can touch anyone who dares to look too closely. Stay aware, stay safe, and never forget the lessons of those who came before. The deeper I sank into the dark web's twisted depths, the more the consequences of my curiosity began to invade my waking life. It wasn't just the horrifying stories or the unsettling content anymore. It was a creeping paranoia that took hold, a feeling that I was no longer alone, even when I was offline. This creeping dread was not something I had anticipated when I first downloaded the Tor browser, driven solely by curiosity and the desire to uncover hidden truths. It started subtly at first, strange messages appearing in my inbox, emails with no sender and subject lines that simply read, "I see you." I brushed them off as spam or some kind of prank, but the unease lingered. Then came the odd occurrences. My phone would ring in the middle of the night with no one on the other end. My computer would flicker or freeze when I was browsing certain sites, and sometimes I noticed new files on my desktop that I hadn't placed there myself. I began to feel watched, not just by people, but something more intangible, a presence lurking just beyond the screen, something that seemed to track my every move. The digital veil I thought protected me was thinner than I had imagined. One night, after reading a particularly disturbing forum post about users being targeted after uncovering forbidden sites, I received a message that chilled me to the bone. It was a link to a video, sent anonymously, with no context or explanation. My hands trembled as I clicked it open. The video was grainy, shot in darkness, showing a figure standing motionless in a room. Then, the camera slowly panned to reveal my own apartment, the very room I was sitting in. I froze. The video ended abruptly, replaced by a message typed on the screen. "We're closer than you think." Panic set in. I immediately disconnected from the internet, shut down my devices, and locked every door and window. Sleep became impossible. Every creak, every shadow seemed amplified in the silence. I realized that the dark web wasn't just a place I visited. It had followed me into the real world, invading my space and my mind. The paranoia spiraled. I stopped answering calls and messages, fearing that anyone could be watching. Friends noticed my withdrawal and tried to reach out, but I pushed them away, afraid that even those closest to me could be compromised. The isolation was suffocating, yet I couldn't escape the feeling of being hunted. Then came the hacking attempts. My bank account was accessed without my permission, strange charges appeared on my credit card, and my social media profiles were altered with disturbing images and messages. It was clear that someone, or some group, had targeted me, likely because of my dark web activities. I tried to report the incidents, but the authorities were limited in what they could do. The dark web's anonymity made tracking perpetrators difficult, and I was warned to be cautious about what information I shared. I was alone, vulnerable, and terrified. The experience taught me a harsh lesson about the real-world consequences of digital exploration. The dark web isn't just a virtual space. It's a battleground where privacy is fragile, and danger can cross from pixels to reality in an instant. This invasion of my personal life forced me to reevaluate my obsession. The thrill of uncovering secrets was no longer worth the cost of my safety and sanity. But stepping away wasn't easy. The addiction to the darkness, the stories, and the secrets had taken root deep inside me. I reached out to online communities for support, finding others who had suffered similar fates. They shared advice on securing devices, reclaiming privacy, and rebuilding lives shattered by digital stalking and harassment. It was a small lifeline, a reminder that I wasn't alone in this nightmare. Slowly, I began to reclaim control. I changed all my passwords, installed security software, and limited my online presence. I sought professional help to deal with the anxiety and trauma that had taken hold. It was a long, painful process, but necessary. Through this ordeal, I learned that the dark web's dangers extend beyond the screen. The psychological impact, the breaches of privacy, and the real threats to personal safety are very real. Curiosity can open doors, but some doors lead to places where the shadows follow you home. Tonight, as I share this part of my journey, I urge you to consider the cost of diving into the unknown. The stories of being watched, stalked, and hacked are not just warnings. They are realities faced by many who dare to look too deeply. The dark web's horror doesn't end with the click of a link. Sometimes, it begins there. And escaping its grip requires vigilance, courage, and the willingness to step back before the darkness consumes you completely. So as we continue, remember this: the risks are real, the consequences can be devastating, and the line between digital fear and real-world terror is thinner than you think. Stay alert, protect yourself, and never underestimate the shadows lurking behind the screen. After the terrifying experiences I faced, being stalked, hacked, and consumed by paranoia, I knew I had to take drastic steps to reclaim my life. The dark web had gripped me tightly, and escaping its hold wasn't as simple as closing a browser or deleting files. It demanded a complete overhaul of my digital existence and a rebuilding of my shattered sense of security. The first step was severing my connections to the dark web entirely. I uninstalled the Tor browser and deleted every trace of my previous activity. But I quickly learned that digital footprints don't simply vanish. The information I'd encountered, and sometimes shared, had left marks that others could follow if they wanted to. I had to become vigilant in ways I never imagined. I began by changing every password, not just for my email and social media, but for every account linked to my devices. Two-factor authentication became mandatory, and I invested in a virtual private network, VPN, to mask my IP address. These were basic steps, but essential in shielding myself from further intrusion. Next, I replaced my devices. I bought a new phone and computer, setting them up from scratch. I avoided connecting them to my usual networks and started using secure, encrypted communication apps. It felt like starting over in a new digital life, but the process was exhausting and fraught with anxiety. Every notification made me jump. Every unknown contact felt like a threat. But technology alone wasn't enough. The psychological scars from my dark web encounters ran deep. I sought help from mental health professionals to address the anxiety and paranoia that had taken root. It was humbling to admit that curiosity had led me into a place that nearly destroyed my peace of mind. Therapy became a lifeline, helping me separate reality from fear and rebuild trust in myself and the world around me. I also reached out to friends and family, cautiously at first, explaining parts of my ordeal. Their support was invaluable, though I knew they could never fully understand the darkness I'd glimpsed. Still, reconnecting with the real world reminded me of what I was fighting to protect. During this time, I distanced myself from online communities tied to the dark web. Although some offered support, I recognized that immersing myself in those spaces risked pulling me back into the abyss. I needed space to heal, free from the constant reminders of the horrors I'd witnessed. Slowly, day by day, I reclaimed control. I learned to set boundaries, not just online, but in my thoughts. I practiced mindfulness and grounding techniques to combat intrusive fears. I surrounded myself with normalcy, music, friends, hobbies that helped anchor me away from the shadows. Yet, the experience left me forever changed. I carry the memory of what I saw and what I endured, a reminder of the fine line between curiosity and danger. The dark web isn't just a hidden corner of the internet. It's a realm that can consume the unwary, blurring the boundaries between digital terror and real life. Tonight, as I share this part of my journey, I want to emphasize how critical it is to respect those boundaries. Exploring the unknown has its risks, and sometimes the price is higher than we anticipate. Recovery is possible, but it demands awareness, courage, and the willingness to step away before the darkness takes hold. The steps I took, changing devices, seeking support, rebuilding my life, were my way out. They won't be the same for everyone, but they highlight what's necessary when the virtual world spills into reality. So as we move forward, remember this. The dark web's grip can be broken, but only if you recognize when to let go. Protect yourself, seek help when needed, and never underestimate the power of the shadows you chase. The next stories I'll share will take us even deeper into the hidden horrors I encountered and the lessons I learned the hard way about survival in the darkest corners of the internet. Stay with me. Now that I've shared with you the darkest corners I've explored and the harrowing experiences I endured, it's time to reflect on what all of this means. The 7 true stories from the dark web aren't just chilling tales to pass the time. They're sobering reminders of the very real dangers that lurk beneath the surface of the internet. Dangers that can alter lives, warp minds, and trap souls in shadows they never asked to enter. The dark web has a magnetic pull. It promises hidden knowledge, forbidden thrills, and a secret world that few dare to enter. But as I learned, that promise comes with a steep price. The stories I uncovered and the experiences I lived through showed me that curiosity can open doors best left shut. It can lead you down paths where reality twists, where the line between spectator and participant blurs, and where the shadows reach out to claim you. I lost more than my innocence in this journey. I lost parts of myself, the safety I took for granted, the peace of mind I once had, even relationships with people I cared about deeply. The dark web's darkness doesn't just exist on a screen. It invades your mind, your emotions, your very way of seeing the world. It's a place that feeds on fear and fascination, twisting them into a dangerous addiction. Through all this, I came to understand that some doors on the internet are better left unopened. The true horror isn't always in what you see or hear, but in what those things do to you, how they change you, haunt you, and sometimes, how they trap you. But there is hope. There is a way back from the abyss. It takes courage, support, and the willingness to face the darkness within yourself as much as the darkness online. It means recognizing when curiosity turns to obsession, when fascination becomes fear, and when exploration becomes entrapment. The stories I shared with you tonight are warnings, but they're also lessons. They remind us to be cautious with where we click, to guard our minds as fiercely as our devices, and to remember that behind every screen is a world far more complex and dangerous than it appears. If there's one thing I want you to take away, it's this. The internet is vast and layered, with hidden realms that hold both wonders and nightmares. Approaching them with respect, awareness, and caution is not just wise, it's necessary. Thank you for joining me on this journey into the shadows. I hope these stories have opened your eyes to the hidden dangers that exist beyond the surface web, and that they inspire you to be vigilant, curious, but above all, safe. Until next time, be careful what doors you open, and remember, sometimes the darkest stories are the ones we live, not just the ones we hear. Stay safe and good night. My wife, Emily, and I have always treasured the quiet life we lead in our small suburban neighborhood. Our daughter, Mia, is just 5 years old, and we settled into this cozy house about 2 years ago with the hope of giving her a peaceful place to grow up. The streets are lined with maples and oaks, and neighbors often wave as they walk their dogs or tend to their gardens. It felt like the perfect place to call home. For the most part, the neighborhood has lived up to its promise. Kids play outside until the sun goes down, and evenings are often spent on our porch, watching the fireflies flicker in the twilight. Emily and I have our routines: coffee on the weekend mornings, walks with Mia to the local park, and occasional backyard barbecues with the neighbors. It's the kind of life I imagined when we decided to leave the city behind. But everything started to change when Mr. Caldwell moved in next door just a few months ago. At first, I thought little of it. People come and go, and new neighbors usually mean fresh faces and new friendships. Yet, Mr. Caldwell was different from the start. He was an older man, perhaps in his late 60s, with sharp features and silver hair that always looked a bit unkempt. He kept to himself, rarely stepping outside except in the early morning or late at night. I tried to say hello a couple of times when I took Mia out to play, but he nodded quietly and retreated back inside his house. There were never any sounds of music or laughter coming from his place, just an eerie stillness that seemed to hang over his property. The curtains were often drawn, and I noticed that his porch light was left on all night, casting long shadows across the lawn. Emily said I was reading too much into it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The first real sign that something was wrong came one evening when I was putting Mia to bed. It was late, around 10 p.m., and I was about to turn off the lights when I heard muffled voices coming from Caldwell's house. At first, I thought maybe he had visitors, but the voices were low and strained, almost like an argument. There were banging sounds too, heavy, deliberate knocks on walls or furniture that echoed in the quiet night. I listened for a few minutes, trying to make sense of what I was hearing, but the noises stopped abruptly. I wanted to dismiss it as a misunderstanding, maybe the old house settling or a radio playing faintly, except that it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Each time, the voices grew a little louder, more urgent, and the banging more persistent. One afternoon, I was watching Mia play in our backyard when she suddenly stopped and stared toward Caldwell's house. She squinted, then whispered, "Daddy, there's somebody in Mr. Caldwell's window." 2 people. They're watching me. I immediately looked over, but the curtains were drawn again. I asked Mia to describe what she saw, and she said they were shadowy figures, just blurry shapes moving behind the glass. Emily tried to reassure her, saying it was probably just the reflection of trees or passing cars, but I wasn't convinced. I decided it was time to get to the bottom of this. One Saturday morning, when I saw Caldwell tending to his small garden patch, I walked over with Mia by my side. I greeted him politely, asking if everything was all right and if he needed any help. His eyes flickered with what I thought was suspicion, and he gave a curt reply, "I'm fine. Thank you." Then he turned away, muttering something under his breath. I pressed a little, trying to break through the wall he'd built around himself. "We've noticed some noises at night, banging and voices. Mia even saw people moving inside. Is there something you want to tell us?" He stopped, looked me dead in the eye, and said flatly, "You're imagining things. Stay out of my business." Then he went inside and slammed the door. That cold, evasive response left me unsettled. I talked it over with Emily, who was worried about stirring trouble but agreed that the situation was strange. Still, we tried to move on, hoping the noises and odd behavior were just temporary. But things only got weirder. I started hearing footsteps outside our house late at night, soft but deliberate, always stopping near our back door. Sometimes, garden tools we left outside would be out of place or broken when I went to check in the morning. It felt like someone was watching us, and the feeling gnawed at me constantly. One night, Mia woke me up, her voice trembling. "Daddy, there's someone outside my window. A man with a flashlight." I grabbed the baseball bat we kept by the bed and rushed to her room, but when I looked outside, there was no one there. The yard was empty, the night still and quiet. I wanted to believe it was just a bad dream, but Mia was scared, and that fear stayed with me long after she fell back asleep. The next day, I tried again to approach Mr. Caldwell, this time with our neighbor Mr. Harris. We knocked on his door, explaining our concerns, hoping to get some answers. Caldwell answered with a glare, and didn't hesitate to warn us to mind our own business. "You don't want to cause trouble around here," he said sharply, "or you'll regret it." That threat only made me more anxious. It was clear that Caldwell wanted nothing to do with us, and whatever was happening inside his house was something he wanted to keep secret. I started paying closer attention to the windows, the drawn curtains, the strange flickers of movement in the shadows. One afternoon, while Emily was gardening, she spotted something hidden among the bushes near the fence that separated our yards. A small, black device with a lens, clearly a camera. It was pointed straight at our property. My heart sank. Someone had been spying on us. We reported it to the police, hoping they would take it seriously. They came by, took the camera as evidence, and promised to keep an eye on the neighborhood. But even after that, the strange noises continued. The banging, the muffled voices, the feeling of being watched, none of it stopped. Emily and I began to talk about moving. This wasn't the safe, peaceful home we had dreamed of for Mia. The unease was creeping into every part of our lives, turning our sanctuary into a place of tension and fear. But for now, we stayed, hoping that whatever was happening next door would eventually subside. Still, every night, as I lay awake listening to the silence, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone. That something was lurking just beyond the thin walls, watching, waiting, and hiding in the shadows of Mr. Caldwell's house. After finding that hidden camera pointed at our yard, the unease in our home only intensified. Emily and I tried to hold on to some semblance of normalcy for Mia's sake, but it became impossible to ignore the creeping feeling that we were being watched and targeted. The nights grew longer and more restless, and the strange happenings escalated in ways that made me question our safety. One morning, I stepped outside to check on the garden and noticed something strange just beyond the fence. Our carefully tended flower bed was in disarray, soil overturned, petals trampled. At first, I thought maybe a neighborhood animal was the culprit, but then I spotted broken garden tools scattered across the yard. A rake with bent tines, a shovel with a cracked handle, and footprints leading from Caldwell's property toward our back door. The prints were muddy and large, unlike anything I or Emily wore. It was as if someone had been sneaking through our yard under the cover of darkness. I called Emily over, and we examined the footprints together. The thought that someone had been stepping so close to our home without our knowledge sent a shiver down my spine. We began locking every door and window, double-checking before bed, but the tension never quite left the air. Mia sensed it too. She stopped playing outside as much, preferring to stay indoors, clutching her stuffed rabbit for comfort. One night, around 2 a.m., Mia woke me up, her small voice trembling with fear. "Daddy, there's a man outside my window. He's holding a flashlight." My heart pounded as I grabbed the baseball bat from under the bed and crept to her room. I pulled back the curtain cautiously, but the yard was empty, bathed in moonlight. No flashlight beam, no shadowy figure. I reassured her it was probably just a bad dream, but the fear in her eyes stayed with me. The next day, I decided I couldn't just sit back anymore. I reached out to Mr. Harris, our neighbor across the street, and we agreed to confront Mr. Caldwell together. We knocked on his door late in the afternoon, hoping to have a calm conversation. When Caldwell opened the door, his expression was icy, his eyes narrowing as he listened. I explained the broken tools, the footprints, and Mia's fear of someone lurking outside her window. I asked if he knew anything about it. He didn't hesitate. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said sharply, stepping back into his house. "Stay out of my business, or you'll regret it." The door slammed shut right in our faces. It was a warning, plain and clear. I felt a mix of anger and fear. The man next door was hostile and secretive, and whatever was going on wasn't something he wanted to share. Emily urged me to call the police again. We filed another report, this time about the footprints and the broken tools. The officers seemed concerned and promised to patrol the neighborhood more frequently. But even with increased police presence, the harassment didn't stop. One evening, as Emily and I sat on the porch, we heard the pounding again, the muffled banging noises echoing from Caldwell's house, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps circling our property. I installed extra lights in the backyard, motion-activated and bright, hoping to deter any intruders. I also put up security cameras of my own, aiming them at the fence line and our back door. Each morning, I reviewed the footage, but most nights showed nothing but empty yards and swaying branches. Still, The feeling that someone was out there lingered. One particularly unsettling night, I woke to the sound of our dog, Max, growling low and fierce near the sliding glass door. I grabbed the bat and peered outside, but the yard was empty, bathed in the cold glow of streetlights. Then, a sudden flash caught my eye, light reflecting off something near the fence. I moved closer and saw the glint of a camera lens pointed directly at our living room window. I felt my blood run cold. Someone had been spying on us again, capturing our lives through the glass. I called the police immediately, and this time they took the matter very seriously. They sent officers to patrol through the night and promised to investigate Caldwell's property for any surveillance devices. But the harassment continued. The next morning, Emily found the gate to our backyard unlatched, swinging open as if someone had been there recently. The fence had been scratched deeply with what looked like a sharp metal object. Our sense of security was shattered. Emily and I talked long into the night, weighing our options. We both knew that living next to Caldwell was becoming dangerous. Mia, once a bright and carefree child, had started having nightmares and refused to sleep alone. Emily stayed by her side, whispering soothing words and holding her hand through the dark hours. I tried to be strong for them, but inside, I felt helpless. One afternoon, while Emily was at work, I decided to check the footage from our security cameras again. As I fast-forwarded through the night recordings, a shadowy figure appeared near the fence. It was hard to make out details, but the person seemed to be wearing a dark hoodie, moving deliberately, pausing to peer over the fence before disappearing from view. I captured a still image and showed it to the police, but their response was frustratingly slow. I began questioning if the police could really help us. Every time I saw that dark figure on the footage, I felt the weight of helplessness grow heavier. The man next door was hiding something, and his hostility was only fueling our fear. Emily and I sat down one evening and made a difficult decision. We couldn't live like this anymore, constantly on edge, watching shadows, fearing the night. For Mia's safety and our own sanity, we had to consider moving away, leaving behind the neighborhood we once loved. But even as we planned, the harassment showed no signs of stopping. One night, I woke to screams coming from our backyard. I rushed outside, but there was no one there, just the eerie silence of the night. The fear that gripped me then was different, deeper, as if whatever was tormenting us had crossed some invisible line. Despite everything, we didn't call the police that night. Something about the screams felt too close, too personal, and I was afraid of what might happen next. We were trapped in a nightmare from which there seemed to be no escape. The days blurred into nights filled with anxiety and watchfulness. Every sound, every shadow, made me jump. I couldn't stop thinking about what was happening next door, about Mr. Caldwell and the secrets he was hiding behind those drawn curtains. And though we were preparing to leave, a part of me wondered if we would ever truly be free of this darkness. After weeks of sleepless nights and mounting fear, Emily and I finally decided to move. We found a modest house not far from the city, on a busy street that was a stark contrast to our old suburban neighborhood. The hustle and bustle outside was a relief in some ways. The noise made it easier to ignore the creeping paranoia that had taken hold of us. We hoped a fresh start would help us reclaim the peace we'd lost. The new neighborhood was different. It wasn't as quiet or idyllic as our previous street, but it felt safer somehow, or at least that's what I told myself. The house was smaller, with a narrow yard and windows that faced the street instead of a neighbor's yard. We moved in on a warm spring day, unpacking boxes and trying to settle Mia into her new room. She seemed reluctant at first, but eventually smiled when she found a small park just down the street where other kids played. But the sense of calm was short-lived. Almost immediately, we noticed strange behavior coming from the house next door. The neighbors were a group of young adults who often gathered late into the night. Their voices carried across the street, loud arguments, bursts of laughter, and the occasional shouting match. Strange visitors came and went at all hours, and the door seemed to swing open and shut constantly. One evening, Emily and I sat on our porch, hoping to enjoy the warm breeze, but the noise next door made it difficult to relax. We exchanged uneasy glances as raised voices escalated into a full-blown argument. I wondered if this was any better than our last neighborhood. The disturbing incidents didn't stop there. One morning, I stepped outside to find our fence broken, slats splintered and leaning awkwardly. as if something heavy had crashed into them. I tightened the screws and patched it as best I could, but it didn't take long for more damage to appear. Footsteps circled the yard late at night, and sometimes, Emily and I would hear someone pacing back and forth just beyond our windows. In an effort to regain control, I installed new motion sensor lights around the house and set up additional security cameras positioned to cover every angle of the property. The cameras were a small comfort, a chance to catch whoever was causing the damage or trespassing. But reviewing the footage often revealed nothing, just empty yards and flickering shadows. The uncertainty gnawed at me. One night, Emily woke me up in a panic. "I heard shouting," she whispered. It sounded like it came from next door. I grabbed the bat again, and we both peered out the window. Through the blinds, we could see faint figures moving inside the neighbor's house, their voices raised and tense. The scene was unsettling, a stark reminder that the nightmare we had hoped to leave behind was still very much alive. Trying to keep the peace, I attempted to introduce myself to our neighbors, but the door was answered by a young man who seemed wary and evasive. When I asked about the late-night noise and visitors, he shrugged and said they were just friends hanging out. His tone was polite but guarded, and I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story. As the days passed, the tension in the air thickened. The once friendly neighborhood we had hoped for felt hostile and unpredictable. Emily and I found ourselves constantly on edge, jumping at every unexpected sound. Mia, who had begun to settle in, now hesitated to play outside alone, clutching her toys tightly when she did. The security cameras caught fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures lurking near our windows, and the lights would flicker at odd times, sometimes going out without explanation. I tried to fix the wiring, but the glitches persisted, adding to the sense that we were being watched and targeted. One afternoon, I noticed fresh scratches along the front door frame, as if someone had tried to pry it open. The lock was still intact, but the damage was deliberate. I called the police again, but without clear evidence or witnesses, there was little they could do. The feeling of vulnerability settled deeply in my chest. Emily suggested we install an alarm system, and I agreed. The added security measures helped a little, but the paranoia was hard to shake. Every time the alarm beeped, my heart would race, imagining intruders or worse. We spoke often about moving once more, but the thought of starting over again was exhausting. One night, as I lay in bed, I heard a commotion outside, the unmistakable sound of someone running across the yard, voices raised in anger. I peered through the window and saw figures silhouetted against the porch light, their shapes shifting rapidly. I called out, but the noise stopped abruptly. I locked the doors and waited, heart pounding, until dawn. The cycle of fear and uncertainty felt endless. Despite our efforts, the tension seemed to grow, and the neighborhood's friendly facade crumbled with each passing day. Emily and I shared worried looks, realizing that the nightmare with creepy neighbors was far from over. Mia's laughter grew less frequent, replaced by quiet moments of anxiety. We held her close, trying to protect her from the shadows that seemed to follow us no matter where we went. The house that was supposed to be our refuge had become another battleground in this ongoing struggle for safety. And as I lay awake night after night, listening to the distant sounds of shouting and footsteps, I wondered if we would ever find a place to call home, a place where the fear would finally let go and peace could grow again. Mark, Emily, and their two young kids, Lily and Max, had just settled into their new home in a quiet suburban neighborhood. It was the kind of place where everyone seemed to know each other, and children played freely in the streets. The move was supposed to be a fresh start, away from the busy city and its constant noise. For the first few weeks, things felt peaceful. The kids loved the backyard, chasing each other and laughing under the warm afternoon sun. Emily and I spent evenings on the porch, enjoying the calm and the soft rustling of the trees. But that calm began to unravel the moment Linda moved in next door. Linda was a woman in her late 40s, with sharp features and an intense gaze that seemed to follow us everywhere. She kept to herself mostly, but every now and then, I'd catch her standing near her window at odd hours, watching our kids play outside. At first, I thought she was just a curious neighbor, maybe a little lonely. But the way her eyes lingered too long, and the coldness in her smile whenever our paths crossed, started to unsettle me. One evening, I was outside with Lily and Max, setting up a small tent in the backyard for a pretend camping night. The sun was just dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows across the lawn. That's when I noticed Linda pacing near her fence, her face half hidden behind the overgrown bushes. She glanced over at our kids several times, her expression unreadable. When our eyes met, she gave a slow, deliberate nod and then turned away. Emily noticed it too. Later that night, as we sat in the living room, she asked, "Do you think Linda's watching the kids?" It feels off. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but I couldn't shake the same feeling. Something about Linda's presence wasn't right. The unease only grew when we found strange markings on the backyard fence a few days later. Early one morning, I stepped outside to grab the newspaper and spotted them, etched scratches forming odd symbols along the wood. I showed Emily, and she frowned, her eyes narrowing. "Who would do this?" she whispered, glancing toward Linda's yard. Our fence backed up against hers, and the marks looked fresh. That afternoon, I decided to confront Linda. I walked over to her gate and called out, "Hey, Linda, can we talk for a minute?" She appeared at her door almost immediately, her face expressionless. I motioned toward our fence. "Have you seen these markings? They're on our side, but right next to your yard." She tilted her head slightly, a slow smile creeping over her lips, one that didn't reach her eyes. "I'm not sure what you mean," she said softly, voice smooth but cold. "Maybe it's just kids messing around." Her gaze flicked briefly toward the street, then back to me. "You should keep a closer eye on your children. There are all sorts of people out there." The smile lingered, but it felt like a warning. I wanted to press her further, but the chill in that smile made me pause. Instead, I nodded and stepped back, feeling a knot tighten in my stomach. That night, the strange occurrences began in earnest. I woke up around 2 a.m. to the faint sound of footsteps outside the house. Quiet, deliberate steps pacing back and forth near the back door. I crept out of bed and peered through the window, but saw nothing in the darkness. When I looked toward Linda's yard, a shadow moved just beyond the fence, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. Emily was awake too. She whispered from the bedroom, "Did you hear that?" I nodded, keeping my voice low. "I'm going to check the doors." I grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen drawer and moved cautiously through the house, locking each door behind me. Outside, the night was still again, but the feeling of being watched persisted. A few nights later, Lily woke up screaming. She claimed she'd heard whispering voices outside her window and saw a shadowy figure standing just beyond the garden. Max was terrified too, saying the same thing happened on his side of the room. Emily and I tried to calm them, but the fear in their eyes was unmistakable. I went outside to investigate, flashlight in hand, but once again found nothing. That's when I saw her, Linda, standing at her upstairs window, watching us. Our eyes met, and she gave that same chilling smile, as if she knew exactly what was happening inside our home. I decided then to speak with her again, this time more directly. I approached her door and knocked firmly. After a moment, she opened it slightly, peering out with a guarded expression. "Linda, my kids are scared. They say they hear voices and see things outside their windows. This has to stop." My voice was firm but calm. She shrugged, the smile never fully leaving her lips. "Children have wild imaginations. Maybe you should teach them to be quiet at night." Then she shut the door, leaving me standing there with a heavy sense of dread. The nights grew worse. Footsteps returned, sometimes accompanied by whispers that seemed to float just beyond the walls. Doors I was sure I'd locked were found ajar. Lily and Max slept with the lights on, their fear contagious. Emily and I tried to keep things normal, but the tension was suffocating. I reported the incidents to the local police, but without any concrete evidence, there was little they could do. "Keep a log of what happens," the officer advised, "and call us if anything escalates." I complied, but the feeling of helplessness settled deep in my bones. Neighbors began to notice the change in us. Once friendly smiles turned to suspicious glances. I wondered if Linda had whispered rumors about us, or if the strange energy around our house was simply too hard to ignore. One afternoon, Emily suggested we install security cameras. I agreed, hoping the footage might provide some answers, or at least peace of mind. The cameras captured nothing unusual during the day, but at night, the feed showed fleeting shadows and unexplained flickers of light near the fence. The kids refused to play outside after dusk, and we stopped hosting backyard barbecues we had once dreamed of. Our family sanctuary had become a place of fear and uncertainty, all because of the woman next door with the unsettling stare and cryptic smile. Every day felt like walking on eggshells, and every night brought new, unexplainable disturbances. I didn't know what Linda's intentions were, but I was certain they weren't innocent. The safety of my family was at stake, and the nightmare was only just beginning. After weeks of sleepless nights and mounting tension, Emily and I made the difficult decision to leave the suburban nightmare behind. We packed up what we could and moved into an urban apartment complex closer to the city. The goal was simple: escape Linda, the strange markings, the whispers, and the ever-present feeling of being watched. We needed a fresh start for Lily and Max, somewhere safer and quieter, or so we hoped. The apartment building was older and a bit cramped, but it felt safer. I shared the unit with two roommates, Sarah and Mia, both college students who were kind and easy to get along with. Their presence was a welcome distraction from the recent turmoil. We all tried to settle into a new routine, but the peace we craved was elusive. Almost from the moment we moved in, I noticed odd things happening next door. The apartment was supposed to be vacant, but there were strange noises coming from within, loud banging, muffled cries, and sometimes the unsettling sound of someone pacing back and forth. At first, I thought maybe someone was renovating, but the noises often came at odd hours, late into the night, long after any typical workday would end. One evening, I was sitting in the living room with Sarah and Mia when the noises started again. The pounding was rhythmic and heavy, like someone repeatedly hitting the walls. Then, a desperate, muffled cry pierced through the silence. Sarah looked uneasy. "That can't be normal," she whispered. I nodded, feeling my skin crawl. We tried to ignore it, convincing ourselves it was just noisy neighbors or a party gone wrong. But the sounds persisted night after night. One night, curiosity got the better of me. I crept to the window that faced the neighboring apartment and peered through the thin curtains. The hallway was dimly lit, but I could see four figures, men, middle-aged and shadowy, entering the apartment. They moved with an aggressive purpose, their voices low but tense. One of them glanced toward my window, their eyes catching mine for a moment. The unsettling smiles they gave weren't friendly. They felt like a silent threat. I quickly stepped back, heart pounding, and locked the window. The feeling of vulnerability was overwhelming. I wasn't sure who those men were or what they were doing, but it was clear this wasn't just a quiet apartment next door. I debated telling Sarah and Mia, but they seemed reluctant, wanting to avoid any confrontation. We agreed to stay calm and keep an eye on the situation without getting involved. It was safer, we told ourselves, especially with Lily and Max still adjusting to the move. But the nights grew harder. The banging and cries became louder, sometimes accompanied by the sound of doors slamming or what I suspected were raised voices, though I could never make out the words. It was impossible to sleep through the chaos. One particularly bad night, I was jolted awake by a loud crash. I grabbed my phone and shone the flashlight toward the wall, but the darkness swallowed the hallway outside. The noise came from next door, the apartment with the four men. I thought about calling the police, but without proof, I feared it would be dismissed as a typical noise complaint. In the following days, I tried to find out more about the neighbors. I asked the building manager, who was tight-lipped and evasive, claiming the apartment was rented by a company for short-term stays. It only added to my unease. Why would a company rent out a unit to four men who seemed to cause so much disturbance? I shared my concerns with Emily during a rare quiet moment. She was worried but supportive. "Maybe we should keep a record of the noises, just in case," she suggested. I agreed and started logging the times and nature of the disturbances. Despite the tension, life outside the apartment continued. Lily and Max went to school and made new friends, and Emily started a part-time job nearby. But the shadow of the mysterious neighbors hung over us, a constant reminder that our troubles weren't over. One night, I heard the drilling noise, a sharp, repetitive sound that broke the silence. It came from the neighboring apartment, unrelenting and oddly timed around midnight. It was as if someone was trying to break through the walls or the floor. I couldn't understand why anyone would be working so late or what they were doing. Gathering my courage, I decided to confront whoever was making the noise. I opened the door and stepped into the hallway, my heart racing. As I approached the neighbor's door, the drilling stopped abruptly. I hesitated, then peered through the peephole. Inside, The apartment was dim, but I saw the four men standing together, looking directly at the door. Then, as if sensing my presence, they turned toward the window facing the hallway. I caught their eyes through the glass, and their smiles were anything but welcoming. Wide, unsettling grins that made my skin crawl. Feeling exposed and vulnerable in my pajamas, I quickly retreated to my apartment and locked the door behind me. I told Sarah and Mia what I'd seen, and though they were frightened, we agreed to keep watch and avoid any direct contact. The next morning, the window to the neighboring apartment was closed, and the noise had ceased for a time. Sarah confided she had heard some of the sounds, but felt paralyzed by fear, unable to act. Mia was more pragmatic, suggesting we consider involving the police if things escalated. Despite the growing fear, none of us wanted to be the ones to start a confrontation that could spiral out of control. I felt torn between protecting my family and maintaining our safety by staying under the radar. The strange activity in the apartment next door became a grim backdrop to our daily lives. The tension was palpable, and every creak or thud made me jump. I kept imagining what those men might be doing behind the closed doors. Were they dangerous? Were they watching us the way Linda had? I tried to focus on the positive. Emily and I found comfort in the little moments. The kids playing in the small park nearby, dinners shared with friends, the rare quiet night when the building seemed just like a home. But the fear lingered, a cold undercurrent to our new life. The move was supposed to be an escape, but it felt like the unsettling shadow had followed us, mutating into something darker and more threatening. I didn't know what those four men wanted or what their presence meant, but I knew one thing for certain. Peace was still out of reach. Life in the apartment complex was far from the fresh start we'd hoped for. The strange noises next door had not only persisted, but seemed to grow more frequent and intense. The banging, the muffled cries, the drilling, all of it combined to create an oppressive atmosphere that none of us could escape. But then, new neighbors moved into the unit across the hall, bringing a different kind of unease. They were an odd couple, middle-aged, with piercing eyes that never quite met ours. From the moment they settled in, they spent hours staring into our apartment, their gaze lingering long after we noticed. Sarah and Mia mentioned it too, the way those eyes followed us in the hallway, the cold silence whenever we tried to say hello. At first, we tried to be friendly. I knocked on their door one afternoon, hoping to break the ice. The man answered, his expression unreadable, eyes sharp and unblinking. I introduced myself and explained that we were neighbors. He nodded slowly but didn't offer a smile or invite me in. When I asked if everything was all right, his response was cryptic. "We're fine. Just mind your own business." The woman appeared behind him briefly, her glance equally cold. That brief exchange left me feeling more unsettled than before. Over the next few days, the couple's behavior grew stranger. Loud, chaotic gatherings echoed from their apartment late into the night. Music blasting, shouting, glasses breaking. Yet, when we tried to reach out or complain, the hostility was palpable. The man's words were sharp, the woman's smile mocking. It was as if they wanted us to know they were watching, that they didn't care what we thought. Objects in our apartment began to move inexplicably. A book left on the kitchen table would be found on the floor. Notes with cryptic messages slipped under our door, written in a shaky hand. The words made no sense at first, but the tone was clear. We were being observed, tested. One morning, I found a note taped to my bedroom door. It read simply, "Look closer." My stomach sank. I searched the apartment, wondering what I'd missed, but found nothing unusual. Still, the feeling of eyes on me persisted. The strange noises from next door escalated into what sounded like physical altercations. Loud crashes, desperate screams, and the thud of someone being thrown against a wall. Sarah confided she sometimes heard pleading voices, but the words were muffled and impossible to understand. Mia tried to brush it off, but even she looked worried. I tried again to talk to our new neighbors, hoping to ease the tension. One evening, I knocked on their door, determined to get some answers. The man opened it, his face hard and unreadable. "What do you want?" he snapped. "We just want peace." "The noise, the threats, it's affecting everyone," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He laughed, a cold, humorless sound. "You don't know what you're dealing with. Stay out of our way." The door slammed before I could respond. After that, the atmosphere in the building changed. The other tenants grew wary, avoiding the hallways near their apartment. Sarah and Mia talked about moving out, but I felt trapped, too afraid to leave the kids alone, too uncertain about what might happen if we stayed. The fear seeped into every corner of our lives. Sleep became a luxury, with every creak or whisper triggering a rush of adrenaline. Emily was exhausted, and the kids sensed the tension, asking questions we couldn't answer. Days blurred into nights filled with dread and confusion. Despite everything, I kept hoping for a break, a sign that this nightmare would end. But the lingering sense of being watched, tested, and threatened refused to fade. Our story was far from over, and the darkness surrounding our neighbors only deepened, leaving us to wonder what horrors lay just beyond the closed doors and silent walls. This summer was supposed to be like any other, a brief escape to the lakeside cabin my family had been visiting for years. But as the days slipped by, something felt off, almost as if the season itself was reluctant to end. The final week of August brought an unusual stillness to the air, the kind that presses down on your skin and makes every shadow seem a little darker than it should be. I arrived at the cabin on a late afternoon, the sky painted in soft pinks and oranges. The lake stretched before me, calm and serene, reflecting the fading light like a mirror. It was familiar and comforting, the kind of place where time slows and worries melt away. Yet, as the sun dipped lower behind the trees, I noticed a strange quietness. The usual chorus of birds and insects was muted, almost as if the woods were holding their breath. That night, as I settled in by the window, a faint whisper drifted through the stillness. At first, I thought it was the wind rustling through the leaves. But the sound was too distinct, soft murmurs that seemed to carry words just beyond comprehension. I strained my ears, trying to catch the echoes, but they slipped away like smoke. Moments later, the faintest footsteps brushed against the gravel outside the cabin, light and hesitant, as if someone, or something, was pacing just beyond the tree line. I told myself it was probably just an animal, a raccoon or a fox wandering near the cabin in search of food. But the footsteps had a rhythm, deliberate and uneven, not quite matching any creature I knew. Still, I pushed the feeling of unease aside, attributing it to an overactive imagination fueled by the solitude of the lake at dusk. Over the next couple of evenings, the sounds grew louder and more frequent. Whispered voices seemed to circle the cabin, sometimes so close I felt they could slip through the cracks in the wooden walls. Once, as I sat reading by the fireplace, I heard a sudden burst of chilling laughter, high-pitched and hollow, like children playing just beyond the edge of hearing. I froze, the book slipping from my hands as the laughter faded into an eerie silence. The nights brought strange new noises as well. Scratching sounds scraped against the outside of the windows, slow and deliberate, as if nails or claws were tracing invisible patterns across the glass. I rushed to the window, heart pounding, but there was nothing there. No movement, no shadows, just the swaying branches of the old oak trees standing sentinel around the cabin. I tried to dismiss the events as tricks of the mind, a product of too much time alone in the fading light of summer. But the feeling of being watched grew stronger with every passing night. I found myself glancing nervously over my shoulder, reluctant to step outside after dark. The peaceful retreat I had anticipated was unraveling into something far more unsettling. One evening, unable to bear the silence, I decided to venture out into the fading light, to see if I could discover the source of the whispers and footsteps. The air was thick with humidity, and the forest seemed to close in around me as I walked down the narrow path leading from the cabin to the edge of the lake. The trees towered overhead, their leaves rustling softly in a breeze I couldn't feel on my skin. As I moved deeper into the woods, the whispers returned, faint and indistinct, weaving through the branches like a secret song. I paused, trying to focus on the direction they came from, but the voices shifted and danced, impossible to pin down. Then, a sudden crack from a nearby bush startled me, and I spun around, heart racing. There was nothing there, only the dark shapes of trees and undergrowth. I told myself to calm down and keep moving, but the forest seemed to grow thicker, the shadows deeper. The sun slipped below the horizon, leaving behind a dim twilight that made it difficult to see more than a few feet ahead. I called out, my voice barely more than a whisper, hoping to draw out whoever, or whatever, was making the noises. But my words were swallowed by the dark. Then, just as I was about to turn back, I heard it again. The laughter, closer this time, echoing through the trees like a ghostly chorus. It was followed by a scraping sound, softer but unmistakable, coming from the direction of the lake. I moved cautiously toward the shoreline, the underbrush crunching beneath my feet. The water was still and black under the moonlight, the surface broken only by the faint ripple of a breeze. I scanned the shore but saw nothing unusual, no footprints, no movement. Yet the feeling of being watched was overwhelming, prickling my skin and tightening my chest. I stepped back, my eyes catching a glimpse of something near the water's edge, a small, half-buried object glinting faintly in the moonlight. Curiosity pushed me forward. I knelt down and brushed away the dirt and fallen leaves. It was an old, weathered locket, tarnished with age and worn smooth from the elements. I opened it carefully and found a faded photograph inside, a black and white image of a young girl, her face solemn and eyes wide with an unspoken sadness. A chill ran down my spine. I didn't recognize the girl, and yet there was something hauntingly familiar about the image, as if it belonged to a story long forgotten but still lingering on the edges of this place. I slipped the locket into my pocket, feeling its weight as a silent reminder of the mystery that had settled over this final week of summer. As I stood up, the whispers rose again, swirling around me like a cold breeze. I hurried back toward the cabin, the sounds chasing me through the trees until I was safely inside, the door locked tight behind me. That night, lying awake in the dark, I wondered what secrets the lake and the forest were hiding, and whether they would let me leave before the summer ended. The next morning, the weight of the locket in my pocket was a constant reminder that the night's whispers and laughter were far from imaginary. As dawn broke over the lake, I decided I couldn't just sit inside the cabin, haunted by shadows and half-heard voices. If I was going to find answers, I needed to explore the woods more thoroughly, to see if there was anything tangible, anything that could explain the strange events that had unsettled me so deeply. I stepped out just as the first light filtered through the trees, the forest no longer ominous but alive with the gentle sounds of morning. Birds chirped tentatively, and the breeze stirred the undergrowth, carrying with it the fresh scent of pine and earth. I headed toward the area where I had found the locket, hoping to find more clues. The path was narrow and winding, overgrown in places with brambles and creeping vines. I pushed aside branches and scanned the ground carefully. Soon, I noticed strange marks on the trees, symbols carved deep into the bark, their edges weathered but unmistakable. They looked like a combination of circles and lines, arranged in patterns that seemed deliberate, almost ritualistic. I traced one with my finger, feeling the rough grooves beneath my skin. Nearby, half buried under moss and fallen leaves, something caught my eye. I crouched down and pulled aside the debris to reveal a small collection of objects. A cracked porcelain doll's head, a rusted pocket watch frozen at midnight, and a bundle of dried flowers tied with a faded ribbon. These remnants fell out of place, relics abandoned but not forgotten. Curiosity compelled me deeper into the woods. As I moved through the trees, the symbols repeated themselves on more trunks, each one different but somehow connected. The air grew cooler, and a shadow seemed to flicker at the edge of my vision. I stopped and looked around, but there was nothing there, only the quiet forest stretching out in every direction. At the base of an ancient oak, I noticed something unusual, a flat stone almost entirely covered by dirt and moss. I cleared it away to reveal a weathered leather-bound book, its cover cracked and stained with age. Carefully, I opened it, the pages brittle but still legible. The handwriting inside was cramped and uneven, as if written in haste. The diary chronicled a summer decades ago, telling a story of a small community by the lake and a tragedy that had never been fully explained. It spoke of a missing child named Elsie, who had vanished one warm August evening much like this one. The entries described the frantic search, the whispered rumors of strange lights in the woods, and the growing fear that something supernatural was involved. As I read, the atmosphere around me shifted. The forest seemed to close in tighter, the light dimming despite the clear morning sky. I glanced up and caught sight of movement, dark shapes flitting between the trees, just beyond the edge of my vision. I blinked, and they were gone, leaving only the rustle of leaves in their wake. Feeling a mix of dread and determination, I pocketed the diary and hurried back toward the cabin. I needed to share what I had found, to see if anyone else knew the story of Elsie or the mysterious symbols scattered through the woods. But when I mentioned it to the locals in the nearby town, their reactions were muted, almost dismissive. A few shrugged it off as old folklore, the kind of ghost stories people tell to make a place seem more interesting. One elderly man, sitting outside a weathered general store, offered a different perspective. He leaned in close and whispered about how the lake had always been a place of secrets, where things happened that no one could explain. He spoke of families who left suddenly, of strange disappearances that never made the newspapers. But when I asked for details, his eyes hardened, and he changed the subject quickly. The more I pressed, the more isolated I felt. The local authorities showed little interest in reopening old wounds, and the townspeople seemed wary of anyone stirring up memories best left buried. Alone with my thoughts, I returned to the cabin, the diary's pages heavy in my backpack. That evening, I ventured out once more, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever haunted the woods. The sun had set, and the twilight deepened into darkness, the lake's surface reflecting the pale moonlight. As I walked the shoreline, the whispers returned, faint but insistent, weaving through the trees like a mournful song. Suddenly, from the shadows, I spotted movement, figures standing just beyond the tree-line. They were indistinct, their forms blurred and shifting, like smoke caught in a breeze. I froze, heart pounding, as they seemed to watch me silently. The air grew colder, and the oppressive feeling of being watched intensified. I called out softly, my voice trembling, but the figures did not respond. Instead, they melted back into the darkness, disappearing as if they had never been there. The silence that followed was thick and suffocating. Returning to the cabin, I couldn't shake the sense that I was being drawn deeper into something I didn't fully understand. The diary story of Elsie, the strange symbols, the shadowy figures, they all felt connected, threads in a pattern I was only beginning to see. Determined to uncover the truth, I made a decision to keep searching, even if it meant facing the unknown. Whatever lingered in these woods was no longer content to remain hidden in whispers and shadows. It was watching, waiting, and perhaps wanting to be found. That night, the cabin felt suffocating, the darkness pressing in like a living thing. I had barely closed my eyes when I heard footsteps outside, slow, deliberate, moving closer with an unsettling certainty. My breath caught in my throat as I peered through the window, heart hammering in my chest. A figure, cloaked in shadow, stood near the edge of the lake, unmoving, watching. The moonlight caught just enough of their form to make out a hood pulled low, concealing their face. I blinked, and they were gone. I tried to convince myself it was a trick of the light or an animal's silhouette, but the unease settled deep in my bones. The following days only intensified the feeling that I was being watched, stalked by something just beyond the edge of perception. Every time I left the cabin, I caught glimpses of movement, figures disappearing into the trees, eyes reflecting from the darkness. One evening, as I packed my things to leave, I noticed something strange on my car. Scratches marred the paint along the driver's side door, jagged and fresh, as if someone, or something, had raked their nails across it. Next to the scratches, scrawled in the dust with a shaky hand, were words that chilled me. "You can't leave." Panic set in, knotting my stomach. I checked the area around the car, but found no footprints or signs of who might have done it. The remote location and dense woods made it nearly impossible for anyone to approach unnoticed, and yet, the message was clear. I called the local police, desperate for help or at least some reassurance. When I explained the situation, the haunting figures, the strange symbols, the threats left on my car, they listened politely, but with skepticism. The officer on the line suggested it might be vandals or pranksters, nothing more sinister. "Probably just teenagers messing around," he said, his tone dismissive. "There's nothing unusual about this area." But I knew better. The fear that had been growing inside me was real, and the evidence was right there on my car. The next night, I resolved to stay awake, to confront whatever was haunting me. I sat by the window, flashlight in hand, eyes fixed on the dark woods beyond the porch. Hours passed with only the sounds of crickets and the gentle lapping of the lake against the shore. Then, just as I was beginning to doubt my own fears, I saw it. A cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, moving silently toward the cabin. My heart pounded so loudly I thought it might give me away. I grabbed my phone, ready to call for help, but the figure stopped suddenly, as if sensing my gaze. Slowly, they turned, and for a brief moment, I caught a glimpse of a pale face beneath the hood, eyes black and empty like deep wells of darkness. Before I could react, the figure vanished into the night, leaving only a cold chill in the air. I wanted to leave immediately to escape this nightmare, but as I approached my car the next morning, I found the road blocked. Large fallen branches and rocks had been placed across it, preventing any easy exit. On the windshield, more words appeared, scratched into the glass with a sharp object. Stay. I tried to call the police again, but my phone showed no signal. It was as if the area itself was cutting me off from the outside world, trapping me in a growing nightmare. The isolation pressed down, suffocating and absolute. Desperate, I searched the cabin for any way out, any alternative path that might lead back to civilization. The woods surrounded me on all sides, dense and unyielding. Every time I stepped outside, the whispers returned, sometimes faint, sometimes deafening, echoing through the trees. I returned to the cabin and found strange messages carved into the wooden walls, scratches forming symbols I had seen before on the trees, but now arranged into words: "Don't trust the light," and "They watch." I was losing track of time, my nerves fraying under the weight of constant fear. Sleep became impossible as the nights grew longer and the shadows deeper. I felt eyes on me everywhere, unseen watchers lurking just beyond the glow of my flashlight. In a final attempt to break free, I reached out to a local historian I had met earlier, someone who had shown a faint interest in the lake's mysteries. I recounted everything: the diary, the symbols, the figures, the threats. He listened carefully, his face grave. "There's more to this place than you realize," he said quietly. "People have disappeared here before, and the stories never end well. Whatever you're dealing with, it's tied to the history of the lake and the old rituals they used to perform in these woods." I pressed him for help, but he warned me to be cautious. The deeper you dig, the more dangerous it becomes. Sometimes, the past doesn't want to stay buried. That night, as I sat alone in the cabin, the temperature dropped suddenly, and a low hum filled the air, vibrating through the walls. Shadows gathered in the corners of the room, twisting and shifting until they coalesced into a single, dark shape. I backed away, heart racing, but the figure advanced, silent and relentless. I raised my flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness, but it only seemed to anger the entity, which recoiled and then vanished with a final, echoing laugh that chilled me to my core. I realized then that leaving wouldn't be as simple as driving away. Something was determined to keep me here, trapped in this place where summer's warmth twisted into something cold and malevolent. A few towns over, along the ragged coastline where the waves crashed relentlessly against jagged rocks, a different story was unfolding, one that somehow felt connected to the eerie happenings by the lake. I first heard about it from a friend who lived in the nearby beach town, a place known for its quiet charm and close-knit community. The summer there had been marked not by laughter and sunbathers, but by fear and unanswered questions. It began during a bonfire party on the beach, a gathering of teenagers who had come together to celebrate the end of the season. The night was warm, the sky clear, and the flames from the fire flickered against the dark backdrop of the ocean. But as the evening wore on, something changed. The music faded, conversations grew hushed, and one by one, several of the teens vanished without a trace. The next morning, the beach was scattered with remnants of the party: charred wood, broken bottles, and strange symbols drawn in the sand. Cryptic notes, hastily scrawled on scraps of paper, were found buried beneath driftwood and debris. They spoke of warnings and curses, of dark forces awakened and ancient pacts broken. The community was shaken. Parents kept their children indoors. Whispers of a local curse spread like wildfire, and old stories once dismissed as folklore resurfaced with renewed urgency. The beach, once a place of joy and freedom, had become a site of dread and suspicion. My friend recounted how the townspeople had tried to make sense of the disappearances, organizing search parties and sharing stories around kitchen tables. But the more they dug, the more elusive the truth became. Authorities dismissed the events as typical teenage mischief gone wrong, but those who lived there knew better. Intrigued, I spoke with a local investigator who had taken a personal interest in the case. She described the scene at the beach in detail, the burnt remnants of the bonfire, the cryptic notes, and the eerie symbols that matched ones I had seen carved into trees near the lake. She believed there was a connection, a dark thread weaving through both places. According to her, the symbols were tied to an old ritual, one that had been performed by a secretive group long ago. The ritual was meant to protect the land and its people, but something had gone terribly wrong. Instead of safeguarding the community, it seemed to have unleashed a malevolent force that now sought to claim its toll. She spoke of how the ritual was linked to the changing of the seasons, particularly the end of summer, a time when the veil between worlds grew thin and the past could reach out to the present. The disappearances and strange occurrences were not random, but part of a larger, sinister pattern. The investigator and I exchanged information, piecing together clues from both the lakeside woods and the coastal town. It became clear that the two places, though miles apart, were connected by more than just folklore. The same dark energy seemed to pulse through them, a shadow stretching across the landscape as summer waned. As I listened to her account, I felt a growing sense of urgency. The stories from the beach mirrored my own experiences, the symbols, the disappearances, the unseen watchers. It was as if the entire region was caught in the grip of something ancient and unforgiving, something that thrived on fear and silence. The investigator warned me to be cautious, to keep my findings to myself. The community was fragile, and stirring up old secrets could provoke consequences no one was prepared to face. She shared her own encounters with the inexplicable, strange lights over the water, unexplainable sounds in the night, and shadowy figures glimpsed just beyond the edge of vision. Her words echoed my own fears and confirmed that I was not imagining things. There was a force at work here, one that defied logic and reason, tied to the land and its history in ways that few understood. That night, back at the cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was part of something much larger than myself. The lake, the woods, the beach, all connected by a dark thread woven through time and space. The end of summer was no longer just a season changing. It was a threshold, a doorway to something unknown and dangerous. I sat by the window, the diary and notes spread before me, trying to make sense of the puzzle. The whispered warnings, the carved symbols, the vanished teenagers, they all pointed toward a ritual, an ancient ceremony meant to bind or banish whatever haunted this land. As the wind picked up outside, carrying the scent of salt and pine, I realized that the answers I sought might lie not just in the woods beside the lake, but also in the stories of the coastal town. The darkness was spreading, and the transition from summer to fall was more than just a change in weather. It was the awakening of something that had been waiting, watching, and now, it seemed, it was ready to act. I knew I had to keep digging, to follow the clues wherever they led, even if it meant confronting the shadows that had been lingering at the edges of my world. The summer's end was no longer a time for rest or reflection. It was a call to face the unknown, to unravel the secrets buried beneath the surface before it was too late. The investigation into the strange happenings stretched far beyond what I originally imagined. With the diary, the symbols, and the unsettling accounts from the coastal town all in hand, I found myself drawn to a place that had remained hidden for years, a cavern tucked away beneath a ridge near the lake, whispered about in local legends but dismissed by most as mere myth. The entrance was concealed by dense brush and fallen trees, almost invisible unless you knew exactly where to look. When I finally stumbled upon it, a chill ran down my spine. The air around the opening was cold and still, carrying a faint scent of damp earth and something metallic, like rust or blood. I hesitated, but my need for answers pushed me forward. Inside, the cavern was vast, walls slick with moisture and darkness swallowing the edges of my flashlight's beam. As I ventured deeper, I noticed markings on the stone, those same symbols from the trees and the burnt beach, etched crudely but unmistakably. They surrounded a central altar-like structure, stained dark with age and something far less natural. It was clear that this place had been used for rituals, ceremonies meant to bind or awaken something ancient. The air was thick with an oppressive energy, and I felt the weight of countless eyes watching from the shadows. Despite my search, there were no signs of recent activity, no fresh footprints, no discarded items, only the lingering presence of something that hadn't moved on. I took photographs and notes, hoping to bring evidence to those who might help. But the more I uncovered, the more questions remained unanswered. What was this force tied to the lake and the coast? What had the rituals tried to seal away, or perhaps unleash? Weeks later, I found myself on a solitary hiking trip in a remote mountain range, attempting to clear my mind and process everything that had happened. The solitude was both a comfort and a challenge, a chance to reflect without distraction. On the third night, as I made my way back to camp after dark, I saw a strange light flickering between the trees ahead. Curious, I called out, but the light abruptly vanished. The silence that followed was thick and suffocating. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, slender form cloaked in darkness, its face obscured. There was something deeply unnatural about it, a presence that seemed to absorb the very light around it. Before I could react, the figure moved quickly, attacking with an otherworldly speed. I barely managed to defend myself with the small knife I carried, the struggle leaving me shaken and breathless. When the figure finally retreated into the night, I was left with a lingering sense of dread, realizing how close I had come to a fate I could barely comprehend. That encounter changed everything. It forced me to rethink the nature of the forces I'd been chasing. Entities not bound by our understanding of reality, capable of crossing boundaries between worlds. The summer's inn was no longer just a time of seasonal change, but a gateway for these dark presences to step through. Since then, I've avoided traveling alone, especially in the fading light. The memories of that night, the scream that echoed as the figure disappeared, haunt me still. The stories from the lake, the coastal town, and my own terrifying encounter all weave together into a tapestry of fear and mystery. The transition from summer's warmth to the cold unknown is more than just a change in weather. It's a reminder of how thin the veil between our world and something darker can be. And as the seasons turn, I'm left wondering what else awaits in the shadows, just beyond the edge of sight. It started as a routine Thursday night, the kind where boredom seeps through every minute, making the hum of my old laptop almost hypnotic. I was one of those people who found comfort in the obscure corners of the internet, places where the usual memes and cat videos gave way to something darker, something unfiltered. I'd spent years chasing whispers of forgotten forums, encrypted chat rooms, and websites that only existed in the fringes of the surface web's map. Not for any noble cause, just pure curiosity, that itch to see what lurked behind the digital city's relentless
The deep
noise.
web was my playground.
The house was a dream
A
in
sprawling
many ways,
underworld of secrets
sprawling
and shadows.
with wide windows
I'd
that
learned to
caught the
navigate it
autumn
with a
light
mix of
just right,
VPNs
and a
poor
poor
browsers
swing that created
and
a
a healthy
healthy dose
when
of
the wind
paranoia.
blew.
It wasn't just about
there was
anonymity.
something off.
It was about peeling
Something
back layers
intangible
of
that
reality
settled-
that most people never dared to touch. I'd stumbled upon a dozen strange things before: cryptic messages, bizarre art projects, unsettling videos posted in unindexed corners, but nothing quite like what I found that night. I was scrolling through a new forum someone had recommended on a dark web board called Cryptic Nexus. It was a place where users shared everything from conspiracy theories to bizarre encounters, but this thread caught my eye immediately. 5 most disturbing true deep web horror stories. The title was almost too on the nose, a blatant promise of nightmares with a veneer of truth. I hesitated for a second, then clicked, the page loading slowly over my encrypted connection. The forum interface was minimalistic, almost sterile, with a black background and blood-red text that made my eyes sting. The thread opener was a user named Shadeseeker, whose profile was just a faded avatar and a handful of posts that hinted at a deep familiarity with the darkest corners of the internet. The post was long, sprawling like a manifesto, An invitation to peer into the abyss and come back with your sanity intact, if you could. The first story began with a chilling description. A live stream hosted on a hidden site where a person was trapped inside a ritual chamber, their fate unknown as viewers watched a slow, horrifying sequence unfold. The narrative was detailed, almost clinical, describing the subtle changes in the victim's expression, the eerie symbols scrawled on the walls, and the sound of whispered incantations barely audible beneath the static. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach as I read. The imagery was vivid, too vivid, and the story was punctuated with screenshots and snippets of code that supposedly linked back to the live feed. I leaned back in my chair, the glow of the screen casting strange shadows on the walls. I told myself it was fiction, an elaborate creepypasta designed to get under the skin of anyone brave enough to read it. But there was something else, a texture of authenticity that made me pause. The screenshots showed timestamps from just a few days ago. The links, when I hovered over them, seemed to lead to real, active nodes on the Tor network. Curiosity clawed at me. I clicked on one of the URLs embedded in the post, and my browser shifted to a loading screen for a site called The Chamber. The page was locked behind a CAPTCHA I barely managed to solve, and when it finally opened, all I saw was a grainy, black and white video feed. The camera was fixed on a small, dimly lit room with stone walls and strange symbols painted in a circle on the floor. A figure sat in the center, bound and silent, their face obscured by shadows. I tried to make out details, but the feed flickered, glitching like a broken TV signal. And then, just as I was about to close the tab, a whisper echoed from my headphones. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but unmistakably human. I froze. The sound cut off abruptly, replaced by static. My heart pounded. Was it a pre-recorded loop? Or was I actually listening in on something real? I shut the feed and returned to the forum, my fingers trembling slightly as I scrolled down to the second story. This one was darker still. A user recounted a series of disappearances linked to an encrypted chatroom known only as The Vanishing. The story was told through a collage of user posts, timestamps, and cryptic messages, each piece hinting at a growing panic among members who joined the chatroom seeking thrills but ended up vanishing without a trace. The narrative was structured like a detective's journal, chronicling the attempts to uncover the identity behind the chatroom's admin, a shadowy figure who seemed to control the flow of information with an iron grip. The forum post included screenshots of conversations where users begged for help, claiming they were being watched, followed, hunted even. The final message from one user was a chilling "goodbye, I'm out," before all contact ceased. I looked around my dimly lit room, suddenly aware of how quiet it had become. The stories felt interconnected in a way that was hard to ignore. The ritual chamber, the disappearances, the ominous chatroom. Like pieces of a puzzle I wasn't sure I wanted to solve. Then, as I was about to click on the third story, the screen flickered. The forum's interface glitched, the text distorting and rearranging itself for a moment before stabilizing. A small notification popped up in the corner of my browser, a private message from an unknown user. The sender's name was just a string of random characters, X9J4Q. I hesitated before opening it. The message was stark and simple. Stop reading. You don't want to know what's next. A shiver ran down my spine. Was it a prank? Some elaborate scare tactic? Or something more sinister? I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing there in the shadows, but the room was empty. My rational mind told me to close the browser, shut down the laptop, and walk away. But instead, I found myself clicking on the third story. The thread described a deep web marketplace that trafficked in human organs, a grotesque black market where bids were placed in cryptocurrency and deliveries were made in untraceable shipments. The story was told through leaked chat logs and intercepted communications between buyers and sellers, the language clinical yet horrifying. One user claimed to have been an undercover investigator who'd infiltrated the market, describing the feeling of sinking deeper into a world that had no rules, no mercy. The post included photos, blurred but unmistakably real, operating rooms in abandoned warehouses, jars filled with preserved organs, and shadowy figures counting stacks of cash in dim light. It was grotesque, and yet the level of detail suggested this wasn't fiction. I found myself scrolling through the comments beneath the post, where other users debated the authenticity and speculated about the identities of those involved. My hands trembled slightly as I read. The stories weren't just tales, they were warnings. Each one a thread in a larger tapestry of horror that stretched beneath the surface of the internet. Invisible to most, but very real to those who dared to look. I leaned forward, my eyes scanning the screen as the room grew colder. Outside, the hum of the city continued, oblivious to the digital nightmare unfolding in my small apartment. The deep web was no longer just a place for curiosity or thrill-seeking. It was a labyrinth of secrets, and I was already lost inside it. The next few hours slipped by in a blur, the glow of the screen burning into my retinas as I devoured the second story. It unfolded like a nightmare stitched together from fragmented testimonies and cryptic logs. The encrypted chatroom called The Vanishing was more than just a dark web curiosity. It was a digital predator's lair, a place where people who sought thrills found their very existence erased. According to the posts, the chatroom was invitation only, cloaked behind layers of encryption that only the most skilled hackers could bypass. Users joined with a mix of excitement and dread, posting about strange occurrences, footsteps echoing in empty rooms, shadowy figures lurking just beyond the camera's view, voices whispering in dead frequencies. Then, one by one, members simply disappeared. Profiles wiped clean, messages deleted, accounts vanished as if they'd never existed. One thread caught my eye, a user named Echo Void, who chronicled their descent into paranoia. They described receiving bizarre direct messages, threats that seemed to come from nowhere, and shadowy figures appearing in reflections and background footage during video calls. Their last post was a desperate plea for help, a digital scream that vanished into the void. After that, no trace remained. I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't just a story someone had pieced together. The detail was too meticulous. The timestamps aligned perfectly with recent dates, and the way users described their experiences felt raw and unfiltered. It was as if I was reading a real-time, unfolding tragedy. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, torn between fascination and fear. Then, without warning, the forum interface glitched again. The page flickered, text scrambling into indecipherable symbols before snapping back into place. It was the same distortion from before, but this time, my entire screen dimmed, and a message popped up unexpectedly. Stop reading. You don't want to know what's next. I stared at the warning, my heart hammering in my chest. Who was sending these messages? And how did they know I was reading the thread? My mind raced with possibilities. Hackers, trolls, or worse, someone linked to the very horrors I was uncovering. Against every instinct screaming at me to close the browser and shut everything down, I clicked on the third story. The pull of curiosity was a vice I couldn't release. This story was darker, more visceral. It detailed a deep web marketplace dealing in human organs, a grotesque bazaar where lives were commodified and sold in encrypted auctions. The post was a patchwork of leaked chat logs, intercepted emails, and blurred photographs that painted a terrifying picture of a black market thriving in the shadows. One excerpt described an undercover investigator who'd infiltrated the marketplace, recounting the suffocating atmosphere of abandoned warehouses converted into operating rooms, the sterile smell mingling with decay. They detailed the cold efficiency of the transactions, where organs were harvested and shipped with surgical precision, all hidden behind a veil of cryptocurrencies and fake identities. I scrolled through the comments, where forum users debated the authenticity of the story. Some claimed it was an elaborate hoax. Others swore they'd seen similar evidence during their own deep web explorations. The line between truth and fiction blurred until the marketplace became a dark legend whispered among hackers and thrill seekers. As I read, a subtle unease settled over me. The stories weren't isolated. They resonated with each other, threads of a larger, more terrifying tapestry. The ritual chamber, the vanishings, the organ market, all parts of a world alive beneath the surface, where horror wasn't just a story but a living, breathing reality. Then, the forum glitched once more. This time, the glitches were more aggressive, the screen flickering between pages I hadn't opened, and a sudden flood of private messages hit my inbox. I opened one cautiously. It was from X9J4Q again. The message was chilling. You're in too deep. They don't like visitors. Another message followed moments later. leave now, or become part of the story. Panic gnawed at me. The warnings felt real, urgent. I looked around my apartment, suddenly hyper-aware of every creak and shadow. The room felt colder, the air thicker. My laptop's fan whirred louder, and the faint hum of the city outside seemed distant, as if I'd been transported somewhere else. I considered shutting everything down, but a strange compulsion held me in place. I needed to know more. I needed to understand what I'd stumbled into. I clicked on the fourth story, the tension knotting tighter in my chest. This one was about a shadowy group broadcasting live torture sessions on the deep web, an audience of anonymous viewers who paid to watch unspeakable acts unfold in real time. The story was pieced together from on-the-ground reports, leaked footage, and chilling eyewitness accounts from former members of the group who'd escaped or been kicked out. The narrative described a twisted hierarchy within the group, where victims were selected through cryptic contests and auctions, their suffering commodified and streamed to faceless viewers hidden behind layers of encryption. The posts included distorted video stills and audio clips that made my skin crawl. As I read, my laptop screen flickered violently, the image warping into a grotesque mosaic of faces, some human, some barely recognizable, staring back at me. My heart raced, and I slammed my hands down on the keyboard, trying to close the tab, but the browser froze. Then, a new message appeared, this time not in the forum or my inbox, but as an overlay on my desktop. "We see you." The words hovered there, stark and unreadable against the backdrop of my frozen screen. I yanked the power cord from the wall, the laptop shutting off instantly. Silence filled the room, broken only by my ragged breathing. I sat back, hands shaking, trying to process what had just happened. Had I imagined the messages? The glitches? Or was someone, or something, really watching me, monitoring my every move? I powered the laptop back on, the normal desktop greeting me like a slap of reality. No messages, no overlays, no signs of intrusion. But the unease lingered. I tried to convince myself it was just a creepy prank, a virus, or a technical glitch. But the precise timing and the content of the messages made that hard to believe. I decided to take a break, stepping away from the screen to clear my head. But as I stood and walked to the window, I caught my reflection in the glass, and for a split second, I thought I saw a shadowy figure standing just behind me. I spun around. Nothing. My phone buzzed. A new message. From an unknown number. It was a single line. "Why do you keep looking?" I swallowed hard, the line between curiosity and fear blurring dangerously. The dark web was no longer just a place for stories. It was a trap, and I was caught in its web. I stared at the message on my phone. "Why do you keep looking?" And the room seemed to close in around me. The line between the digital and the real was dissolving faster than I could process. No longer was I just a curious explorer peeking into the abyss. I had become a participant, a marked presence in a game I didn't understand. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was some elaborate scare tactic. Maybe someone was trolling me, or worse, using malware to manipulate my devices. But deep down, I knew this was different. The warnings had escalated, the glitches had become personal, and the stories I'd read weren't just accounts. They were warnings etched into the digital ether. I booted up the laptop and opened a fresh browser window, avoiding the forum for now. Instead, I began tracing the digital breadcrumbs left behind by Shadeseeker and the other users. The deeper I dived, the more I found. Encrypted chat logs, hidden image files embedded in innocuous-looking posts, links to defunct marketplaces, and accounts that had been deleted weeks ago but still left faint traces in archived web caches. I pieced together a chilling pattern. The Ritual Chamber livestream was tied to disappearances in the vanishing chatroom, which in turn connected to the organ trafficking market and the live torture broadcasts. It was a sprawling network, a dark ecosystem thriving beneath the surface web. The more I uncovered, the heavier the weight on my chest became. Late into the night, I stumbled upon a new lead, a post from a user named Ghost Key, who claimed to have cracked a portion of the code behind the torture broadcasts. Their message was fragmented and cryptic, but it hinted at a server cluster located somewhere in Eastern Europe, one that was powering the live feeds. I followed their instructions to access a hidden directory on the Tor network. The download was slow, but once complete, I found myself staring at a folder filled with video files, some raw footage, others cryptic data logs. Out of morbid curiosity, I opened one. The video was grainy, shot from a fixed angle in a dimly lit room. A figure lay on a metal table, restrained and barely moving. Off-camera sounds, muffled voices, mechanical clicks, and distant screams filled the audio. The camera shifted slightly, revealing symbols scrawled on the walls, eerily similar to those in the Ritual Chamber livestream. I couldn't bring myself to watch more than a few seconds, but the impact was immediate. My skin crawled, and a cold sweat broke across my forehead. I shut the file, heart pounding. Then, my laptop chimed, a notification from my email client. A message from an unknown sender with the subject line, "You're closer than you think." Inside was a short video clip, no longer than 10 seconds. It was a shaky recording from a dark room, but the figure in the frame was unmistakable, me, sitting at my desk, illuminated only by the faint glow of my laptop. I dropped the laptop back onto the desk, frozen. How was this possible? I immediately feared my camera had been compromised. I yanked the USB cover off my webcam and taped over it with thick black electrical tape, the kind you use when you want to be certain. My phone buzzed again, another message. "We are watching. Always watching." I felt the walls closing in. Every light seemed too bright, every shadow too dark. My email was flooded with strange, encrypted messages, some containing coordinates, others filled with indecipherable code. I tried to ignore them, but the relentless barrage made sleep impossible. I attempted to disconnect, to retreat from the deep web's hold. I closed my browser, unplugged my router, and powered down my devices. For a few hours, I sat in silence, listening to the hum of the city, trying to convince myself it was over. But then my phone lit up again, this time with a message not from a random number, but from a contact saved as collector. The message was simple: "Your story begins now." Panic surged through me. I deleted the contact, powered off the phone, and stuffed it into a Faraday bag, a protective case I had bought years ago for emergencies. Even then, my paranoia was creeping in, gnawing at every corner of my mind. Still, I found myself drawn back in. I reopened my laptop, booted up a secure virtual machine, and logged into the forum under a new pseudonym. The thread was still there, but now the stories had changed. New posts had appeared, reports of other users who had vanished after prying too deeply, confessions from survivors who claimed they were being hunted by the collector. One post stood out. A user named Last Light wrote about receiving a package containing a USB drive. On it was a video documenting their own capture and forced participation in one of the live torture broadcasts. The post ended abruptly, and their account disappeared soon after. I scoured the forum for any trace of Last Light, but found nothing. The silence was deafening. As the hours passed, I noticed strange occurrences beyond the digital world. My emails started showing signs of tampering, sent messages I never wrote, drafts filled with strange code. My social media accounts, locked tight with two-factor authentication, suddenly displayed login attempts from foreign IPs. I changed every password, enabled biometric locks, and even considered abandoning my devices entirely. But the damage was done. At one point, I received a phone call from a number I didn't recognize. No voice on the other end, just static and faint breathing. I hung up, but the call repeated several times over the next hour. I began documenting everything, screenshots, message logs, timestamps, hoping to find some pattern, some clue that might explain what was happening. But every answer led to more questions. One night, as I sat staring at my screen, the lights flickered. My laptop screen went black, then displayed a single message in bright red letters. "The game has begun." Fear threatened to consume me, but I pressed on, determined not to let whatever force was behind this win. The line between fiction and reality was gone. I was no longer just a reader of these horror stories. I was part of them. And the deeper I tried to escape, the more entangled I became. I realized that some doors, once opened, refused to close. And some watchers never blink. After the chilling message flashed across my screen, "The game has begun," I threw myself into the labyrinth of the forum once more, desperate for answers. But what I found wasn't solace. It was a deeper descent into a nightmare I could barely comprehend. Amid the chaos of new posts and frantic threads, a name kept cropping up: the Collector. At first, I thought it was just another pseudonym, a user with a flair for the macabre. But the more I dug, the clearer it became that the Collector wasn't just a participant in the forum. It was the puppeteer behind the horrors I'd encountered. The collector was described as an archivist of terror, someone who didn't merely collect stories but collected victims. Their presence was ghost-like, lurking behind every horrifying post, every vanished account. Users whispered that the collector hunted those who sought too much knowledge, weaving their fates into the dark web's endless catalog of despair. I found a thread titled The Collector's Mark, where a former member detailed the signs of being targeted. Unexplained glitches, direct messages filled with cryptic warnings, and ultimately, disappearance without trace. The post ended with a chilling line. Once you're marked, there's no escape. That realization hit me like a blow. The warnings, the messages, the glitches, they weren't random. I was being hunted. My attempts to trace the collector's digital footprint were frustrating. The account was ghosted behind layers of proxies, VPNs, and burner devices. But fragments of their activity hinted at a vast network, an underground syndicate that trafficked in fear and control. The forum's atmosphere shifted too. Threads about the collector were quickly buried or locked by moderators, replaced by vague apologies and pleas to move on. But the users who resisted vanished, their accounts wiped clean as if erased from existence. One night, as I scoured the forum for any clue, I noticed something horrifying. My own username, my new pseudonym, was mentioned in a thread titled New Asset. The post contained screenshots of my recent activity, my IP addresses masked but unmistakably linked to me. The author's tone was clinical, detached, cataloging my descent into the forum's depths with cold precision. I felt the walls closing in harder than ever. Then my own personal nightmare began to leak beyond the digital veil. Social media profiles I barely used were suddenly exposed. Private conversations, photos, even my home address appeared in anonymous posts on obscure websites. Friends messaged me, confused and alarmed, asking if I was okay, if I'd been hacked. I tried to reach out to the forum's moderators to explain what was happening, but my messages bounced back or were ignored. It was as if someone was controlling the environment, manipulating the flow of information to isolate me. I realized then that the collector wasn't just a user. It was an entity, a force that manipulated reality through the deep web shadows. My phone buzzed relentlessly with unknown numbers. My encrypted emails flooded with taunts and warnings. I changed SIM cards, switched devices, but the harassment followed. It felt like a presence in my home, a shadow that lurked just beyond sight. One evening, I noticed a new feature on my laptop's desktop, a folder named Archive. Hesitantly, I opened it. Inside were files, videos, photos, audio recordings, all depicting victims from the forum. Some were live streams. Others were recordings of their last moments before disappearing. My heart pounded as I scrolled through, finding faces I recognized from the thread. The ritual chamber victim, the vanished chatroom users, even Last Light. Their eyes pleaded silently from the pixels, trapped in a digital purgatory curated by the collector. Then, alarmingly, I found a video labeled with my own username and a timestamp from earlier that day. I clicked it, hands trembling. The footage was grainy, filmed from a security camera perspective. It showed my apartment, my desk, my laptop, the very chair I sat in moments ago. There was no sign of an intruder, but the camera angle suggested someone was watching from an unknown vantage point. I slammed the laptop shut, the weight of realization crushing me. The collector wasn't just archiving stories, it was actively surveilling me. I tried to tell myself it was a sick prank, but the evidence was undeniable. I was being tracked, my life cataloged and manipulated from behind a screen. In the following days, my identity began to unravel further. An anonymous post appeared on a public forum, accusing me of crimes I didn't commit, fraud, cyberstalking, even worse. The post went viral among niche online communities, and soon, my neighbors began to ask questions, casting suspicious glances. I tried to explain, but the damage was done. I became a pariah in my own life, isolated and vulnerable. One night, I received an email from an unknown sender, subject line simply, variable. Inside was a brief message. You are a piece in a larger game. Connect the dots, and you risk everything. I pored over everything. The stories, the disappearances, the messages. The patterns began to emerge. The collector wasn't just recording horror. It was orchestrating an intricate web of control and fear, using its victims as pawns in a sinister digital game. With this knowledge came a terrifying clarity. I was not just a bystander. I was a variable in someone else's design. My attempts to fight back only seemed to tighten the noose. Every offline move I made was tracked. Every attempt to vanish was anticipated. I began to question my own reality. Was I truly being hunted, or was this a psychological labyrinth designed to break me? The forum's digital shadows stretched into my waking life, blurring lines until the distinction between hunter and hunted dissolved. I found myself constantly watching over my shoulder, questioning every knock, every whisper in the dark. The collector's grip extended beyond the screen, into every facet of my existence. And as my identity leaked further, I realized escape might not be an option. I deleted everything. At least, that's what I told myself as I began the painstaking process of erasing every trace of my deep web exploration. Passwords were changed, burner accounts abandoned, hard drives wiped clean with multiple passes. I threw out my laptop, my phone, even my external drives. I went offline for days, living in a silence so thick it pressed against my ears. But the shadows lingered. I found myself haunted by the faintest digital footprints that refused to vanish. Emails I never sent appeared in inboxes I never controlled. Social media profiles I deleted resurfaced in obscure corners of the web, repurposed with distorted photographs and fabricated histories. The world I tried to escape was still watching, still waiting. I moved to a new city, a place where no one knew my name. I bought a burner phone, used cash exclusively, and avoided the internet whenever possible. But the paranoia stuck like a second skin. Every glance over my shoulder, every unexpected ring of a phone, set my nerves ablaze. One night, deep in that restless haze, my new phone buzzed with a single message. Join us. There was no sender ID, no number attached, just the word, stark and impossible to ignore. I tried to delete it, tried to block all unknown contacts. But the message reappeared, glowing on the screen like a beacon. It was an invitation, or maybe a summons. I wanted to believe it was a mistake, a glitch, or the product of my fraying mind. But deep down, I knew better. The collector was still out there, still pulling strings. I thought back to the stories I'd read in that forum. The ritual chamber victims, the vanished chatroom users, the organ traffickers, and the live torture broadcasters. Their tales weren't just warnings. They were active threads in a tapestry I had unwillingly woven myself into. I remembered the video of myself, recorded without my knowledge, the digital archive filled with faces frozen in fear. I thought about the nameless users who had disappeared after reaching too far, swallowed by a system that didn't forgive curiosity. I was no longer a spectator. I was part of the story. My attempts to sever all connections hadn't freed me. Instead, they had only tethered me more tightly to an unseen force. I began to wonder if the digital world was a trap with no exit, a dark web that consumed those who dared to explore its depths. Weeks passed, and the messages continued, cryptic, relentless, impossible to escape. Then, one final message arrived, different from the rest. It was an email with no subject line, no sender address, just a single attachment, a PDF titled Invitation. I opened it cautiously, the document loading slowly. Inside was an image of a key, ornate and ancient-looking, accompanied by a simple line of text. Welcome to the archive. Your story begins anew. I sat back, the weight of the invitation pressing down on me. Was it a trap? An opportunity? A sentence? The message ended with a link, leading to a hidden page on the Tor network. I hesitated. The choice was mine. To accept the invitation was to join the collector's archive, to become one of the stories preserved in the endless shadows of the deep web. To refuse was to remain hunted, forever chased by ghosts of my own curiosity. I closed the laptop and stared into the darkness of my room. The glow of the screen fading, but the sense of being watched never leaving. Some true horror stories are never finished. They don't end with a final chapter or a neat resolution. They continue to unfold, silently and invisibly, in the hidden corners of the world and the web. The night air was crisp and thick with fog as I pulled away from the dimly lit porch of my friend's house, the echo of laughter and music still warm in my ears. It was late, well past midnight, and the road ahead stretched out like a black ribbon swallowed by the mist. I was driving solo, the weight of the evening's company fading into the solitude of the drive. The rural highway was deserted, save for the dull glow of my headlights slicing through the fog and the occasional flicker of a distant firefly dancing near the roadside weeds. I'd always found a strange comfort in these quiet drives. The house was a dream in many ways, outside of time itself, with wide windows that caught the autumn light. The isolation just felt different, and the warmth swing that creaked softly, the buzz of faces and stories from the beginning. There was behind me now, replaced by a creeping sense of unease that settled as the fog thickened. My tires hummed steadily against the asphalt, and the only other noises were the occasional rustling of dry leaves and the faint drip of moisture from the trees lining the highway's edge. About 20 miles out, where the road curved sharply near an old, abandoned farmhouse, I spotted something unusual, a figure standing alone by the roadside. The man was thin, maybe in his early 20s, with a nervous energy that made him seem almost out of place. His clothes were worn and a bit dirty, and he shifted from foot to foot, glancing down the road as if counting cars or hoping for a sign. He was holding his thumb out in that universal gesture, but the way his eyes darted around made me hesitate. I slowed, the headlights illuminating his pale face, which was framed by a shock of dark hair falling into his eyes. He looked young, vulnerable almost, but there was a tension about him, like he was on edge, waiting for something to happen or someone to arrive. I could see the faint outline of a backpack slung over one shoulder, and his hands trembled slightly as they gripped the strap. My fingers hovered over the door lock button. Part of me wanted to keep driving, to not get involved. The stories I'd heard, the warnings about picking up strangers out here, especially at night, flashed through my mind. But another part, the one that remembered what it was like to be stranded or needing help, nudged me toward pulling over. I eased my car to the shoulder and rolled down the window. "Hey," I called softly, trying to keep my voice calm and friendly. "Where you headed?" The man looked up quickly, his eyes wide and a little wild. "Just into town," he replied, his voice low and a bit shaky. "I missed the last bus." He glanced back down the road, then up at me again. "I won't be any trouble." He sounded genuine enough, but there was something about the way he avoided eye contact that made me uneasy. Still, I unlocked the door and gestured for him to get in. He slid into the passenger seat quietly, and I could feel the tension radiating off him like heat. As I pulled back onto the road, the fog seemed to close in tighter around us. The headlights barely penetrated the thick air, and the world outside the windshield felt muted and unreal. I stole a glance at the man beside me. He was staring straight ahead, his jaw clenched, fingers tapping nervously against his knee. "Thanks," he said after a moment, breaking the silence. "I didn't think anyone would stop." I nodded slowly. "It's late out here. Not many cars." My voice was light, but I couldn't shake the knot tightening in my stomach. We drove for a few miles in silence. The only sounds were the hum of the engine, the faint squeak of the windshield wipers brushing away the dampness, and the occasional crunch of gravel as we passed over patches of the uneven shoulder. Suddenly, he broke the quiet again. "Can we stop at the next store? I need to grab something." His tone was polite but insistent. I hesitated. The nearest convenience store was a small place that stayed open late, but something about the request felt off. Still, I nodded. "Sure, just a quick stop." Pulling into the parking lot, the glow from the neon sign flickered weakly through the fog. As I killed the engine, the man unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the door before I even had a chance to reach for mine. "Be right back," he said, disappearing into the store. I settled back into my seat, watching the fog swirl around the car. Minutes passed, then 10, then 15. The little bell above the store door jingled occasionally, but he never came out. I called his name softly, but the fog swallowed my words. Unease bloomed inside me, a cold seed of fear I couldn't ignore. I unlocked the door and stepped out, the damp air clinging to my skin. The parking lot was empty except for a few scattered cars, no sign of the young man. I checked inside the store through the windows, no one matching his description. The clerk was busy at the counter, and no one had come in or out recently. I walked around the building, my footsteps echoing against the cracked pavement. No sign of him anywhere. I called my phone again, half expecting it to ring in my pocket, but it was silent. By the time I climbed back into the car, my heart was pounding. I locked the doors and glanced around nervously. The fog had thickened even more, casting the world into a gray haze. The streetlights flickered uncertainly, and the distant sound of a dog barking made me jump. As I started the engine, a sudden movement caught my eye out of the corner of my vision, a shadow darting behind a tree near the edge of the parking lot. I blinked and it was gone. My pulse quickened. I pulled back onto the highway, driving faster than before, eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. The road behind was empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following us, or had slipped into the car during the stop. The miles blurred past, the fog pressing in from all sides. Every rustle of leaves, every crackle on the radio, made me flinch. I kept glancing at the passenger seat, half expecting the young man to reappear, but it was empty. Somewhere between the deserted stretch of road and the faint glow of town lights ahead, I realized I didn't know his name. I hadn't asked. I hadn't even gotten a glimpse of his face in the store. And now, sitting alone in my car on this lonely highway, I felt the weight of that unknown pressing down on me heavier than the fog itself. The drive home was a silent one, the kind where every sound seems amplified. The hum of the engine, the whisper of tires on wet pavement, the distant call of an owl. I tried to push the unease aside, telling myself I'd done what I could. But deep down, a nagging doubt settled in, growing with every mile. What had he really wanted? And where had he disappeared so suddenly? The night stretched on, thick and quiet. As I navigated the winding road back toward the safety of home, the image of that nervous young man etched into my mind like a shadow I couldn't outrun. The fog hung thick as I continued driving, the empty highway stretching ahead like a ribbon of uncertainty. The image of the young man, so sudden and strange at the convenience store, refused to leave my mind. I kept glancing at the passenger seat, half expecting him to be there, but the space was empty and cold. Yet, there was a lingering feeling, like the weight of his presence had somehow been left behind. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the creeping unease. I told myself he'd probably just slipped away, maybe to catch a ride from someone else, or perhaps he'd changed his mind about going into town. Still, the silence was thick, broken only by the soft hum of the engine and the occasional scrape of windshield wipers brushing away the dampness clinging to the glass. After a few miles, I spotted a small diner on the outskirts of town, its neon sign flickering weakly through the fog. The thought of a hot coffee and a brief break was too tempting to resist. I pulled in and parked near the entrance, stepping out into the cool night air. The fog clung to the edges of my jacket, and the quiet was almost oppressive. Inside, the diner was nearly empty, just a couple of late-night patrons nursing cups of coffee and a weary waitress wiping down tables. I ordered a black coffee and took a seat by the window, my eyes scanning the parking lot, half expecting to see the young man's figure emerge from the mist. Minutes passed. I sipped my coffee, the warmth grounding me for a moment. Then the door chimed softly, and my heart skipped. A figure slipped inside, moving quickly toward the counter. For a brief second, I caught a glimpse of that same nervous energy, the way he held himself, the darting eyes. But before I could be sure, he vanished through the door leading to the kitchen. Confused, I stood and approached the counter. The waitress shook her head. "No one came in here but those two regulars," she said, nodding toward a couple of silent men in the corner. "Must have been someone else." I returned to my seat, unease growing heavier. Something wasn't right. I decided to leave, the fog pressing down like a weight on my chest. As I walked out, I noticed movement near the edge of the parking lot, a shadow slipping behind a cluster of bushes. I called out softly, but there was no response. Back in the car, I started the engine and pulled back onto the highway, the fog swallowing the road once again. I thought about turning around, driving back toward the convenience store. But as I drove, the uneasy feeling deepened. The night air seemed charged with something I couldn't quite place. Suddenly, a faint noise caught my attention, a rustling sound just outside the car. I slowed, heart pounding, and peered through the window. For a moment, I thought I saw the outline of the young man darting past the trees lining the shoulder. I blinked, and he was gone. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I gripped the steering wheel tighter. I told myself it was just my imagination, the fog playing tricks on me. But the sensation of being watched, followed even, refused to fade. I kept driving, the miles ticking by slowly. Then, just as I was beginning to relax, the car's headlights caught movement again, this time a figure standing in the middle of the road ahead. I slammed on the brakes, heart in my throat. The young man was there, staring at me with wide eyes that reflected the beams like a pair of distant headlights. For a moment, we just looked at each other, the silence stretching taut between us. Then he raised a trembling hand, pointing down a side road that disappeared into the darkness. His voice was barely a whisper. "Please, can you take me there?" I hesitated, every instinct screaming to say no. But something in his expression, a desperate flicker of hope, made me nod slowly. I shifted gears and turned onto the narrow lane, the headlights cutting through the fog as we moved deeper into the unknown. The road twisted and turned, the trees closing in around us until the world outside the windshield seemed swallowed whole. The young man remained silent, his eyes fixed on the passing shadows. I tried to break the tension. "Why are you out here so late?" I asked gently. He swallowed hard, then replied, "I was running. From someone." The words hit me like a cold splash. I glanced over, but he refused to meet my eyes. "Who?" He hesitated, then shook his head. "I can't say." The silence settled again, heavier this time. I debated turning back, but the road ahead was narrow and dark, and the fear in his voice made me pause. We drove on, the only sound the hum of the engine and the occasional snap of twigs beneath the tires. As we rounded a bend, a sudden movement caught my eye. A figure standing by the side of the road, motionless, watching us. The young man stiffened beside me, his hands clenched tightly in his lap. I slowed again, heart racing. "Do you know him?" I asked quietly. He nodded, barely audible. "He's the one I'm running from." My mind raced. Who was this man? What had I gotten myself into? The fog seemed to thicken, the world outside the car shrinking to a narrow tunnel of light and shadow. Suddenly, the figure stepped forward, blocking the road. I hit the brakes hard, the tires squealing against the asphalt. The young man's eyes widened in panic. "Don't stop," he urged. "Please." I glanced in the rearview mirror. No other cars, no sign of help. The man in front of us didn't move, his silhouette dark and menacing in the beams. I swallowed hard, then put the car in reverse, easing backward slowly. The man remained frozen, watching. I looked at the young man. "Where do you want me to go?" He pointed down a narrow dirt path to the right. "There's a place. Please trust me." I hesitated but turned onto the path, the headlights barely penetrating the overhanging branches. The car bounced over uneven ground, the tension in the air thick enough to cut with a knife. Finally, we pulled up to a small clearing, where an old camper trailer sat, its windows dark. The young man turned to me, voice shaking. "Thank you. I can't stay long." Before I could ask more, he opened the door and slipped out, disappearing into the shadows. I sat there, heart pounding, the silence around me almost deafening. The fog pressed in, and the night seemed alive with unseen eyes. I reached for my phone, but the screen was dark, no signal. A cold sweat broke out across my skin. I started the engine again, ready to leave, but something made me glance back at the trailer. In the window, a faint outline moved, a figure watching me, waiting. I locked the doors, took a deep breath, and pulled back onto the road, the young man's parting words echoing in my mind. "Please be careful." As I drove away, the night swallowed the clearing, leaving me with a gnawing sense of dread and a single question burning in my mind. What had I just become part of? When I finally pulled into my driveway, the fog had thinned just enough that the familiar shapes of my neighborhood emerged from the gray haze. But the unease clinging to me refused to lift. The whole drive home had been a blur of tension and half-formed thoughts, and now, standing beside my car, I felt the weight of what had happened pressing down on me like a physical force. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside, the warmth of the house almost jarring after the cold, damp night air. The silence was heavy, broken only by the faint ticking of the wall clock. For a moment, I stood there, coat damp against my skin, trying to shake the uneasy feeling that someone was still watching me. As I set my keys down, I caught sight of something out of place. A faint scuff mark on the floor near the entrance, like someone had brushed past in a hurry. My heart jumped. I hadn't noticed it before. I looked around, but the house was empty, the rooms bathed in soft lamplight and shadows. I locked the door behind me and headed toward the living room, my mind racing. Could the young man have followed me? It seemed impossible, but the thought refused to leave me. I checked all the locks, even the windows, making sure everything was secure. Still, the feeling of intrusion lingered. I sat down on the couch, my phone in hand, and dialed my closest friend, Lisa. She answered on the second ring, her voice warm but concerned. "I don't know what to tell you," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I picked up this guy on the highway tonight. He seemed nervous, maybe scared. Then he disappeared at the store, showed up again on the road, and led me to this creepy camper out in the woods. I swear, Lisa, I think he followed me home." There was a pause on the other end. "That sounds really intense. Are you okay?" "I don't know. I feel like I'm being watched." I swallowed hard. "There's more." I looked up the area this morning and found a news story about a missing person, someone who matches his description almost exactly. Young man, thin, nervous demeanor. Disappeared about a week ago. "Jesus," Lisa whispered. "You have to be careful. Maybe call the police." I thought about it, but what could I say? A hitchhiker who vanished from my car? They might not take it seriously. Still, you can't ignore it. I agreed, but the fear gnawed at me. As I hung up, I decided to check my car more thoroughly. The next morning, in the pale light filtering through the curtains, I grabbed gloves and a flashlight and headed outside. The back seat was where I focused my attention. The fabric felt damp in places, and as I ran my fingers over the upholstery, something sticky caught on my glove. I pulled away a small smear of dark red blood. My breath hitched. I looked closer and noticed a crumpled piece of paper wedged under the passenger seat. Carefully, I pulled it free. It was a torn page from a notebook, scribbled with hurried handwriting. The words were fragmented, but I could make out phrases like, "Help me," "He's coming," and "Don't trust him." My hands trembled as I scanned the note again. This was no ordinary hitchhiker. The pieces were falling into place, painting a chilling picture I wasn't prepared to face. I called Lisa back, voice shaky. "There's blood in my car. And this note. I don't know what to do." She urged me to contact the police again, and this time I agreed. I drove to the station, clutching the note and pointing out the bloodstains. The officers listened, taking my statement seriously, but their expressions remained cautious. "Without more evidence, it's tough to pursue," one said. "But we'll keep an eye out." I left the station feeling both relieved and helpless. The unknown still loomed large, and the sense of violation refused to fade. That evening, I returned home and double-checked every lock again. As I settled into bed, the shadows in my room seemed to shift unnaturally. I told myself it was just nerves, but sleep was elusive. Around midnight, I woke to a noise, a soft scuffling near my bedroom door. Heart pounding, I reached for my phone, but realized it was on the charger across the room. I sat up, straining to listen. The door creaked slightly, as if someone was trying it. Panic surged through me. I scrambled out of bed and grabbed the baseball bat I kept near the closet. Slowly, I crept toward the door, every nerve on edge. Just as I reached out to turn the knob, a shadow flickered in the hallway. I froze, convinced I was hallucinating. After a tense moment, the figure retreated silently, footsteps fading down the hall. I locked the door, heart racing, and called Lisa again. She told me to stay with someone if I could, but I insisted I'd be fine. I couldn't shake the feeling that the young man, or someone connected to him, was still around. The next morning, I found the front door unlocked, even though I was sure I'd locked it. A cold wave of dread washed over me. I searched the house, but nothing was missing. Still, the invasion of my sanctuary was undeniable. I inspected the car again, this time more closely. There were fresh damp stains on the back seat, smaller and sticky, like someone had tried to clean something up, but failed. It was enough to convince me that the hitchhiker had somehow gotten inside the vehicle without my knowledge. I called my dad, explaining everything. He was skeptical but supportive. "If nothing's stolen, the police can't do much," he said. "Just be careful. Maybe change your locks." I nodded, but the fear lingered. I started sleeping with the door locked and the lights on, jumping at every creak and whisper. Days turned into weeks, and the paranoia settled into a quiet dread. I changed my routines, avoiding late-night drives and steering clear of lonely roads. The incident had shaken me more than I wanted to admit. One night, as I sat in the living room, the phone rang. It was Lisa again, her voice urgent. "Did you hear about the guy they found out by the old campground?" I shook my head, even though she couldn't see me. "They found a body last night. Matches the description of the missing man. They think he was killed." My stomach twisted. The person I'd picked up, the one who vanished in the convenience store, the one who led me down that dark path, was dead. And somehow, I'd been pulled into something far darker than I'd imagined. The realization settled over me like a storm cloud. The hitchhiker wasn't just scared, he was trapped in something terrible. And I was left with the haunting knowledge that I'd been part of the story without even knowing it. I sat there, the silence of the house pressing in, wondering what else I hadn't seen, what secrets the fog had hidden that night, and what shadows still lurked just beyond the edge of the light. After the news about the body surfaced, I found myself caught in a restless loop of fear and guilt. I couldn't shake the feeling that, somehow, I had been part of a tragedy unfolding right beside me, and the weight of that haunted every moment. I told myself to be cautious, to never pick up strangers again, especially on lonely roads at night. But the memory of that night clung to me, a shadow I couldn't outrun. Weeks passed, and I tried to rebuild a sense of normalcy. I avoided late-night drives, kept my doors locked, and even installed new locks on my windows. But the paranoia was there, a subtle pulse beneath the surface of everyday life. Whenever I heard footsteps outside or the wind rustling through the trees, my heart would quicken, and I'd find myself glancing over my shoulder. It was around this time that I met a college student named Jenna at a mutual friend's party. She was lively and bright, the kind of person who seemed to light up a room. We struck up a conversation, and she confided that she often hitchhiked home from campus events because she didn't have a car. I warned her about the dangers, telling her some of the things I'd been through, but she shrugged it off with a nervous laugh. "It's just a quick ride," she said. "I'm careful." I wanted to believe her, but the memory of that night made me uneasy. A few weeks later, I heard from a friend that Jenna had ended up in a dangerous situation after a party. She'd accepted a ride from a stranger, and things had quickly taken a dark turn. According to what I heard, Jenna had been drinking when a man pulled over, offering her a ride. At first, he seemed friendly, chatty, even, but as the ride went on, his questions grew invasive, and his demeanor shifted. Jenna became scared but felt trapped, unsure how to get away. One night during our late-night conversation, Jenna shared the story herself, her voice trembling as she recounted the experience. She'd woken up on the side of the road, disoriented and alone, her belongings missing. A man had approached her, offering help but with a sinister undertone that set her on edge. Eventually, she managed to escape by slipping into the woods and finding another car to take her home. Listening to Jenna's story, I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. Her experience echoed so many of the fears I tried to bury, and it reminded me how vulnerable people can be when they trust the wrong person. We talked about how easy it was to underestimate danger, especially when you're young and desperate for a way home. I told her about the night I picked up the hitchhiker and the strange events that followed, and she nodded, understanding the weight of those moments. After that, Jenna became more cautious. She started taking safer routes, avoided accepting rides from strangers, and always let someone know where she was going. But the memory of her ordeal lingered, a stark reminder of how quickly a situation can spiral out of control. Around the same time, I found myself reflecting on the broader implications of these stories, the unspoken risks that come with hitchhiking, the vulnerability of those who find themselves alone and desperate. It wasn't just about bad luck. It was about the reality of a world where danger could be lurking behind a friendly face. The fear I'd carried since that night shifted into a determination to raise awareness. I started sharing my story more openly, hoping to caution others without scaring them away from being kind or trusting altogether. I realized that the line between kindness and caution was razor thin, and navigating it required vigilance. One evening, I was scrolling through local news and came across a report about a driver arrested for kidnapping and assaulting young women who hitchhiked. The description matched the man Jenna had encountered, the same chilling patterns emerging in different places, different faces, but the same cruel intent. It was a stark reminder that the dangers we face aren't isolated incidents, but part of a broader, frightening reality. This knowledge fueled my resolve to be more careful and to encourage others to do the same. As I thought about Jenna's escape and the young man I'd picked up that foggy night, I realized how fragile safety could be. A moment's hesitation, a decision to trust or refuse, could mean the difference between danger and survival. These stories, though painful, connected us. A web of experiences that underscored the importance of awareness, caution, and listening to that quiet voice inside that warns when something feels wrong. I still drive those rural roads, but now I do it with eyes wide open, heart steady but wary. I no longer see hitchhikers as just people in need, but as reminders of the risks hidden in the dark, waiting to be acknowledged. And as I carry these lessons forward, I know that sometimes the most important thing you can do is share your story, because in the telling, we find the strength to protect ourselves and others from the shadows that lurk just beyond the light. Years after my own harrowing experience and Jenna's narrow escape, I found myself halfway across the world, traveling through the winding roads of a foreign country. It was supposed to be an adventure, a chance to see new places and meet new people, but the memory of those nights back home clung to me like a shadow, making me cautious even in the daylight. One afternoon, while waiting beside a quiet road far from any village, I noticed a man pull over in an old, battered car. He smiled, gesturing for me to get in. The instinct to refuse warred with the politeness I'd been raised with. But the road was long, and the sun was dipping toward the horizon. I hesitated, then climbed into the passenger seat. The man was older, his eyes sharp and calculating beneath a weathered face. His English was broken, but he spoke enough to keep the conversation going. At first, he seemed harmless, pointing out landmarks, asking about my travels. But as the miles passed, the atmosphere shifted. The questions became more personal, probing into my life, my habits, and my plans. Then, unexpectedly, he pulled out a small stack of passports. Each one belonged to a woman, and each was marked with a photo of someone who had died. My heart sank as I realized what the collection represented. He told me not to speak English anymore, his voice low and threatening. The car veered off the main road, plunging into a dense forest where the trees swallowed the fading light. A cold dread settled over me, and I knew I had to stay silent and calm, hoping to avoid provoking him. The ride felt endless. Every twist of the road tightened the knot in my stomach, and I kept my eyes fixed on the landscape outside, trying to memorize every detail. Somewhere deep inside, I was searching for a way out, a moment to escape. Eventually, the car emerged from the woods, and the man slowed near a small village. Without a word, he let me out and drove away, leaving me shaken but unharmed. I didn't report the incident to the police. Part of me feared they wouldn't believe me, or worse, that it would put me in more danger. Instead, I carried the weight of that encounter with me, a silent witness to a darkness I could barely comprehend. Years later, I learned that the man was a notorious serial killer, someone who had haunted the region and preyed on vulnerable women for years. The realization was overwhelming. I had come face to face with a monster and lived to tell the tale. These stories, from the hitchhiker who vanished into the night, to Jenna's escape, to my brush with a killer in a distant land, are threads in a tangled web of caution and survival. They remind me that behind every act of kindness, every decision to trust, there lies a risk that can never be fully erased. Hitchhiking, a simple gesture of hope and need, carries with it unpredictable dangers. It teaches us that vigilance is necessary, that intuition must be trusted, and that sometimes silence is the only weapon we have. As I look back on those nights, I feel a mix of fear, relief, and a deep understanding of the fragile line between safety and peril. The experiences have shaped me, carved lessons into my soul that I carry wherever I go. And in sharing these stories, I hope to shed light on the shadows, to warn and remind others that while the road may be long and lonely, it's vital to walk it with eyes wide open and heart guarded, because the risks are real, and sometimes survival depends on the smallest choices made in the... I remember the first time Michael mentioned the shadows. We were sitting in the living room of our old farmhouse, the kind that creaks and sighs like it's breathing in the night. The walls, thick with years of peeling wallpaper and faded photographs, seemed to hold their own stories we couldn't quite grasp yet. It was rural New England, a land draped in history and whispered legends, where every stone and tree seemed to carry a memory older than the family who lived there. Mark and I had moved here with our children, Sarah and Michael, hoping to find peace away from the city's relentless noise. The house was a dream in many ways, sprawling, with wide windows that caught the autumn light just right, and a porch swing that creaked softly when the wind blew. But from the beginning, there was something off, something intangible that settled around us like a cold breath. Michael was the first to notice it, though at the time, We thought it was just a child's imagination running wild. He was only 8, eyes wide and curious, but sometimes distant, as if seeing beyond the present moment. One evening, after dinner, he tugged at my sleeve, his voice barely above a whisper. "There's a man in the corner," he said, nodding toward the far end of the room near the antique cabinet. "He's watching me." I glanced over, but there was no one there. Just the familiar clutter of old books and dusty knickknacks. I smiled gently, dismissing it as a game of pretend. "Maybe it's just a shadow, honey. Shadows like to play tricks." But Michael shook his head. "I serious. No, he's real. He doesn't like me." Mark exchanged a glance with me, eyes darkening with concern. I tried to brush it off, but the unease settled like a stone in my stomach. Over the next few days, Michael mentioned the figure again and again. He described it as a shadowy man, tall and silent, never moving but always watching. Sometimes he heard whispers too, faint and unintelligible, like voices carried on the wind but just beyond reach. We were reluctant to believe in ghosts or spirits. Mark, practical and grounded, said Michael's mind was working overtime to adjust to the new house. I wanted to agree, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was different here. The air itself felt charged, as if the house held its breath, waiting. Sarah, being older and more skeptical, rolled her eyes when Michael told her about the man. "You're just scared of the dark," she said, but even she confessed to strange dreams, nights filled with shadows dancing just beyond her vision, and a coldness pressing against her skin. One afternoon, while unpacking boxes in the attic, I found a bundle of old letters tied with a faded ribbon. The paper was brittle, the ink smudged but still legible. They belonged to a previous occupant, a woman named Abigail, who had lived here over a century ago. Her words spoke of a family torn apart by loss and whispered fears of a presence that haunted their nights. Reading those letters, a chill ran down my spine. Abigail wrote about the watching man, a shadow that lingered in the corners of her home, a silent witness to sorrow and secrets. The dates matched the time when the house was said to have been built, and the stories I'd heard growing up in this region suddenly took on new meaning. We decided to seek help, hoping to understand what we were dealing with. The local historian, Mrs. Whitaker, was a small woman with sharp eyes and a wealth of knowledge about the town's past. She met us at the house one misty morning, her breath visible in the cold air as she stepped inside. "This house carries a heavy past," she said quietly, running her fingers along the banister. "Many who came before you have felt its weight. The land itself remembers the lives and losses that happened here." With her guidance, we uncovered more fragments of history, newspaper clippings, old maps, and the names of families who had lived and died within these walls. One name appeared repeatedly, the Story family. They had built the house, raised their children here, and endured tragedies that seemed to echo through time. I began to understand that Michael's man was more than a figment of imagination. He was connected to the house, to the land, to the very soul of those who had come before. The whispers Michael heard were echoes of the past, faint voices trying to be heard. Despite our growing awareness, life continued with a fragile normalcy. Michael tried to ignore the shadows, burying himself in schoolwork and play. But sometimes, late at night, I would hear him talking softly in his room, as if confiding in someone unseen. Mark and I stayed vigilant, watching for signs but careful not to frighten the children. The farmhouse had become a place where history and the present collided, where unseen eyes seemed to watch over us. I felt a mix of awe and apprehension, like standing on the edge of a secret waiting to be uncovered. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the trees, casting long shadows across the wooden floors, Michael pulled me aside. His eyes were wide, reflecting the fading light. "Mom, the man wants me to listen," he said. "He's telling me a story. It's about us, about the house." I held his hand tightly, feeling the weight of his words settle deep in my chest. The story was beginning, one that would unravel the mysteries of the past and challenge everything we thought we knew about this place we called home. The days that followed marked a shift in the atmosphere of our home, a subtle but undeniable change that crept into the corners and settled over us like a thick fog. The shadows Michael had sensed began to take on a more tangible presence. Footsteps echoed softly through empty hallways. The faint clinking of objects disturbed the stillness, and pockets of cold air settled where no draft should have been. At first, these occurrences were small, almost dismissible. A chair slightly moved from the night before, the soft thud of something falling in the attic without explanation. But soon, the signs multiplied, growing more insistent, as if the house itself was waking to a memory it could no longer contain. Michael's behavior changed too. The boy who once found joy in the simple pleasures of childhood now sat quietly, his eyes distant and reflective. He stopped playing with Sarah as much, preferring the solitude of his room where he whispered to the unseen presence he called the man. Sometimes, he spoke in riddles, cryptic phrases that made little sense but carried a weight beyond his years. "The story of man," he said one afternoon, eyes fixed on a dark corner of the living room. "He says it's why he's here. It's his story, and now it's ours." Mark and I exchanged worried glances, unsure if Michael's imagination was weaving a tale or if he was truly touched by something beyond the ordinary. It was Sarah who first found the journal, a battered leather-bound book hidden behind loose boards in the attic. The pages were yellowed and fragile, filled with elegant script that chronicled the lives of the Story family, the original inhabitants of the house. As we pored over the journal, the words painted a picture of joy and sorrow intertwined. The Story family had built this home with hope and love, but their days were shadowed by loss. Abigail Story, the woman whose letters I discovered earlier, had written about a presence that lingered, a silent observer she called the man. According to her entries, he was not a spirit seeking harm but a witness to the family's trials, a shadow cast by the weight of grief and secrets. We learned that the house had witnessed tragedies, a child lost to illness, a husband who vanished without explanation, and a mother who kept the house alive with whispered prayers and quiet strength. The journal hinted that the story of man was a cycle of sorrow and remembrance, a thread that connected past and present. Determined to understand, we reached out to Father O'Malley, the local spiritual advisor, an older man with kind eyes and a steady voice. He had served the community for decades and was known for his gentle approach to matters of faith and the unknown. He came to the house one cool evening, carrying a small satchel filled with candles, holy water, and a crucifix. Walking through each room, he listened carefully as Michael described the man and the whispers. Father O'Malley nodded thoughtfully, explaining that sometimes spirits linger not out of malevolence, but because of unfinished business or pain that refuses to let go. "This house," he said quietly, "is heavy with memories. It's as if the past is reaching out, asking to be heard and understood." He suggested a simple ritual, a way to honor the spirits and invite peace. We gathered in the living room, the air thick with the scent of burning sage as Father O'Malley recited prayers and sprinkled holy water along the baseboards. Michael sat close to me, watching intently, his fingers clutching mine as if seeking comfort. For a moment, the house seemed to still, the oppressive weight lifting slightly. But as the ritual ended, a cold draft swept through the room, and I caught a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye, a shadow retreating into the darkness. In the nights that followed, the phenomena intensified. Doors creaked open on their own, the soft murmur of voices drifted through the halls, and the temperature dropped inexplicably in certain spots. Sarah began to have vivid nightmares, waking in the early hours, trembling and clutching her blanket as she spoke of figures reaching out to her, silent and sorrowful. Meanwhile, Michael's cryptic talk continued. He found a strange comfort in the presence he once feared. "He's telling me more now," Michael said one evening, eyes shining with a mix of fear and fascination. "About the family, about what happened here. It's sad, but it's important." We felt caught between two worlds, the tangible reality of our lives and the unfolding mystery that seemed to pulse beneath the surface. The house was no longer just a home. It was a vessel for something old and aching. Driven by a need to uncover more, Mark and I returned to the attic, searching through forgotten boxes and dusty trunks. Among the relics, we found faded photographs, a locket with a small portrait inside, and a bundle of letters tied with a ribbon matching the one I'd found before. Each artifact felt charged with emotion, as if the past were pressing itself into our present. One photograph showed a young boy with solemn eyes, standing beside a woman whose face was etched with both love and sorrow. Michael studied the picture for hours, murmuring names and dates he'd heard whispered in his dreams. The historian, Mrs. Whitaker, helped us connect the dots. She explained that the boy was likely the child lost to illness, the one Abigail had mourned so deeply. The shadows Michael saw were perhaps echoes of that loss, memories that refused to fade. As the days wore on, our family's routine unraveled. Sleep became fragmented, the children's laughter quieter, overshadowed by the weight of unseen eyes. The line between past and present blurred, and with it, our sense of safety. One night, I found Michael standing in the hallway, staring at a patch of wall where the paint had peeled away, revealing rough-hewn wood beneath. "He's here," Michael said softly. "He wants us to remember, to tell the story of man." I held him close, heart pounding. The presence that once frightened us now seemed to be guiding us towards something. An unraveling of secrets buried long ago, a reckoning with the sorrow etched into the very foundation of our home. Mark and I knew we had to face it head-on, to listen and understand, even if it meant confronting the darkness lurking just beyond the light. This was no longer just a haunting. It was a call to uncover the truth tangled with the shadows. The uneasy calm we had clung to unraveled one night in a way that left no room for denial. It began with a sudden slam, a door in the hallway, thrown shut with such force that the walls seemed to shudder. The sound jolted us awake, hearts pounding in the cold darkness. Sarah was the first to cry out, her voice trembling as she clung to Mark. "I saw him," she whispered. "The man. He was standing at the foot of my bed." Since then, the house had become a place of unrest. The line between the living and the unseen blurred beyond recognition. Doors slammed without wind, lights flickered erratically, and the once faint footsteps now echoed loudly through the night. We found objects displaced, books that had been neatly stacked scattered across the floor, chairs turned askew. The cold spots grew colder, chilling us to the bone even in the warmth of daylight. Michael, who had once spoken softly of the story of man, retreated further into himself. His cryptic phrases now carried an urgent tone. "He's angry," Michael said one afternoon, his voice barely audible. "He's trying to tell us something, but it hurts." One evening, as the last light faded from the sky, I followed Michael upstairs to his room. He was crouched by the closet, his small hand tracing the edges of a hidden panel I hadn't noticed before. With a quiet click, the panel gave way, revealing a narrow compartment filled with relics, dusty trinkets, faded photographs, and a bundle of letters tied with a fraying ribbon. Michael pulled out a worn photograph of a boy, the same solemn-faced child we'd seen before, but now accompanied by a small wooden toy, its paint chipped and faded. The sight of it seemed to deepen the shadows in the room, as if the past were pressing in on us. "This was his," Michael said, voice barely a whisper. "The boy who was lost." We gathered around the relics, the weight of their history settling over us like a shroud. The items spoke of a life once lived and cut short, a family fractured by grief and secrets that had never been laid to rest. The story we'd been chasing was no longer distant. It was here, tangible and raw. Sarah's nightmares worsened. She described visions of the boy reaching out to her, silent and pleading, his eyes filled with sorrow. Some nights, she would wake screaming, her small body trembling as she whispered, "He wants to be found." The strain was palpable. Mark and I found ourselves caught between protecting our children and confronting a presence that seemed to grow stronger with each passing day. The house no longer felt like a refuge but a battleground, where unseen forces clashed with the fragile threads of our family's peace. In a desperate attempt to understand, we turned once more to Mrs. Whitaker. She had spent hours researching the Story family's history, uncovering records and diaries that painted a picture of a family haunted not just by loss, but by betrayal and unresolved pain. According to her findings, the boy had died under mysterious circumstances, his passing shrouded in rumor and silence. The family's grief had fractured their bonds, leaving wounds that time had failed to heal. The story of man was more than a tale. It was a legacy of sorrow etched into the very walls of the house. One afternoon, Mrs. Whitaker brought with her an old map of the property, marked with places significant to the family's history. She pointed to a spot behind the house, where a forgotten grave lay beneath overgrown ivy, a small marker barely visible beneath the earth. It's where the boy was laid to rest, she explained. A place forgotten by time, but not by spirit. The revelation sent a chill through us. The presence that haunted Michael and Sarah was tied to this lost child, bound to the house by a story left unfinished. The shadows were not simply echoes. They were desperate calls for recognition and peace. As the nights grew darker, the hauntings intensified. Sarah began to refuse to sleep alone, clinging to me in terror after dreams filled with reaching hands and silent cries. Michael's whispers turned to pleas, begging the unseen to find rest. One night, I awoke to the sound of low moaning, a sorrowful lament that seemed to seep from the walls themselves. I found Mark standing in the hallway, eyes wide with fear, as a dark figure flickered at the edge of the staircase, a silhouette of a small boy, pale and translucent, watching us with eyes full of longing. It was then that we realized the haunting was not malevolent, but a manifestation of unresolved grief, a family's pain echoing through generations. This story of man was a cycle of loss and remembrance, a reminder that some wounds refuse to heal without acknowledgement. We knew we had to confront this presence, to break the hold it had on our home and our lives. But the path was unclear, tangled with history and heartache. The house held its secrets close, and the shadows whispered that they would not release us easily. In the quiet moments between the chaos, I looked at my children, Sarah, fragile and frightened, and Michael, burdened by a weight far beyond his years. Their eyes held stories that transcended time, stories that demanded to be told. The house was no longer just a place to live. It was a living memory, a vessel for the past's unfinished business. And we were caught in its tide, swept along by the currents of sorrow and hope. Our family was facing something ancient and profound, a haunting that was as much about healing as it was about fear. The story was unfolding, and we had no choice but to listen to the shadows, to the whispers, and to the man who watched in silence. Late one night, as the house settled into an uneasy silence, I found myself wide awake, drawn by a subtle pull toward the living room. The air was thick with a strange energy, and as I stepped into the dim light, a shadow flickered across the far wall. Heart pounding, I called softly, "Michael," but the only reply was a low, mournful sigh that seemed to echo from the very walls. I wasn't prepared for what came next. From the shadow emerged a figure, indistinct at first, but gradually taking form. A small boy, pale and fragile, his eyes deep pools of sorrow. He looked at me not with menace, but with a silent plea, as though carrying the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. In that moment, the haunting ceased to be just a series of unexplained events. It became a story of loss and longing, of a soul trapped between worlds. The encounter left me shaken, but also determined. I knew then that the story of man was not a curse but a cycle, a painful loop of loss, redemption, and unfinished business that echoed through time. The boy was a fragment of that story, a piece waiting to be understood and released. With this realization, Mark and I sought guidance from Father O'Malley once more. This time, his approach was different, not just a ritual to cleanse, but a ceremony to reconcile the past with the present. He spoke of honoring the spirits with compassion, helping them find closure rather than banishing them outright. We prepared the house, lighting candles and setting a small table with offerings, photographs, toys, and letters, the tangible remnants of the boy's life. Michael and Sarah joined us, their faces serious but hopeful, as we began the ritual. Father O'Malley recited prayers that wove together faith and understanding, calling upon the spirits to find peace. As the words filled the room, a gentle breeze stirred the flames, and the oppressive weight that had hung over us seemed to lift, replaced by a quiet warmth. In the days that followed, the atmosphere changed. The shadows no longer watched with silent menace, but seemed to retreat into the corners, their presence less oppressive. Sarah's nightmares eased, and Michael's whispers grew softer, as if the boy's story was finally being heard. Through this process, we came to understand that the ghosts were not simply malevolent entities, but echoes of humanity's collective story, fragments of lives marked by pain and hope, loss and love. They were reminders that history is not just written in books, but lives on in the spaces we inhabit. The house began to feel lighter, more like a home again. The past, and the present found a fragile balance, held together by the shared act of remembrance and healing. We realized that by acknowledging the pain and honoring those who came before, we were helping to break the cycle and bring peace to restless spirits. Mark and I found ourselves changed, too. The ordeal deepened our understanding of resilience and connection, teaching us that even in the face of sorrow, there is the possibility of redemption. Our children, once frightened and withdrawn, began to thrive again, their smiles returning like a fragile bloom in early spring. Yet, the story was never far from our minds. It lingered in the quiet moments and the shadows at dusk, a reminder of the delicate threads that bind us across time. We knew the house held its secrets still, but now they were no longer sources of fear, but touchstones of a shared human experience. We continued to honor the boy's memory, preserving the relics and stories that had brought us to this place of understanding. And as the seasons turned, the haunting that once loomed over us became a chapter in our family's journey, a testament to the power of confronting the past with courage and compassion. The story of our farmhouse, of the shadows and the boy who had watched over us, spread quietly at first, shared among neighbors, whispered at town meetings, and eventually reaching the ears of a local documentary crew. Their interest was gentle but persistent, drawn not just to the paranormal happenings, but to the deeper history woven through the land and the lives it had touched. Mark and I agreed to share our experience, hoping it might shed light on the intersection of history, memory, and the supernatural. The filming was a strange experience, cameras moving through the rooms where we had felt the heaviest moments, interviews capturing the rawness of our fears and hopes. Sarah and Michael, now more at ease, spoke openly about their encounters, their voices steady despite the weight of what they had endured. The documentary aimed not to frighten, but to explore, to understand the delicate balance between the past and present. As the project aired, the response was overwhelming. Viewers were captivated not just by the haunted farmhouse, but by the story of a family confronting history's shadows with courage and compassion. The documentary sparked conversations about preserving historical sites and respecting the spirits that linger within them, reminding people that places hold memories beyond what is visible. Mark and I found ourselves drawn into advocacy, working with local preservation groups to protect the farmhouse and other sites like it. We wanted to ensure that history was honored in a way that acknowledged both its tangible and intangible legacies. Our work became a bridge between the living and those who had come before, a way to keep stories alive and respect the unseen threads that connect us. Sarah and Michael, having faced their fears and embraced their experiences, grew into young adults with a profound sense of empathy and understanding. They often spoke about how the ordeal deepened their connection to the past and their appreciation for the resilience of those who came before them. Their perspectives were shaped not just by the haunting, but by the realization that history is alive, carried in memories, places, and stories passed down through generations. The farmhouse remains a symbol for our family and community, a place where the story of man continues to unfold, not as a tale of fear, but as a testament to human endurance and the power of connection across time. Visitors come not just to glimpse the shadows, but to feel the weight of history and the hope that comes with healing. Our story stands as a reminder that the echoes of the past are never truly silent. They call to us, urging remembrance and reconciliation. In listening, we find not just ghosts, but pieces of ourselves, woven into the fabric of a larger human story that stretches beyond the walls of any house, beyond the limits of time itself. The winding road into deep Appalachia felt like a thread pulled tight through a patchwork quilt of rugged hills and dense forests. I'm Emma, a 29-year-old folklorist from Virginia, driven by a restless curiosity for the old stories whispered in places where the modern world seems to thin at the edges. When I decided to journey into the heart of Appalachia to gather the winding road into deep Appalachia felt like a thread pulled tight through a patchwork quilt of rugged hills and dense forests. I'm Emma, a 29-year-old folklorist from Virginia, driven by a restless curiosity for the old stories whispered in places where the modern world seems to thin at the edges. When I decided to journey into the heart of Appalachia to gather authentic legends, I imagined dusty tomes, and crackling firesides, sharing tales passed down through generations. What I found was something far more elusive, wrapped in shadows that stretched longer than the day. My arrival was just as the sun dipped behind the craggy ridges, casting a deep amber glow over the small mountain town of Eldritch. It was a place that looked untouched by time, where the wooden porches sagged with age and the streets were lined with weather-beaten signs advertising everything from moonshine to handcrafted quilts. But beneath the surface of this picturesque town was an unmistakable reluctance, a reticence that pulled at the corners of conversations and settled like a fog over the locals' eyes. I checked into a modest inn run by a woman named Mabel, whose smile was quick but never quite reached the sorrow in her eyes. Over dinner, I tried to coax stories from her, hoping to unravel the fabric of local lore. But Mabel's words were measured, her stories half-told and quickly withdrawn, as if speaking too freely might awaken something better left sleeping. "There's things you don't want to know around here," she warned softly, sliding a steaming bowl of stew across the table. "But if you're set on a skin, best keep your wits about you." That night, as I lay in the creaky bed beneath a quilt patterned with fading stars, the stillness of Eldritch pressed close. The wind whispered through the cracks in the window frame, carrying with it a chorus of distant, indistinct sounds: the hoot of an owl, the rustle of dry leaves, the faint crack of twigs snapping under unseen feet. It was a lullaby and a warning all at once. Determined not to be deterred, I spent the next morning walking the narrow streets and sidling into the local diner, where the scent of strong coffee mingled with the murmur of hushed conversations. I introduced myself to a few of the townsfolk, each face a story waiting to be told. But the deeper I probed, the more tightly the threads of their tales were held. Many offered polite smiles and changed the subject. Others simply shook their heads and muttered, "Not much to tell here." It wasn't until I met Old Tom, a weathered woodsman with a beard as tangled as the forest undergrowth, that the first true crack appeared in the town's veil of silence. He sat at the edge of the diner, nursing black coffee and staring out the window with eyes as sharp as broken glass. When I asked about local legends, his gaze flickered briefly toward the hills, and he leaned in, voice dropping to a gravelly whisper. "There's stories, sure enough," he said, fingers drumming a slow rhythm on the table. "Folks round here speak low about the hollow man ain't a man, not really. More like a shadow that walks when the sun starts set in. Lost hunters, woodsmen, some never come back after seeing him. Folks say he's got no face, just a dark, empty space where a man's soul ought to be." I felt a chill despite the warmth of the diner. "No face?" I asked. Tom nodded slowly. "Ain't supposed to speak. Ain't got no breath. Just silence. But he's watchin', always watchin'. If you hear the quiet come close, best you don't turn around." That evening, I made my way toward the edge of the forest, the trees standing like silent sentinels under the bruised sky. My recorder was in my pocket, ready to capture any whispered fragments of the stories I sought. The air grew cooler as the light faded, and the sounds of the forest shifted from welcoming to watchful. Somewhere deep in the shadows, a branch snapped, sharp and sudden. I stopped, heart pounding, scanning the darkness. Nothing moved, yet the feeling of being observed tightened around me like a noose. Retreating to the safety of my cabin, I tried to shake off the unease. But in the stillness of the night, the absence of normal forest sounds was deafening. No rustling critters, no chirping insects, only a heavy silence that pressed against the walls. Then, faintly, I heard it, the softest of sounds, like a breath held too long or a footstep cushioned by moss. I turned, flashlight slicing through the darkness, but there was nothing but the empty room. Sleep was elusive. I kept the light on and the door locked, my mind racing through Tom's words. Was it my imagination playing tricks, or had the Hollow Man come to remind me that some stories are warnings, not just tales to be told? Over the following days, I sought out more locals, each hesitant but gradually opening as trust grew thin but steady. I met Martha, a schoolteacher who spoke of the mountain as if it were a living thing, full of secrets and old grief. She told me about the heavy silence that sometimes fell, how even the wind seemed to hold its breath. "The hills remember," she said softly. "They remember those who listen too closely." In the market, I encountered a young man named Caleb, whose family had lived in Eldritch for generations. He was wary but shared fragments of stories overheard as a child. Whispers of strange figures seen at dusk, shadows moving against the fading light, and the sudden, inexplicable cold that would sweep through the hollows. My granddaddy used to say the forest doesn't like strangers poking around after dark, Caleb said, eyes darting toward the tree line. It's best to keep your head down and your steps quiet. Each fragment I gathered wove a tapestry of unease and reverence. These were not just ghost stories meant to scare children. They were living memories, warnings etched into the very soul of the community. The people of Eldridge seemed caught between knowing and not knowing, their voices trembling on the edge of confession and silence. One afternoon, as I walked along a narrow path leading toward the hills, I stumbled across a small clearing where the undergrowth had been trampled flat, as if something large had passed through recently. The air was heavy, and the shadows seemed to cling to the edges of vision. I knelt to examine the ground and noticed faint impressions, barely discernible footprints that didn't match any animal I knew. The shapes were elongated and irregular, fading into the dark soil as if something had been dragged rather than walked. A shiver ran down my spine. I pulled out my notebook and jotted down the details, my hands trembling slightly. This was no ordinary forest, no mere backdrop for rustic legends. There was a presence here that defied explanation, something both ancient and patient, watching from the dark. That night, I sat by the window of my room, the town quiet beneath the stars. The wind whispered once again, threading through the trees with a voice that almost seemed to call my name. I pressed my ear to the glass, half expecting to hear the shadowy figure Tom spoke of. Instead, there was only silence, heavy, oppressive, and waiting. I realized then that my journey into deep Appalachia had only just begun. The stories were alive here, tangled with the hills and the people who called this place home. And as the night deepened, I understood that some legends are not just tales to be collected. They are warnings, murmured through the ages, urging those who listen to be careful what they seek. Tomorrow, I would return to the woods, hoping to learn more, but also fearing what I might find lurking in the fading light. The Hollow Man was out there somewhere, and the hills were watching. The next morning dawned cold and gray, the heavy clouds pressing low against the hills like a warning in the sky. I awoke with the memory of the night's silence still lingering in my mind, the faint echo of breathless wind threading through the trees. I knew I had to press on, to chase the whispers that tangled themselves in the roots of this land. That day, I returned to the diner, hoping to meet more of Eldridge's storytellers and perhaps find someone who could tell me more about the Hollow Man. It was there I found Hank, a grizzled hunter with hands like knotted roots and eyes that held years of forest secrets. He sat alone at a corner table, nursing a black coffee and staring into the distance as if watching something only he could see. When I approached, he gave me a long, appraising look before nodding and gesturing to the seat across from him. "Folks don't like talking about him much," Hank said quietly. "But I reckon you're not here to scare easy. You want to hear what happened to my buddy Earl?" I nodded, leaning in. Hank's voice dropped even lower, gravelly and slow, pulling me closer into the web of his tale. Earl was a good man, a hunter like me. One evening, just as the sun was bleeding out behind the ridges, Earl went out looking for a lost hound. He never came back. We found his truck by the edge of the woods, but Earl himself was gone, as if swallowed by the forest itself. Some say he ran into the Hollow Man. He paused, eyes darkening. Earl told me once he caught a glimpse of a figure, tall, thin, and faceless, just a hole where a face should be. Not a soul, just emptiness. The air went cold, like the warmth had been sucked right out of the world. Earl said he felt a silence so deep it crushed him, and then the figure vanished. I shivered despite the warmth of the diner. Did Earl ever say what happened after? Hank shook his head. No, Earl just disappeared. No sign, no trace. Like the forest took him, and it don't give back what it claims. That evening, armed with Hank's story, I made my way back to the forest's edge. The sky was bruised purple and orange, the last light slipping away like sand through fingers. As I stepped beneath the canopy, the temperature dropped sharply, the air growing thick and heavy. The usual sounds of the forest, chirping crickets, rustling leaves, were muted, swallowed by an oppressive stillness. I moved cautiously, my flashlight casting long, trembling beams between the trees. Suddenly, From the corner of my eye, I caught a shadow slipping between trunks, too tall and too fluid to be a deer or a stray animal. My heart hammered in my chest as I turned abruptly, but the space was empty. The silence pressed in, punctuated only by the distant crack of a branch. I whispered Earl's name, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Then, a cold gust swept through the trees, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible whisper, like someone breathing just out of reach. I froze, every instinct screaming to flee, but my feet remained rooted. The wind shifted, and I caught the faintest glimpse of a tall, thin silhouette standing at the edge of the clearing. No face, just a dark void where features should have been, outlined against the dying light. It was as if the air itself had been hollowed out. I swallowed hard and forced myself to take a step forward. The figure didn't move, but the silence around it felt alive, pressing against my skin and seeping into my bones. I reached for my recorder, fumbling to turn it on, hoping to capture something. Anything that would explain the impossible. The moment the device clicked on, the silhouette dissolved into the gathering shadows, leaving behind a suffocating silence that seemed to swallow the forest whole. My breath came in ragged gasps as I backed away, retracing my steps to the cabin with the weight of Hank's story settling into my chest like a stone. That night, I reviewed the audio, hoping to find some hint of the encounter. The recording was filled with static and low hums, but beneath that, I caught a faint whisper, an eerie, breathless sound that seemed to echo my own name, stretched thin and hollow. It was barely audible, but unmistakably there. Sleep was out of reach. I kept the recorder close, straining to hear any repetition of the whisper. The wind outside howled softly, and the shadows in my room seemed to pulse with unseen movement. I gripped my notebook tightly, the rough edges digging into my palm, as I tried to make sense of the night's terror. On the third day, driven by a mix of dread and determination, I ventured deeper into the forest, past the tangled underbrush where the trees grew closer together and the light struggled to break through. The air was colder here, the silence thicker, as if the forest itself was holding a secret beneath its roots. After hours of careful exploration, I stumbled upon a small clearing where a cabin stood in ruin, its wooden walls scorched and blackened as if fire had tried and failed to consume it. The scent of burnt wood and damp earth hung heavy in the air. I hesitated at the threshold, the eerie quiet pressing down like a physical weight. Inside, scattered papers lay strewn across the floor, yellowed with age and curling at the edges. Among them, I found a journal, its leather cover cracked but intact. The handwriting inside was hurried and shaky, the last entry chilling in its warning. Do not listen. The forest speaks, but it lies. It waits for you to hear, to answer. Once you do, you belong to the hollow. My breath caught, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. The words seemed to thrum with a dark energy, as if the cabin itself was a trap set for anyone foolish enough to listen. I stepped outside, heart pounding, and caught movement in the trees, a tall, thin silhouette watching me from the shadows. Panic surged, and I fled back toward the cabin, the forest twisting around me, swallowing the path I thought I knew. My breaths came ragged and fast as I stumbled through the undergrowth, desperate to reach safety. Once inside, I locked the door and slid down the wall, my hands shaking. The forest silence pressed in, but I refused to listen. I told myself it was just an old story, a trick of the mind. But deep down, I knew the Hollow Man was real, and that it had found me. The days that followed were a blur of restless nights and haunted mornings. The whispers returned, growing louder, calling my name in breathless tones. I caught glimpses of that faceless shadow at the edge of my vision, always watching, always waiting. Despite the warnings, I knew I had to go back. The story wasn't finished, and the forest still held its secrets tight. But with every step deeper into the darkness, the Hollow Man's presence grew stronger, a silent sentinel at the edge of my world. And in the quiet moments, when the wind stilled and the night pressed close, I could almost hear it, waiting for me to listen. The days in Eldridge grew shorter, the sun dipping behind the hills faster than before, leaving long shadows to stretch across the worn wooden porches and narrow lanes. Despite the unsettling encounters with the Hollow Man, I found myself drawn deeper into the tangled web of stories that clung to this place. It was during one of my visits to the town's small market that I met Lila, a soft-spoken woman with eyes like storm clouds and a voice that trembled as she spoke. She invited me to her modest home on the edge of town, promising to share a story that had haunted her family for generations. Inside her cozy kitchen, warmed by the flicker of a wood stove, Lila unfolded the tragic tale of the weeping woman of the hollow. She told me about a grief-stricken mother who, driven by despair, drowned her own children in a nearby creek long ago. Since then, the woman's sorrowful spirit was said to wander the hollows, her mournful cries echoing through the night and chilling anyone who heard them to the bone. The creek runs cold all year round, Lila said, her hands trembling as she poured tea. People say you can still hear her crying when the wind blows just right, like the earth itself is weeping. Driven by a mixture of fascination and unease, I decided to visit the creek as twilight settled over the hills. The path was narrow and lined with gnarled trees whose branches reached out like skeletal fingers. The air was thick with damp earth and the scent of moss, and the sound of water running over smooth stones was a constant, gentle murmur. As the last light faded, I stood at the creek's edge, watching the dark water swirl beneath the overhanging trees. Suddenly, a chill swept across the hollow, and the atmosphere shifted. From somewhere upstream, a sorrowful wail rose, carried on the cold wind like a mournful lament. The sound was raw and aching, a deep cry that seemed to seep into the bones of the land itself. I froze, heart pounding, as the cries grew louder, echoing through the hollow and wrapping around me like a shroud. It was no ordinary sound. It was the voice of a grief too vast to understand, a sorrow that transcended time. The hairs on my arms stood on end, and I found myself whispering a silent prayer, hoping the spirit would spare me its anguish. The night deepened, and the cries faded into the distance, leaving behind a heavy silence that felt alive with unseen presence. I lingered a moment longer, feeling the weight of the story settle inside me. This was not just a ghost tale. It was a wound etched into the land, a sorrow that had never healed. Returning to Lila's home, I asked about any encounters others might have had with the weeping woman. She hesitated, her eyes darkening with memory. Some folks say she appears as a pale figure in a white dress, her eyes hollow and filled with endless grief. Others say she calls your name, begging for help she can never find. That night, back in my cabin, I lay awake, the haunting wails replaying in my mind. As the clock ticked past midnight, a faint sound drifted in through the cracked window, a soft, sorrowful crying carried on the wind. I sat up, heart racing, and peered into the darkness, but all I saw were the swaying shadows of the trees. The line between legend and reality blurred as I grappled with the stories that seemed to seep from the very soil. Was the weeping woman a restless spirit bound by grief, or a manifestation of the land's ancient pain? I couldn't tell, but the weight of her sorrow pressed down on me, an echo of loss that refused to fade. Determined to understand more, I spoke with others who had lived in Eldridge all their lives. Many avoided the topic, their voices hushed and eyes distant. Yet, a few shared whispered memories of nights when the cries had startled them awake, or when a pale figure had been glimpsed near the creek, vanishing like mist before they could call out. One elderly man told me of a time when the creek had flooded, and the town had gathered to pray for release from the spirit's torment. Since then, the wails had lessened but never ceased. The story was a reminder that the past here was never truly past, that grief could linger in the land like a shadow. I felt the hollow sorrow settle into my bones as I walked the town's quiet streets, the weeping woman's lament a haunting refrain beneath the rustling leaves. The forest was no longer just a place of shadows but a vessel of pain and memory, a place where the living and the dead seemed to brush against one another in the fading light. Each encounter with these stories deepened my sense of connection to Eldridge, but also my unease. The legends were not merely tales to be collected. They were warnings, echoes of lives shattered and souls unsettled. And as the night wrapped its cold arms around the town, I realized that the weeping woman's sorrow was far from over, still reaching out through the hollows, calling for help that might never come. The weight of the weeping woman's sorrow lingered with me like a cold shadow as the days slipped quietly into dusk. Yet, Eldridge's secrets were far from exhausted. The stories I gathered grew darker, more urgent, as if the hills themselves were eager to reveal their hidden terrors. It was during a late afternoon at the local general store that I first heard whispers about the black dog of the ridge, a creature spoken of in hushed tones, a harbinger of death and misfortune. I was browsing through dusty shelves when I overheard a conversation between two men, their voices low and tense. One described a monstrous black dog with eyes like burning embers, prowling the ridges after the fog rolled in. "It's no ordinary beast," the man said, glancing nervously toward the window. "Seen it twice myself. Folks around here reckon it's a sign. When it shows, trouble follows." Intrigued, I sought out Mary, an elderly woman known for her sharp memory and knowledge of local lore. In her cluttered living room, surrounded by faded photographs and dried herbs, she recounted the chilling tales passed down through generations. "The black dog's been here longer than any of us," she said, voice trembling. "It's a shadow on the ridge, eyes glowing red like lanterns in the night. Those who see it, they don't live long after." Mary's stories were filled with disappearances and tragedies linked to the spectral hound. Families torn apart, hunters gone missing, and strange accidents on the mountain roads, all whispered to be the black dog's doing. "It's a warning, or maybe a curse," she said, gripping my hand tightly. "You don't want to cross its path." That evening, as fog rolled thick over the hills, I decided to venture toward the ridge where the black dog was said to roam. The forest was swallowed in gray mist, the air damp and heavy with the scent of pine and earth. My flashlight pierced through the fog, casting eerie shadows that danced among the trees. The silence was deafening, broken only by the crunch of my boots on the leaf-strewn path. Then, from the corner of my eye, I caught a pair of glowing eyes, red and unblinking, watching me from the underbrush. My breath hitched, and I froze, heart pounding in my chest. A low growl rumbled through the fog, vibrating in the air like a warning. The eyes disappeared, but the sense of being hunted remained. I spun around, trying to catch another glimpse, but there was only mist and the whispering trees. Panic surged, and I broke into a run, the fog thickening as if trying to swallow me whole. Behind me, I heard heavy footsteps pounding the earth, close and relentless. I dared a glance back and saw a massive black shape bounding through the mist, eyes blazing like coals. The chase was a blur of fear and desperation. Branches clawed at my face and clothes as I sprinted blindly through the forest, the growls closing in. My lungs burned, legs trembling, but I couldn't stop. Every instinct screamed to escape the nightmare stalking me. Finally, I burst out of the trees onto an old logging road, panting and soaked with sweat. The footsteps halted at the edge of the fog, and the glowing eyes faded into the darkness. I didn't look back again until I reached the safety of the town. In the days that followed, I pieced together more accounts of the black dog's appearances. Each story was a thread in a tapestry of dread, a supernatural omen marking the beginning of tragedy. Locals spoke of how the dog's howl could be heard on stormy nights, a mournful sound that sent chills through the bones. One man told me how his father once encountered the black dog on a foggy evening while tending to livestock. The beast's eyes glowed like fire, and its breath was cold as death. The next morning, his father was found unconscious by the roadside, and shortly after, a series of misfortunes befell their family. The black dog was more than a creature. It was a symbol, a living nightmare woven into the very fabric of the ridge. It embodied fear itself, a relentless force that preyed on the vulnerable and marked the doomed. As I reflected on these stories, I realized the legends of Eldridge were not isolated shadows, but threads of a darker tapestry. The Hollow Man, the Weeping Woman, and now the Black Dog, all echoed with a common theme of loss, warning, and the unseen dangers lurking just beyond sight. That night, the fog rolled back in, thick and suffocating. From my cabin, I heard a distant howl, mournful and low, weaving through the hills like a breath of despair. The black dog's presence was alive and waiting, a reminder that some legends are not just stories. They are warnings etched into the night, urging caution and respect for the darkness that dwells in the ridges. With every passing day, the forest seemed to tighten its grip, the shadows growing longer and the silence deeper. And I knew that the black dog was still out there, prowling the mists, its eyes watching, waiting for the next soul foolish enough to wander into its domain. The weight of the stories I'd gathered in Eldridge pressed on me like the dense Appalachian fog that clung to the ridges at dawn. The hollow man, the weeping woman, the black dog. They weren't just isolated shadows in the night, but intertwined threads woven into the very soul of this land. Each legend carried a warning, a whisper of darkness that demanded respect, lest you be consumed by it. I found myself walking the town's quiet streets one evening, the sun slipping behind the hills and casting long, uneasy shadows. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the distant call of a lone owl punctuated the silence. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, not by any one person, but by the land itself, alive with memory and sorrow. The hollow man's empty gaze lingered in my mind, a faceless void that swallowed warmth and light. The weeping woman's mournful cries echoed in my ears, a sorrow so vast it seemed to seep from the ground beneath my feet. And the black dog's glowing eyes haunted the edges of my vision, a spectral predator stalking the ridges with relentless intent. I sat alone in my cabin, worn journal open on my lap, the pages filled with hurried notes and sketches. The stories I'd collected were more than folklore. They were living entities, reminders of a past that refused to die, warnings etched into the landscape and whispered through the trees. I realized that the people of Eldridge lived with these legends not as distant tales, but as palpable realities, their lives shaped and shadowed by the unseen forces that prowled the woods. Late one night, as the wind moaned softly outside, I heard a faint whisper drifting through the cracked window, a voice at once familiar and foreign, calling my name with breathless urgency. I held my breath, heart pounding, and then silence swallowed the sound. The presence was there, hovering at the edge of perception, a reminder that these stories were not just echoes of the past, but living shadows that still watched. I reached out to others who had survived encounters with these legends, finding a quiet network of souls bound by shared fear and understanding. They spoke of lingering shadows, restless spirits, and unexplainable phenomena, proof that the mysteries of Eldridge were far from settled. Some had tried to escape, only to find the forest's grasp reaching beyond the hills, invading dreams and reflections. Despite the fear, there was a strange comfort in this connection, a realization that the stories were also a form of protection, a way to honor the land's power and the lives touched by its darkness. The legends carried warnings wrapped in sorrow, urging respect for the fragile boundary between the known and the unknown. In the days that followed, I felt the presence of the hollow man in the stillness of the woods, the weeping woman in the lingering mist over the creek, and the black dog in the restless rustling of the ridge's leaves. They were watchers, guardians of a shadowed realm that existed alongside our own, reminding me that some places hold secrets that never fully reveal themselves. One evening, as the sky faded to twilight and the first stars blinked awake, I stood at the edge of the forest, feeling the cool breath of the wind against my skin. I whispered a silent promise to the land, to remember, to respect, and to share these tales so others might heed the warnings carried on the Appalachian breeze. The mountains held their secrets tight, their shadows long and deep. But I knew now that these legends were alive, breathing through the trees and whispering on the wind, waiting for those who dared to listen. And as I turned back toward the town, I carried with me the weight of their stories and the knowledge that the mysteries of deep Appalachia are not just tales. They are warnings, echoes of a darkness that watches, waits, and endures. On a crisp autumn morning, a group of close friends set out from Seattle, their spirits high with anticipation for a weekend camping trip deep in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. The crew, 5 in total, were seasoned outdoor enthusiasts, each with a passion for escaping the crowded city and immersing themselves in the wild. Their destination was a remote lake nestled within an ancient forest, a place they discovered through an old hiking forum, praised for its untouched beauty and peaceful solitude. They hoped to find respite from their hectic lives, trading the roar of traffic for the gentle rustle of pine needles and the calm lapping of water against shore. As they drove deeper into the wilderness, the urban noise faded away, replaced by the crisp, clean air that only a forest can offer. Towering Douglas firs and western red cedars lined their path, their branches heavy with moss and the golden hues of seasonal change. The sun filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor carpeted with ferns and fallen leaves. Birds called out intermittently, punctuating the quiet with their melodic songs. The group's laughter bubbled up spontaneously during the journey, the anticipation growing with each mile. Upon arrival, the scene before them was breathtaking. The lake stretched out in a perfect mirror, reflecting the fiery colors of the setting sun as it dipped toward the horizon. A gentle breeze created faint ripples on the water's surface, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil. They quickly set about pitching their tents on a small clearing just a few yards from the shore, surrounded by the looming trees that seemed to guard the secluded spot like silent sentinels. The soft ground was damp but firm, and patches of moss cushioned their steps as they moved around the campsite. One of the friends, a keen videographer named Sam, unpacked his camera gear with deliberate care. His goal was to capture the essence of their weekend retreat, moments around the campfire, candid conversations, and the serene beauty of the forest as dusk settled. Sam's camera, outfitted with a wide-angle lens and a sturdy tripod, was set up to record the group's evening activities, hoping to preserve memories that would last far beyond the trip itself. As the sun sank lower, they gathered wood and built a crackling campfire, the flames casting warm, flickering light across their faces. The friends shared stories from past adventures, their voices blending with the occasional pop and hiss of burning pine. The day's fatigue melted away in the companionship and the comforting glow of the fire. Someone strummed a guitar softly, the notes weaving through the sounds of the forest and adding a gentle soundtrack to the scene. The sky shifted from orange to a deep indigo, stars beginning to emerge like distant pinpricks of light. The atmosphere was idyllic, a perfect snapshot of camaraderie and nature's tranquility. Yet beneath the surface of this peaceful evening, there was an unspoken awareness that they were far from the familiarity of civilization. The forest around them was ancient and vast, filled with secrets as old as time. None of them could have predicted that the camera they had set up to immortalize the warmth of friendship would soon capture something far more unsettling. As night deepened, the friends settled into their sleeping bags, the campfire reduced to glowing embers. The forest seemed to settle into a different rhythm, one of subtle movements and whispered sounds carried on the cool night breeze. The faint calls of nocturnal creatures echoed softly, blending with the distant rush of a hidden stream. The peacefulness was almost tangible, lulling the group into a sense of security beneath the towering trees. Before turning in, Sam checked his camera one last time, ensuring the angle captured the fire circle and the surrounding woods. He adjusted the settings to record low-light footage, curious to see how the forest would appear through the lens under the moon's glow. The camera was left running, silently observing as the group's voices faded and the night took hold. The friends exchanged goodnights, their whispered conversations trailing off as they each retreated into their tents. Unbeknownst to them, the camera was now a silent witness to the forest's nocturnal secrets. The lens pointed toward the darkened woods, catching subtle movements and the faintest traces of light. The tranquility of the moment was a deceptive veil, masking the eerie sounds and shadows that were about to unfold beyond the campfire's reach. The friends, wrapped in the comfort of their shared adventure, had no idea that the night ahead would challenge their sense of safety and the very nature of the wilderness they so loved. As the first hours of darkness deepened, the forest seemed to come alive with sounds that were both familiar and strangely distorted. The crackling fire, once a steady heartbeat of warmth, now flickered weakly against an encroaching chill. Somewhere beyond the trees, unseen creatures moved, their footsteps muffled by thick layers of moss and fallen needles. The friends, nestled in their tents, remained unaware that this night would soon stretch beyond the realm of a simple camping trip and into something far more unsettling. The camera continued to record, its lens capturing everything in silent, unblinking detail. The night deepened its hold over the forest, and the campfire's glow dwindled to faint embers, casting long, wavering shadows that danced across the towering pines. Inside their tents, the friends rested uneasily, lulled by the comforting crackle of dying flames, but unsettled by the subtle shift in the atmosphere. The camera, positioned just beyond the fire's reach, continued to roll, capturing the quiet transformation of the campsite from warm camaraderie to something far more ominous. The footage begins with laughter and the soft murmur of voices recounting stories from their day, but as the minutes pass, an unsettling soundtrack emerges beneath the familiar sounds of the night. Faint noises weave through the recording, snaps of twigs, rustling leaves, whispers so soft they could be mistaken for the wind slipping through the branches. At first, these sounds are distant and easily dismissed, but they grow in intensity, layering themselves over the friends' conversations with an eerie persistence. The camera picks up a sudden crack, a sharp snap of a branch breaking somewhere just beyond the circle of firelight. The group's laughter falters in the recording, replaced by nervous glances and hushed speculation. Probably a deer, one voice suggests, attempting to steady the mood. But the tension is palpable, bodies stiffen, eyes scan the darkness with growing unease. The forest, once a sanctuary, now feels alive with unseen watchers. As the night stretches on, the sounds become more erratic and unpredictable. Branches snap with no apparent cause, and faint whispers drift through the trees, indistinct but unmistakably human in tone. The friends' attempts to rationalize the noises are captured on camera. Theories about nocturnal animals, the wind, or perhaps other campers nearby. Yet each explanation feels increasingly thin as the rustling grows louder and more frantic, punctuated by what sounds like distant footsteps moving just beyond the campsite's edge. The camera's night vision mode switches on automatically as the light fades completely, revealing the surrounding woods in ghostly shades of green and gray. In this eerie glow, shadows take on a life of their own. A fleeting movement catches the lens, a dark, indistinct shape slipping between the trees, too quick and shapeless to identify clearly, but enough to send a shiver through the captured footage. The friends whisper urgently, voices trembling as they debate whether to investigate or retreat to their tents. Despite their rising fear, the group tries to maintain a semblance of calm. One camper, trying to lighten the mood, jokes about the forest spirits, keeping them company, but the humor rings hollow. The camera catches the tight smiles and darting eyes, betraying the growing dread that settles over the campsite like a heavy fog. The once familiar woods now seem alien, every rustle amplified into a potential threat. The recorded audio picks up intermittent, low whistles, soft and rhythmic, emanating from various points in the darkness. The friends exchange uneasy glances, the reality of their isolation sinking in. No cell service, no nearby hikers, just the encroaching night and the impenetrable forest. The camera's microphone captures a whispered warning from Sam, urging the group to stay close and keep the fire alive. The flames, struggling against the damp air, flicker wildly as if responding to unseen breaths. Suddenly, a loud crack reverberates through the trees, sharper and closer than before. The group falls silent, the only sound the uneven pounding of their hearts. The camera's lens scans the perimeter of the campfire, catching the glint of eyes reflecting faintly in the darkness, too many to count, watching from the shadows. The friends freeze, their breaths held tight, as a figure briefly steps into the firelight. It is tall and obscured, its features lost in the flickering glow, but its presence is unmistakable. Whispers escalate into urgent voices, plans to pack up and leave immediately forming amid the rising panic. Yet the camera continues to roll, capturing each moment of hesitation and fear. The figure retreats silently, swallowed once again by the blackness of the forest. The group decides to huddle close, their earlier laughter replaced by careful, quiet movements as they try to keep the fire burning against the encroaching cold and darkness. Throughout the night, the sounds persist, branches snapping in rhythmic patterns, as if someone or something is circling the campsite, testing their resolve. The camera catches glimpses of fleeting shadows darting between the trees, never fully revealing themselves, but always present. Whispers swirl through the air, sometimes near, sometimes far, but always just beyond comprehension. The tension escalates when one friend spots movement just beyond the firelight, a shadow that doesn't belong to any of them. They point it out in the footage, voices barely above a whisper, debating whether it's an animal or something else entirely. The shadow disappears before anyone can get a clear look, leaving behind only a chilling silence. The friends exchange uncertain glances, fear creeping into their eyes as the reality of their vulnerability sinks in. The camera's night vision reveals a series of footprints appearing in the dirt around the campsite, too large and erratic to belong to any known animal in the area. The friends inspect the prints with growing alarm, their voices hushed but urgent. The footage captures their whispered conversations, speculating on what might be stalking them. The weight of the unknown presses down, thick and suffocating. As the hours drag on, the group's nerves fray. The camera records restless pacing, whispered reassurances, and the occasional nervous laughter that fails to mask the undercurrent of dread. The friends try to stay awake, to keep the fire alive, but exhaustion threatens to claim them. The forest sounds weave into their dreams and waking moments alike, blurring the line between reality and imagination. In the early hours before dawn, the camera catches a final, unsettling sequence. A branch snaps sharply close to the tents, followed by a low, guttural noise that seems almost deliberate, a warning or a challenge. The friends freeze, their breaths caught in their throats. The camera's lens swings toward the source, but the darkness swallows whatever is there. The night holds its secrets tightly, leaving the group trapped in a moment suspended between fear and survival. The footage ends with the friends retreating into their tents, the camera's glowing red light the last visible beacon in the encroaching blackness. Outside, the forest remains silent, the shadows still and watchful. The friends' whispered voices fade, their presence swallowed by the night, leaving only the camera to bear witness to the strange and chilling sounds that turned a peaceful camping trip into a night of unease and unanswered questions. Several hundred miles away in the arid expanse of the desert southwest, a lone camper named Alex was preparing for a night unlike any other. Alex had chosen a remote spot near a rocky outcrop, far from the nearest dirt road and well beyond the reach of casual hikers or campers. The isolation was part of the appeal, a chance to disconnect completely and test their self-reliance under the vast, starry sky. With a lightweight tent pitched on sandy soil and supplies carefully rationed, Alex intended to spend the night immersed in the raw, unfiltered wilderness. As twilight faded into night, Alex settled inside the tent, the cool desert air slipping through the mesh windows and carrying the faint scent of sagebrush. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional rustle of wind stirring dry leaves and the distant call of a night bird. Alex activated their handheld camera, intending to document the solitude and the beauty of the desert's nocturnal world. The footage captured the flickering glow of a small lantern and the outline of the rocky formations silhouetted against the horizon. But as the night deepened, an unnerving sound began to intrude upon the quiet. At first, it was subtle, barely perceptible footsteps crunching softly on the coarse sand surrounding the tent. Alex paused the camera, listening intently. The sound was deliberate, steady, and circled the tent's perimeter with a rhythm that seemed too measured to be wildlife. A slight shiver ran down Alex's spine, but they reasoned it might be a small animal, perhaps a fox or a coyote investigating the unfamiliar scent of their camp. The camera resumed recording as Alex whispered into the lens, describing the sounds and expressing a cautious curiosity. "It's probably just an animal," Alex murmured, though the doubt was evident in their voice. The footsteps continued, weaving around the tent in a slow, calculated pattern, sometimes close enough to catch the faintest rustle of fabric or the scrape of tent stakes. The desert night, usually open and exposed, suddenly felt claustrophobic and charged with tension. Minutes passed, and the footsteps failed to fade away. Instead, they maintained a persistent presence, circling with an almost deliberate intent. Alex's unease grew, their whispered updates becoming more urgent. "If you're out there, whatever you are, I'm not looking for trouble. Please just leave me alone," Alex pleaded softly into the camera, the flashlight beam trembling slightly in their hand. The camera's night vision mode switched on automatically as the ambient light vanished, revealing the stark, shadowed landscape outside. Through the grainy green haze, the faint outline of a figure appeared briefly near the tent's entrance, a silhouette that was too human to ignore but blurred enough to remain obscure. The figure made no sound, only the rhythmic footsteps continuing their circuit. Alex's breath caught audibly in the recording, the tension mounting palpably. The campers' whispered reassurances turned to cautious commands, urging the unseen presence to move on. But the footsteps abruptly stopped, plunging the scene into an unsettling silence. The desert, once filled with the subtle symphony of night sounds, now felt oppressively quiet, as if holding its breath. Alex's eyes darted to the tent's zipper, then to the camera, fingers taut with adrenaline. Minutes stretched on with no movement, no sound save for the faint, steady breathing audible in the recording. Alex finally exhaled a shaky breath, slowly gathering their belongings in preparation to leave at first light. The camera captured every tense moment, the hurried packing, the nervous glances toward the darkened perimeter, and the whispered prayers for safety. As dawn approached, the first rays of sunlight filtered across the rocky outcrop, casting long shadows and revealing the barren beauty of the desert landscape. Alex stood silently, the campsite now empty except for footprints in the sand, footprints that appeared too large and irregular to belong to any known desert creature. The camera zoomed in on the prints, capturing their jagged edges and the way they circled the tent before disappearing into the dunes. The footage ends with Alex striking camp, voice low and trembling as they recount the night's events. There is no clear explanation for the footsteps or the shadowy figure. The camper's sense of vulnerability remains etched onto every frame, a haunting reminder of how quickly solitude can transform into something far more unsettling. The camera's last shot lingers on the empty desert, vast and silent, as Alex disappears down a dusty trail toward the rising sun. Deep in the rugged terrain of the Appalachian Mountains, a family of four had set out for a weekend getaway, eager to reconnect with nature and escape the clamor of their suburban lives. The parents, Sarah and Mark, brought along their two children, Emily and Jacob, hoping to share the joy of camping, hiking, and storytelling around a campfire beneath the towering hardwoods. The family chose a lesser-known site recommended by a local guidebook, a secluded clearing surrounded by dense forest, promising privacy and the chance to explore untouched trails. After a long day of hiking through winding paths draped with moss and carpeted by fallen leaves, they arrived at the campsite just as the sun began its slow descent. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth, and the children eagerly scrambled to help set up tents and gather firewood. As evening settled, the family gathered around the campfire, their laughter mingling with the soft crackling of flames and the distant call of owls. The next morning, driven by curiosity and a shared sense of adventure, Sarah and Mark decided to explore a nearby ridge before breakfast, hoping to find a vantage point overlooking the valley below. Emily and Jacob stayed behind, content to play near the campsite under their father's watchful eye. As Sarah and Mark ventured deeper into the thick forest, their path became less defined, the undergrowth denser, and the silence heavier. It was during this exploration that they stumbled upon something unexpected, a hidden clearing, partially concealed by overgrown bushes and fallen branches. At first glance, it seemed like an abandoned campsite, but closer inspection revealed disturbing details. Charred remnants of wood arranged in strange patterns lay scattered across the ground, surrounded by scorched earth and blackened stones. Symbols, crudely burned into the bark of nearby trees, twisted and unfamiliar, sent a chill down Sarah's spine. The area was littered with personal belongings, frayed pieces of clothing, a battered backpack with no identifiable markings, and a single shoe that looked far too small to belong to an adult. The eerie scene suggested recent activity, yet no signs of people were visible. The couple exchanged uneasy glances. The forest that had felt welcoming moments before now seemed forbidding and strange. They quickly pulled out a small handheld camera to document the sight, speaking in hushed tones as they recorded their findings. Sarah's voice trembled slightly as she described the symbols and the scattered items, speculating that someone might have been living here in secret or passing through under desperate circumstances. The possibility of a makeshift camp used by transient individuals, or worse, something more sinister, hung heavily in the air. Returning to the main campsite, Sarah and Mark shared their discovery with the rest of the family. Emily and Jacob listened wide-eyed as their parents recounted the unsettling scene. Despite the unease, The family resolved to continue their trip, but agreed to remain vigilant. Later that afternoon, as the sun dipped low, Sarah captured footage of the woods around their camp, the camera occasionally catching flickers of movement in the periphery. As twilight deepened, strange occurrences began to unsettle the family. Through the lens, shadows moved just beyond the campfire's glow, shapes that seemed too deliberate to be animals or the play of light on foliage. Emily whispered about seeing figures watching them from the trees, but when anyone looked directly, nothing was there. The camera recorded faint noises, low murmurs, indistinct footsteps crunching on leaves, and distant rustling that made the hairs on their necks stand on end. One evening, while reviewing the footage, Sarah noticed a shadowy figure standing at the edge of the clearing, barely visible but unmistakably human in shape. The figure appeared to be observing the family before melting back into the darkness. The siblings confirmed having glimpsed similar figures, but fear kept them from investigating further. The family's sense of security frayed as the presence felt increasingly real and intrusive. The unsettling atmosphere culminated one night when Mark heard footsteps approaching their tent. Grabbing a flashlight, he shone it into the darkness, revealing fleeting glimpses of movement between the trees. The camera, left recording outside, captured the tense moments as silhouettes darted between trunks, watching silently. The family decided then to pack up and leave at first light, their experience overshadowed by the haunting discovery and the unknown watchers in the woods. Before departing, Sarah contacted the local sheriff's department, reporting the site and their experiences. Authorities promised to investigate the makeshift campsite and the strange symbols, but the family was left with more questions than answers. The footage, raw and unedited, reveals a journey marked by the intersection of natural beauty and unsettling mystery, a reminder of how even the most idyllic places can harbor secrets best left undiscovered. In the realm of the unexplained, a group of paranormal investigators known as the Shadow Seekers had made it their mission to explore some of the country's most infamous haunted campsites. Their latest expedition took them to a remote forest in the Midwest, a place steeped in local legend and whispered tales of restless spirits. Armed with infrared cameras, electromagnetic sensors, and audio recorders, the team set up camp as twilight bled into night, ready to confront whatever lurked in the shadows. From the outset, their recordings captured an atmosphere thick with unease. Infrared footage revealed sudden, inexplicable flashes of light darting through the trees, too quick and erratic to be passing animals or equipment glitches. The temperature readings dropped sharply at various points around the campsite, falling into ranges that caused electronic devices to malfunction. The team's audio recorders picked up faint whispers and disembodied voices, often layered beneath the ambient sounds of the forest, difficult to decipher but unmistakably human. As night deepened, the investigators' curiosity gave way to palpable fear. A series of ghostly apparitions began to manifest on the infrared cameras, shadowy figures moving silently between the trees, their forms shifting and flickering like smoke caught in a breeze. One clip showed a translucent silhouette standing just beyond the campfire's glow, its face obscured but eyes seeming to lock onto the lens with unblinking intensity. Attempts to communicate with the entities through EVP, electronic voice phenomenon, sessions brought responses in guttural murmurs and chilling laughter, escalating the tension within the group. The footage documents moments when the team's equipment inexplicably powered down or displayed error messages, coinciding with sudden cold spots that sent shivers through even the most skeptical members. One investigator caught on camera a shadow figure reaching toward the camera lens, only to vanish the instant it was noticed. The group's whispered conversations reveal a growing sense of dread as the phenomena increase in aggression, with one member visibly shaken after his flashlight was snatched from his hand by an unseen force. Throughout the night, the team follows a trail of supernatural disturbances deeper into the forest, their cameras capturing eerie light orbs floating between the trees and strange symbols etched into bark that were absent earlier. The investigators' voices grow tense as they debate retreat versus pressing on, balancing the desire for answers with a mounting instinct to flee. The final segment of footage shows the group hastily packing their gear amid sudden gusts of icy wind and shadowy figures closing in around their camp. The recordings end abruptly, the last frames showing the team's hurried departure as dawn breaks, leaving the haunted campsite behind. The video closes with a haunting invitation to viewers to reflect on the chilling evidence captured, to ponder the mysteries hidden within the wilderness, and to share their own experiences or theories in the comments. The Shadow Seeker's encounter serves as a stark reminder of the thin veil between the known and the unknown, and the enduring allure and terror of the unexplored. I started working as a janitor in a large office building a few months ago, mostly on the night shift. The job was straightforward: cleaning empty offices, restocking supplies, and making sure the place was ready for the next day. At first, I enjoyed the solitude. There's something peaceful about wandering through silent corridors, free from the usual hustle of the daytime crowd. No ringing phones, no ringing bells, just the quiet hum of the building's systems and the soft scrape of my mop across the floor. The first few nights, I found comfort in the routine. The glow of the emergency exit signs and the faint light spilling out from vending machines created a strange but soothing kind of ambience. I like how the building felt like an entirely different place when everyone was gone. It was almost as if I had the whole place to myself, a secret world beneath the surface of its busy daytime personality. The cleaning tasks weren't demanding, and I could focus on small details that would usually go unnoticed: dust gathering in corners, smudges on glass doors, and the odd forgotten coffee cup left behind on a desk. But after a while, the stillness started to feel less like peace and more like something else entirely. The silence was deeper, almost heavy, and the shadows seemed to stretch longer than they should. Around midnight, the atmosphere shifted. The fluorescent lights flickered more frequently, though none of them ever fully went out. It was subtle but persistent, like a tired eye blinking in the dark. Cold spots began appearing in certain hallways, sudden drops in temperature that didn't make sense given the building's climate control. At first, I thought it was just a draft or a quirk of the ventilation system, but the chill was different. It felt like something was watching, waiting. The boiler room was the worst. It was an old, cramped space hidden in the basement, full of pipes and machinery that hissed and rumbled constantly. The place smelled of rust and damp metal, and the lights that were unreliable at best, flickering and buzzing as if struggling to stay alive. Among the staff, it was a sort of whispered legend, a spot filled with strange noises and unexplained happenings. Someone once joked that it was haunted, but I had laughed it off at the time. My first real encounter with the oddness came on a night when I had to clean the boiler room itself. I remember standing at the threshold, flashlight in hand, listening to the clanging of pipes and the low hum of the machinery. It was noisy, but beneath the mechanical sounds, there was something else, a faint metallic clang that didn't line up with any of the equipment. I paused, shining my light into the dim corners, but saw nothing out of place. As I moved deeper into the room, the temperature dropped suddenly, and I felt a prickling sensation along my skin. I glanced over my shoulder, but saw only the empty hallway behind me. Then came the whispering, a soft, indistinct murmur that seemed to circle around me, just beyond the reach of understanding. I called out, thinking maybe it was a coworker playing a prank or an echo from outside, but there was no answer. The sense of being watched grew stronger the longer I stayed. I felt eyes on me from the shadows, though the room was deserted. My heartbeat quickened, and I hurried through the cleaning, tried to ignore the growing unease. When I finally finished, I didn't linger. I left the room and locked the door behind me, the faint murmur fading as I stepped back into the main hallway. Over the next few nights, I noticed more strange things. Lights flickering in empty offices, the distant sound of footsteps echoing down the long corridors when I was alone. Sometimes I'd catch movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadow slipping behind a doorway, or a flicker on a monitor that wasn't plugged in. I tried to convince myself it was just tiredness or my imagination playing tricks in the dark. But there was a pattern to it all, centered around certain areas of the building. The boiler room remained the epicenter, but I also noticed odd chills near the supply closets and the stairwells. The noises were more than just the usual creaks and groans of the building settling. They were deliberate, metal scraping against metal, soft taps on walls, and sometimes a faint, breathy sigh that seemed to come from nowhere. One night, after finishing my rounds, I ventured down to the basement storage area to check on some supplies. The place was a maze of dusty shelves and broken equipment, poorly lit and cluttered with decades of forgotten office relics. As I moved through, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me, quick and soft, but when I turned, no one was there. The silence fell again, heavy and suffocating. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself it was just the building's acoustics playing tricks. But then doors started slamming shut on their own, loud enough to make me jump. A cold draft brushed past me despite the fact that all the windows were sealed tight. I felt a presence, something unseen but very real, pressing in on the edges of my awareness. The basement door was another source of unease. It was supposed to be locked at all times, but I found it ajar one night, revealing a dark corridor that I hadn't seen before. It wasn't marked on any floor plan, and no one had mentioned it. I debated whether to explore or leave it alone, but the weight of dread stopped me. I stepped back and closed the door, locking it firmly. Despite all this, I still tried to find rational explanations. Maybe the building's age was causing the strange noises. Maybe the flickering lights were just faulty wiring. But the cold touch I felt on my shoulder one night when I was alone in the hallway was impossible to explain away. It was brief, but sharp and unmistakable, like a hand resting lightly on my skin, though no one was there. Since then, I've been more cautious, sticking to well-lit areas and avoiding the basement whenever possible. The isolation that once felt like a gift now weighs heavily. Every creak and whisper makes me jump, and I can't shake the feeling that I'm not alone in the building, no matter how empty it seems. A few months into the job, the strange occurrences I'd been experiencing seemed to escalate. One night, I was assigned to clean the basement storage area again. It was a sprawling maze of dusty rooms packed with broken office equipment, old filing cabinets, and forgotten boxes. The air was thick with dust and the smell of mildew, and the flickering fluorescent lights cast unsettling shadows that seemed to shift just beyond the edge of my vision. As I moved through the narrow aisles, wiping down shelves and organizing supplies, I heard footsteps behind me. They were soft and deliberate, matching my pace exactly. I stopped and turned quickly, expecting to see a coworker or maybe a maintenance worker, but there was no one there. The silence that followed was almost worse than the noise. It pressed in on me, making it hard to breathe. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks, that in such a large, empty space, sound could echo and bounce in strange ways. But then, a door slammed shut somewhere down the hall with a force that made me jump. I spun around, heart pounding, but again, the corridor was empty. The air grew colder suddenly, even though every window and vent was sealed tight. A chilling draft brushed past me, and I shivered involuntarily. I tried to focus on my work, but the unease clung to me like a second skin. The basement storage area wasn't just a place of shadows. It felt alive in a way that didn't make sense. I found myself constantly glancing over my shoulder, listening for any hint of movement. When I reached the end of one aisle, I noticed a door I hadn't seen before. It was locked, but something about it felt off, like it didn't belong. To my surprise, the door was slightly ajar. Curiosity battled with fear as I debated whether to open it. I told myself it might be a maintenance closet or a janitor's supply room, but something deep inside warned me to stay away. Still, I pushed the door open a crack and peered inside. The room beyond was dark, a narrow corridor stretching out beyond the reach of my flashlight. It wasn't on any floor plan I'd seen, and no one had ever mentioned it. I stepped back quickly and closed the door, locking it firmly. The atmosphere in the basement grew heavier, like the air itself was thickening. I felt a cold touch brush against my shoulder again, sharper this time, and I didn't hesitate to leave the area altogether. After that night, I avoided the basement as much as possible, sticking to the upper floors and well-lit hallways. The following week, I was assigned to a different building downtown. I hoped a change of scenery would help clear my mind, but the strange disturbances seemed to follow me. I started noticing the same flickering lights, shadowy figures darting just out of sight, and distorted reflections in glass surfaces. It was as if the unsettling atmosphere was tied to me, or perhaps to the work itself. One evening, while cleaning an office on the third floor, I heard low murmurs coming from the hallway. The voices were indistinct, almost like whispers, but they weren't coming from any person I could see. I stopped what I was doing, straining to listen, but the murmurs faded into silence. When I looked around, the corridor was empty, the doors closed and dark. Objects began to move subtly when I wasn't looking. A chair shifted a few inches. A stack of papers tilted slightly, as if nudged by an unseen hand. I caught glimpses of shadows crossing walls and caught reflections that didn't match the room's layout. Each event chipped away at my skepticism, making me question whether these were just tricks of light and imagination or something more. One night, while cleaning the break room, I heard a low, incomprehensible murmur that seemed to circle the room. I froze, trying to pinpoint the sound source, but it was everywhere and nowhere at once. The lights flickered violently, plunging the room into brief darkness before snapping back on. When I looked at the window, a shadow moved across the glass, but when I turned, no one was there. The tension was mounting, and I found it harder to focus on my tasks. Fear settled deep in my chest, an oppressive weight that grew with every unexplained noise and flicker of movement. The building felt less like a workplace and more like a trap, a place where unseen forces lurk just out of reach. I began to avoid certain areas, skipping rooms and corridors that felt particularly charged with unease. But no matter where I went, the strange phenomena seemed to follow. The murmurs returned, sometimes faint and distant, other times loud and insistent, echoing in my ears long after I'd left the building. One night, as I was mopping the main hallway, the lights flickered again, and I caught sight of a shadow standing at the end of the corridor. It was vague, more a silhouette than a figure, but it felt solid and watching. I blinked, trying to clear my vision, but the shadow remained, motionless and silent. I called out, my voice trembling, but there was no response. The shadow didn't move or disappear. Instead, it seemed to grow darker, more defined, until I felt an overwhelming urge to run. I left the hallway in a rush, my heart pounding, and locked the door behind me. Each night brought new encounters, each one more unsettling than the last. Doors creaked open and slammed shut without cause. Footsteps paced just beyond my hearing, fading when I tried to locate them. The cold spots multiplied, appearing in rooms where I'd never noticed them before. Rational explanations became harder to hold on to. I checked the building's wiring and heating systems, hoping to find logical sources for the flickering lights and cold drafts. But everything was in working order. No animals or intruders were found during security checks. The feeling of dread was undeniable. I felt watched, followed, and sometimes touched, though no one was there. The basement door that I'd locked tightly still haunted my thoughts. The corridor beyond remained a mystery I dared not explore. I found myself dreading the night shift, the isolation that once felt peaceful now a breeding ground for fear. The strange occurrences weren't just noises or shadows anymore. They were a presence, an unseen force that made the building feel alive in a way I couldn't explain. Despite my growing terror, I kept the experiences to myself. I worried coworkers would dismiss my stories as paranoia or stress. But the fear was real, and every night I faced it alone, wondering what else lurked in the dark corners of the empty building. One night, while cleaning the main lobby late into my shift, the unsettling sensations I'd been grappling with reached a terrifying peak. The lobby was usually a quiet space at night, the polished floors reflecting the dim overhead lights and the empty chairs lined up neatly along the walls. But that night, it felt different. The air was thick with an oppressive weight, as if the building itself was holding its breath. I was mopping near the entrance when I first noticed the footsteps. They were slow, measured, pacing nearby, but just out of sight. The sound echoed softly against the marble floors, but when I glanced around, the lobby was empty. I stopped, heart pounding, listening intently. The footsteps continued, circling, coming closer, and then fading away. They weren't the usual creaks or hums of the building. These were deliberate, rhythmic, and unmistakably human. Suddenly, the doors at the far end of the lobby slammed shut with a violent bang that made me jump. The sound reverberated through the space, leaving a ringing silence in its wake. I called out, my voice shaky, but there was no response. A cold shiver ran down my spine as I felt a presence pressing in around me, unseen but undeniably there. Then came the voice, soft and persistent, calling my name from the shadows. It was barely audible, a whisper at first, but it grew steadily louder, echoing off the walls. The voice was familiar, yet I couldn't place it. It pulled at me, making my blood run cold. I wanted to run, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. At the far end of the hall, a shadowy figure appeared, barely more than a silhouette against the dim light. It stood motionless, watching, and though I couldn't make out any features, the presence was overwhelming. My breath caught in my throat as fear surged through me, primal and unrelenting. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I turned and fled, my footsteps pounding on the floor as I escaped the building. Later, shaken and breathless, I learned from a coworker that decades ago, a janitor had died in the very boiler room where my experiences had first started. He'd been caught in a tragic accident, and the story of his death had become a whispered legend among staff. It was as if his spirit lingered, bound to the building, replaying moments of unrest. Despite my colleagues offering logical explanations, the building's age, faulty wiring, drafts, I remained convinced that what I experienced was beyond reason. The cold spots, the footsteps, the voice calling my name, they felt real in a way that no rationalization could dismiss. The haunting left a mark on me, a shadow that followed even when I was away from the building. I found it impossible to return to the places where the presence had been strongest. The auditorium, where I'd heard whispers and seen shadows pacing, became a space I avoided entirely. The chilling memories of those nights stayed with me, a lingering reminder that some places hold more than just echoes of the past. Eventually, I refused to clean certain areas, and the fear became too much to bear. I resigned from my job, unable to continue facing the unseen world that had appeared in those empty corridors and silent rooms. Even now, I feel the cold pressure, the sensation of being watched, as if part of me remains tethered to those haunted spaces. My experiences changed how I see the job, the buildings, and the thin veil between the known and unknown. The solitude I once cherished became a source of dread, and the quiet halls still whisper in my memory, reminding me that some places are never true. I've been driving a tow truck for Greenwood Towing for nearly 4 years now, mostly on the night shift. The night work pays better, and I've always been a bit of a night owl anyway, so it made sense to switch over after a while. The silence of the roads after midnight, the cool air, and that odd stillness that settles over the city and the outskirts is something I've grown used to. It has its perks: less traffic, fewer impatient drivers, and the occasional quiet moment to catch a breath. But it also comes with its own set of challenges. Most nights, my calls are pretty routine: broken down cars on the side of the highway, fender benders in poorly lit intersections, or the occasional drunk driver who needs a ride home and a tow for their vehicle. I've seen it all, from dead batteries and flat tires to minor collisions where tempers flare, but no one's seriously hurt. Those calls are the bread and butter of my job, and I've gotten good at reading situations quickly, working efficiently, and keeping my cool no matter what time I'm called out. There are nights that stand out though, moments that feel just a little off from the usual grind. Like the time I had to haul a semi-truck out of the mud near Pine Ridge. The driver was a grizzled old guy who swore the truck got sucked in by the ground, and it took me hours to get the rig back on solid footing. That job left me soaked through with sweat and mud, but it was a good challenge, the kind you don't forget. Another time, I got a call to pick up a car that had been abandoned in a no-parking zone downtown. No owner in sight, no clue how it got there or why it was just left on the curb. The car was clean, like it was waiting for someone, but no one ever showed up. I towed it back to the lot, but the whole thing gave me an uneasy feeling. Sometimes, those little weird jobs stick with you more than the usual stuff. Working nights means you have to stay sharp. Fatigue is a constant enemy, And it's easy to let your guard down when the roads are empty and the radio is just static between calls. I've learned not to get too caught up in the strange stories you hear from clients or the rumors that float around about certain stretches of road. You have to keep your head clear, focus on the job, and not let your imagination run wild. But that's easier said than done when you spend hours alone in a cab, cruising down dark highways with only the glow of your dash lights and the occasional flicker from a passing headlight. Greenwood Towing isn't a huge company, but it's reliable. The dispatchers know me by name, and I've built a decent reputation for being dependable and quick. I usually roll out in my old Ford tow rig. Nothing fancy, but it gets the job done. The truck's seen better days, but it's solid and familiar, which matters when you're working nights and everything else feels uncertain. The nights themselves are long, and the calls can come at any time. Sometimes, you'll get a quiet stretch with nothing but a few passing cars. Other times, it's back-to-back, a fender bender here, a stalled engine there. You never really know what you're going to run into, and that unpredictability is part of the job's appeal, even if it's also a source of stress. Most nights, I keep the radio tuned to the local police scanner just to stay in the loop. It helps me anticipate where I might be needed next, or if there's something I should be cautious about. Occasionally, you hear about things that don't quite add up. Missing persons reports, strange noises, or unexplained sightings. But those are usually the kind of stories that don't reach the tow truck driver's ears in a way that feels immediate. They're distant, like background noise to the real work. I've come to appreciate the quiet moments too. There's something about driving through empty streets or along dark country roads where the only light is from my truck's headlights that feels almost meditative. It's a chance to clear your mind, think about life, or just zone out for a bit. But even then, there's a part of you that stays alert, listening for anything out of the ordinary. After all, when you're alone on a lonely road at 3 a.m., the silence can be as unsettling as the noise. The job has taught me patience and a kind of respect for the unexpected. You learn to expect the unexpected, if that makes any sense. Whether it's a car that's been in an accident or something stranger, you have to be ready to handle whatever comes your way. Sometimes, that means dealing with frustrated drivers. Other times, it means dealing with the unknown. I don't have any illusions about this being a glamorous job. It's hard, and it's often thankless. But there's a satisfaction in helping people when they're stuck, in getting them back on the road safely. It's a job that requires a steady hand, a clear head, and a willingness to face whatever the night throws at you. So, I keep my gear ready, my truck maintained, and my eyes peeled. I know that the next call could be just another routine tow, or it could be something that shakes me in ways I don't expect. That's the nature of the night shift at Greenwood Towing: quiet, lonely, and sometimes a little bit strange. But I wouldn't have it any other way. Around 3 a.m., just as I was starting to feel the weight of the long night settling in, my radio crackled with a new call. The dispatcher's voice was clipped and low, probably because she'd been up just as long as I had. Got a vehicle stranded on Hollow Hill Road. Driver's not responding. You're close, right? I confirmed, already grabbing my keys and sliding into the cab. Hollow Hill Road is one of those stretches nobody really wants to drive at night unless they have to. It's a narrow two-lane winding through dense woods, with barely any streetlights scattered here and there like afterthoughts. Cell service is patchy at best, and locals tend to avoid it after dark. There are stories about strange noises and odd disappearances, but I'd never seen anything firsthand. It just had that kind of reputation you can't shake. The drive out there was quiet, the kind of quiet that presses against your ears after a while. The trees stood tall on both sides, their branches intertwining overhead, casting long shadows in the beam of my headlights. I kept the radio on low, listening for anything unusual, but all I could hear were distant coyotes and the hum of my engine. When I pulled onto Hollow Hill Road, the usual silence felt thicker, like the woods themselves were holding their breath. After a few miles, I spotted the truck in question, a rusted, old pickup parked awkwardly on the shoulder. The engine was running, which was odd, but no one was behind the wheel. The cab's door was slightly ajar, and the headlights illuminated patches of the forest floor, casting eerie shapes that danced with the breeze. I killed my engine and grabbed the flashlight from the console before stepping out. The cold night air hit me, sharp and biting, and the crunch of leaves underfoot seemed unnaturally loud in the stillness. I circled the truck, looking for any sign of the driver, but all I found was the faint scent of damp earth and something else, something musky and unfamiliar. As I leaned into the cab to check the interior, my radio crackled again, this time with a shaky voice that made my skin crawl. "Hey, you need to get out of there. Now, something's watching from the trees." The voice was distorted, like it was coming from a walkie-talkie left on the seat or a scanner someone forgot to turn off. I froze for a moment, flashlight beams sweeping the dark woods just beyond the truck. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches shifting as if someone, or something, was moving just out of sight. My gut tightened, but I told myself it was probably a prank or a nervous passenger who'd fled the scene. Still, I didn't want to dismiss the warning outright. I checked the truck more carefully and noticed the door had scratch marks along the edge, deep enough to catch the light. The hood bore gouges that looked like claws had raked across the metal. These weren't fresh, but they were unsettling, like some large animal had taken a swipe at the vehicle. The air felt heavier now, the silence broken only by the distant rustling of leaves and a faint snapping of branches somewhere deeper in the forest. I kept my flashlight trained on the tree line, but nothing moved, just shadows and dark shapes that my mind tried to fill with figures. I reached for my phone to call dispatch, but the screen showed no signal. That patchy service I'd heard about was real, and out here, I was cut off. The radio crackled again, static mostly, but every now and then that same shaky voice whispered warnings I couldn't quite catch. I told myself to stay calm, keep my head clear, and finish the tow quickly. The truck needed to be hooked up and pulled out of the woods before whatever was out there decided to show itself. But as I started to connect the chains, that uneasy feeling clawed at me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I had the sense of eyes watching from just beyond the edge of the beam. I glanced back toward the trees, and for a brief second, thought I saw movement. A shadow slipping between trunks like something huge was pacing just out of sight. I shook it off, blaming fatigue and the play of light, but the doubt lingered. I kept working, trying not to let the fear take hold. The night had a way of messing with your senses, making you see things that weren't there. But this felt different. It felt like something real was out there, watching me, waiting. I didn't say anything over the radio again, just finished hooking the truck and climbed back into my cab. I kept the headlights on high beam, scanning the edges of the forest as I pulled the pickup out onto the road. The engine's rumble was a comfort, a reminder I was still in control, still in charge. But as I started to drive back, that distorted voice echoed in my mind, warning me to stay clear of those woods. Hollow Hill Road wasn't just a quiet, desolate stretch. It was a place where the night held secrets, and some of those secrets were watching from the trees. As I stepped out of the cab to take a closer look at that pickup, a chill ran down my spine. The night air felt heavier here, like the woods were holding their breath, waiting. I ran my flashlight over the truck's surface and immediately noticed the strange scratch marks along the driver's door. They weren't the usual dents or scrapes you'd expect from a careless driver. These were jagged, deep gouges, etched into the metal as if something large had clawed at it with considerable force. The paint was scraped down to bare metal in places, the edges bent inward slightly, like the truck had been grabbed and shaken. My breath caught when I moved around to the hood. There, the gouges were even more pronounced, long, deep scrapes that cut across the rusted surface in uneven lines. Whoever, or whatever, had made them had left no mistaking the size and strength behind those marks. It wasn't normal animal scratches, not from any deer or raccoon. These were big, deliberate, as though some creature was trying to get in or warn whoever was inside to back off. The woods around me were unervingly silent now. No rustling leaves, no whine through the branches, just a heavy, oppressive stillness that pressed in on every side. It felt like the forest itself was watching me. I scanned the tree line with my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness but revealing nothing but trunks and shadows. Then I noticed footprints in the muddy patch near the shoulder of the road, close to where the truck was parked. I crouched down to take a closer look, my flashlight steady despite the cold sweat on my palms. The prints were large, much larger than any human's shoe size, and oddly shaped. They didn't have the typical outline of a boot or sneaker. Instead, they were irregular, with deep impressions that looked almost like elongated toes or claws. The spacing between them suggested something tall and heavy had walked here recently. I traced the footprints back toward the tree line, but they stopped abruptly at the edge of the woods, as if whatever had made them melted into the darkness. I took a step back and suddenly felt exposed, like I'd crossed an invisible line into territory I wasn't supposed to be in. The silence was broken by the faint snap of a branch somewhere behind me. I whipped the flashlight around, heart pounding, but saw nothing. My ears strained to catch any other sounds, just the distant echo of my own breathing and the faint rustle of leaves shifting in the night breeze. Yet, that sound was unlike any breeze I'd heard before. It was deliberate, like footsteps or a slow, heavy movement through the underbrush. I swallowed hard, reminding myself not to jump to conclusions. Tow truck drivers see all sorts of strange things, and the mind can play tricks when you're alone in the dark. But this was different. My instincts screamed at me that something wasn't right. I felt watched, closely, patiently. I examined the truck once more, shining the beam through the windows. The interior was empty except for a small walkie-talkie resting on the passenger seat, its static crackling faintly. I picked it up, pressing the button to check if it was still on. A shaky voice whispered warnings a moment ago, and I wasn't eager to hear it again, but the static persisted. As I looked up, a flicker of movement caught my eye at the edge of the forest, just a shadow shifting between the trees. I tightened my grip on the flashlight and scanned the area, but the darkness swallowed whatever had been there. It was gone before I could get a clear look. The feeling of unease intensified. I couldn't shake the image of those massive footprints, the claw marks, or the shadowy figure slipping away into the blackness. Whatever had been here wasn't human, that much was clear. The question was, what was it? And why had it left the truck alone? I checked my watch. Time was running short if I wanted to get this tow done and be back before the early morning rush. Still, the urge to leave was growing stronger. The woods around Hollow Hill Road felt less like a backdrop and more like a living thing, watching, waiting. I decided to take one last look around before hooking up the truck. My flashlight beam swept over the muddy ground again, and that's when I noticed something else. Deep gouges in the earth, like massive claws had dug into the soil nearby. The marks were fresh. The mud was still wet and soft around the edges. The size was staggering, far beyond anything I'd seen before, and arranged in a pattern that suggested a large creature had been pacing or circling. A low growl echoed faintly from somewhere deeper in the woods, a sound that rattled my nerves and tightened the knot in my stomach. I froze, straining to pinpoint where it came from, but all I could see was the thick darkness between the trees. The radio on my truck crackled again, cutting through the silence with static and that same distorted voice warning me to leave. I didn't hesitate this time. My hands moved quickly, hooking the chains and securing the truck to the tow bar. The feeling of being watched didn't ease, and I kept glancing over my shoulder into the inky blackness. Just as I was about to climb back into the cab, my flashlight flickered and dimmed, then died, plunging me into near-total darkness except for the faint glow of the truck's dashboard lights. I fumbled for a spare, my heart racing. From the woods came a guttural growl, low and primal, reverberating through the trees and shaking the quiet night. For a fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure standing just beyond the tree line, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. It was massive, towering, and vaguely humanoid, but covered in thick, dark fur. I slammed the flashlight on and climbed into the truck, locking the doors behind me. The creature stayed at the edge of the forest, its glowing eyes watching me as I started the engine. My hands trembled on the wheel as I pulled the truck free and sped away, stealing quick, nervous glances in the rearview mirror. Even as the trees gave way to open road and the creature's silhouette faded into the darkness, the image of those massive claw marks and irregular footprints lingered in my mind. Whatever was out there wasn't some wild animal. It was something else entirely, something big, something watching, and it had left unmistakable evidence of its presence. Just as I was finishing up hooking the old pickup to my tow rig, my tow light flickered and then cut out completely, plunging me into near darkness. The sudden loss of light made my skin crawl. I fumbled for the switch, twisting and clicking, but the bulb stayed dead. My heartbeat hammered in my ears as the oppressive silence around me thickened. The only sound was the faint rustle of leaves and that low, guttural growl echoing from somewhere deep in the woods. I froze, flashlight trembling in my hand, my eyes darting toward the tree line. Between the trunks, a shadowy figure emerged, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. It was massive, easily over 7 feet tall, and covered in thick, dark fur that blended into the night. Its face was vaguely human but distorted, with deep-set eyes that seemed to study me, assessing every move. Long claws glistened faintly in the sparse light, and its heavy breathing rattled the air. Panic surged through me, but I forced myself to stay still, gripping the flashlight like a lifeline. The creature didn't move closer. Instead, it lingered just at the edge of the forest, watching. The silence was broken only by its slow, deliberate growl, a sound that felt prehistoric, raw, and full of warning. I scrambled back into the cab, slamming the door shut and locking it. My hands shook as I started the engine, eyes fixed on the creature's glowing gaze through the rear window. It pressed its enormous hand against the truck door, the sheer size of it dwarfing my whole arm. I could feel the pressure through the metal, a silent communication that was both terrifying and oddly curious. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was facing. This wasn't some wild animal or a prank. It was something else, something ancient and powerful. There was intelligence in those eyes, an awareness that unsettled me to my core. It didn't seem interested in harming me, but it was clearly watching, studying. I floored the accelerator, pulling the truck free and speeding down the road as fast as I dared. The creature remained where it stood, a dark sentinel framed by the trees, its gaze following me until I turned onto the main highway. Even then, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting it to follow, but it didn't move. When I finally reached the gas station at the edge of town, relief washed over me, though the adrenaline still thrummed through my veins. I parked under the harsh fluorescent lights, the bright glare making everything feel unreal. I sat there for a long time, catching my breath, my hands trembling on the wheel. The pickup was secured behind me, but my mind was elsewhere. I thought about the creature's gaze, the way it had pressed its hand against my door, the deep scratches and claw marks on the rusted truck. It felt like a warning, or maybe an invitation to understand something beyond my grasp. I considered calling it in, reporting what I'd seen, but the fear of sounding crazy held me back. Who would believe a tow truck driver's story about a giant, hairy figure with glowing eyes lurking in the woods? I debated whether to mention the footprints, the gouges in the mud, the strange voice on the walkie-talkie. It was all too much, too unbelievable. The experience left me shaken and wary. I knew I'd be thinking about that night for a long time. Hollow Hill Road wasn't just another stretch of road with poor lighting and patchy cell service. It was a place where something unknown lived, something that watched and waited in the dark. I checked the truck for any new damage and noticed the scratches on my door had gotten worse, deeper than before. The metal was bent inward just like the pickups. I ran my fingers over the marks, feeling the cold, rough edges, a physical reminder that what I'd encountered was real. After that night, I called in sick for the rest of my shift, needing time to process what had happened. I avoided Hollow Hill Road altogether, sticking to better lit, busier routes where I could feel safer. When I did have to respond to calls in remote areas, I made sure to bring extra flashlights and never worked alone if I could help it. Even now, when I'm out on the road late at night, I catch myself glancing into the woods, half expecting to see those glowing eyes watching from the shadows. The encounter changed how I look at the night, at those quiet, lonely stretches of road where the darkness isn't just absence of light. It's something alive, something waiting. I don't know what that creature wanted that night. Maybe it was curious, more interested in observing than attacking. But the handprint on my truck door and the scratches on the pickup tell a different story than the one I tell myself. That some things out there are beyond explanation, and they're watching us just as closely as we watch them. Since then, I've been more cautious, more respectful of the unknown. The job goes on, the calls keep coming, but there's a part of me that's never quite at ease on those remote roads. I've learned to trust that feeling, that instinct that warns me something's out there, just beyond the reach of my headlights, waiting and watching. I was part of a group of hikers who had planned a challenging trek deep into the vast forests of the Pacific Northwest. We were all experienced, or at least we liked to think so, each with multiple hikes under our belts and a respectable collection of gear. It was late autumn, and the days were growing shorter. By the time we set off in the early morning, the sun was already low in the sky, casting long shadows through the towering pines that stretched endlessly above us. There was a cold wind rustling through the branches, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The forest felt both alive and ancient, like a place untouched by time. The trail we chose was known for its difficulty, winding through dense undergrowth, rocky outcrops, and steep inclines. We had underestimated the rapid change in weather, though. The forecast had predicted clear skies, but as the hours passed, the clouds gathered, and the temperature dropped noticeably. We pressed on, determined to reach the ridge before dusk, but the daylight was fading faster than we expected. The trees seemed to close in around us, their dark silhouettes merging with the thickening gloom. Mark was the first to notice something was wrong. We had been following the trail markers without issue for most of the day, but now, they were becoming sparse and harder to spot. The familiar bright orange blazes on the trees were fewer and farther between, and some looked faded or partially covered by moss. Mark stopped and scanned the area, his brow furrowed in concern. "Guys, I think we might be off course," he said quietly. The group slowed, eyes darting nervously through the dim light. There was a heaviness settling over us, a creeping unease that we couldn't shake. As the sky darkened, Mark suddenly froze, his head turning sharply toward the deeper forest. From somewhere far off, an eerie howl echoed through the trees. It was long and haunting, not quite like any animal we had heard before. The sound seemed to vibrate in the air, bouncing off the trunks and fading into silence. A chill ran down my spine. The howl was a reminder that we were not in a tame place. This was wilderness, wild and unpredictable, and it didn't care for us or our plans. We gathered closer together, trying to keep our spirits up, but the atmosphere had shifted. The forest no longer felt like an adventurous playground. It felt vast and unknowable, a place where we were just small, fragile intruders. The wind picked up, rustling the branches with a sharp, whispering sound, and the cold seemed to seep into our bones. We realized then that the day was ending much sooner than we had prepared for. Our phones were beginning to lose battery, and the signal was already spotty, flickering in and out as though the forest itself was swallowing our connection to the outside world. Mark suggested we retrace our steps to find the last clear marker. We moved cautiously, eyes peeled for anything that might guide us back. The undergrowth was thick, and the path was slippery with wet leaves. The trail, once evident, was now obscured, and the fading light made it nearly impossible to distinguish safe footing from hidden roots or loose stones. Every crack of a twig or rustle in the brush made us jump, the tension mounting with each step. I kept thinking about the howl. What creature could make such a sound? It wasn't like the typical calls of wolves or coyotes I was used to hearing on previous hikes. This howl was deeper, more resonant, almost mournful. Sometimes it felt closer, as if something was moving just beyond the trees, watching us. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the usual sounds of birdsong and insects absent, replaced by an unsettling stillness. Despite our experience, we were unprepared for how quickly conditions deteriorated. The cold wind was relentless, cutting through our jackets and chilling us to the core. The sky had turned a bruised purple, and the first stars were beginning to blink into existence. Our headlamps sat in our packs, saved for emergencies, but the growing darkness made it clear we might need them soon. The trail markers remained elusive, and every path we took seemed to circle us back to where we started or lead us deeper into the forest's shadowy maze. Mark's voice broke the silence. "We should set up camp here for the night," he said, his tone steady but carrying an edge of urgency. The group nodded in agreement, relief evident in our expressions. We began looking for a flat spot, something sheltered from the wind and safe from any sudden wildlife encounters. The ground was damp and uneven, littered with pine needles and fallen branches. As we worked quickly to pitch our tents, the eerie howl returned, closer this time, sending a fresh wave of unease through the group. I remember standing by the edge of the clearing, watching the dark shapes of the trees sway against the sky. The howl echoed again, long and haunting, and I caught a glimpse of movement, a shadow slipping between the trunks, too quick to identify. My heart hammered in my chest. I wanted to believe it was just a deer or some other forest creature, but the sound, the atmosphere, it all spoke of something else. We lit a small fire, struggling against the dampness and the cold. The flames cast flickering light on our faces, creating dancing shadows that seemed to mimic the restless forest around us. The warmth was comforting, but the firelight was fragile, a fragile barrier against the dark unknown pressing in. We spoke less now, each of us lost in our own thoughts, ears straining for any unusual sounds. The wind howled through the branches overhead, a mournful symphony that matched the unease knotting my stomach. I kept glancing toward the trees, half expecting to see the shadowy figure again. But nothing appeared, only the endless forest, silent except for the wind and the distant echoes of that haunting howl. Somewhere deep inside, a warning flickered, a primal sense of danger that urged caution and vigilance. The night was only beginning, and I knew this was far from over. The forest held its secrets tight, and we were just visitors, lost in its vast, cold embrace. By the time dawn was just a faint promise on the horizon, the fog had rolled in thick and fast. It crept through the trees like a living thing, swallowing the forest in a cold, damp embrace. Visibility dropped to nearly nothing. We could barely see more than a few feet ahead, and the familiar shapes of the trees turned into ghostly silhouettes that shifted and swayed in the mist. The comforting warmth of the fire from the night before had long since faded, leaving us chilled and uncertain. We knew we couldn't stay put much longer. Our phones were dead or useless, swallowed by the dense canopy and the thick fog. The trail markers we had relied on the day before were nowhere to be seen, hidden beneath layers of moisture or obscured by the shifting gray. The cold seemed to seep into every bone, making our fingers stiff and our movements sluggish. The forest around us felt less like a refuge and more like a trap. Mark took the lead. His voice was steady but low, trying to keep the group focused and moving. "Let's head back the way we came," he suggested, though no one was sure which way that was anymore. We moved slowly, hands outstretched to touch the trees as we went, hoping the familiar rough bark might guide us. But the forest had changed overnight. The path was muddier, the undergrowth thicker, and the fog made every step feel like a leap into the unknown. Sarah, one of the quieter members of our group, suddenly stopped and knelt down, her eyes fixed on the ground. "Look at this," she whispered. Near her boots were a series of footprints unlike anything we had seen before. They were large, elongated, and the shape didn't match any animal tracks we knew. No deer, no bear, not even a large bird. The prints were oddly spaced, too big for a human, and the deep impressions suggested something heavy had passed through recently. Instead of calling the others over, Sarah crept forward, following the tracks quietly and with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. She moved slowly, hope flickering in her eyes that these prints might lead us out of the endless fog. But as she went further, her figure began to blur and fade into the gray veil. I called after her, but my voice barely carried. The others hesitated, torn between following her and staying together. Eventually, Sarah disappeared completely from sight, swallowed by the mist. Panic started to rise in the group like a tide. We shouted for Sarah, our voices echoing helplessly through the fog, but there was no answer. The silence that followed was heavier than the fog itself. We were now not only lost, but separated. The forest no longer felt like a place we could navigate. It had become a labyrinth where every step could lead us deeper into the unknown. I tried to keep calm, reminding myself that Sarah was experienced and would find her way back. But the fear gnawed at me relentlessly. Our breaths came out in sharp puffs, visible in the cold air, and every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves made us jump. The fog muffled sounds, turning them into strange, distorted echoes that seemed to come from all directions at once. The cold was unrelenting, and the dampness clung to our clothes and skin, making us shiver uncontrollably. Our hands and feet felt numb, and the thick fog played tricks on our senses. Shadows moved at the edges of our vision, shapes that dissolved when we turned to look. Trees appeared closer or farther away than they actually were. The forest seemed to close in around us, a silent, watchful presence that made the air feel suffocating. As the morning stretched on, the group huddled together, trying to stay warm and focused. Mark was visibly tense, his usual confident demeanor replaced by tight lines around his eyes. We debated whether to stay put and wait for the fog to lift or to keep moving, hoping to stumble upon a recognizable landmark or a clearer path. Neither option felt safe. Staying meant risking hypothermia and exhaustion. Moving meant risking getting even more lost or running into something unknown. Hours passed in this limbo, the fog thick and unyielding. Then, just as despair threatened to overwhelm us, Sarah reappeared. She was soaked and shivering, but unharmed. She explained that she had followed the footprints for a while, hoping they would lead to a trail or some sign of human presence. Instead, she found herself in a small clearing with no obvious exit, surrounded by trees that seemed older and more twisted than the rest. The footprints ended there, as if the creature that made them had vanished into thin air. Her discovery deepened the mystery and fear. If something had been moving through the forest that none of us could identify, what else was out there watching us? Sarah's encounter, though brief and unexplained, was a stark reminder that we were not alone in this place. The forest was home to secrets far older and stranger than any of us had imagined. The day wore on, and the fog began to thin slightly, revealing glimpses of the rugged terrain around us, steep slopes, rocky outcrops, and dense thickets. But the trail remained elusive, and our sense of direction was fractured. We tried to use the sun's position to guide us, but the low light and the thick canopy made it difficult. The cold continued to bite, and our energy was draining fast. Despite the fear and confusion, we forced ourselves to keep moving, sticking close together and speaking in low voices. Every so often, we stopped to rest and scan the surrounding trees for any sign of the elusive trail markers. But they were gone, hidden or erased by the relentless weather and time. As night approached again, the forest grew darker and more oppressive. The eerie howl from the previous night returned, this time closer and more persistent. It sent a fresh wave of terror through us. The wind picked up, rattling the branches and carrying with it a faint, almost imperceptible whispering sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. We reached a small clearing and decided to set up camp once more, our hands trembling as we fumbled with the tents and gear. The fire was harder to start in the damp conditions, and the smoke seemed to hang low in the cold air, swirling around us like a ghostly veil. We huddled close, sharing what little warmth we could, eyes constantly scanning the dark forest beyond the firelight. The forest seemed to pulse with unseen life. Branches snapped in the distance, low growls echoed through the trees, and shadows flickered just beyond the fire's glow. Mark spotted a shadowy figure watching us from the edge of the clearing, a shape that vanished whenever he tried to focus on it. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. Fear settled in our bones. We realized that whatever was out there, it was patient, watching, waiting. The forest was no longer just a place of natural beauty and challenge. It had become a living nightmare where every sound and shadow held a threat. We debated whether to wait for morning or try to move in the dark, caught between the dangers of the unknown and the will to survive. The night deepened, and the forest closed in around us, a cold, silent reminder that we were not in control here. The night was colder than any of us expected. The dampness in the air clung to our clothes and skin, chilling us to the bone despite the small fire flickering weakly before us. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the underbrush, tightened the knot of fear in my stomach. The forest around us felt alive in a way that was anything but comforting, as if unseen eyes were tracking our every movement, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal themselves. Mark tried to keep the group calm, his voice steady but low. "We'll stay together and keep watching shifts," he said, though even he didn't sound fully convinced. We pitched our tents as best we could on the uneven, damp ground, but the wind kept tearing at the tarps, making the effort feel futile. The fire was a feeble barrier against the dark, and every time the flames flickered or dipped low, the shadows seemed to stretch and creep closer. As the hours passed, strange noises surrounded us. The sharp crack of branches breaking, low growls that vibrated through the forest floor, and the occasional sound of heavy footsteps that didn't quite match any animal we knew. My breath caught in my throat more than once when a sudden noise pierced the silence, only to reveal nothing but the swaying trees and the thick darkness beyond the firelight. Mark was the first to spot it. A shadowy figure, tall and indistinct, lingered just beyond the edge of our clearing. It appeared for a moment, watching us silently, its form blending with the trees and the mist. Each time Mark raised his flashlight to focus on the figure, It vanished, melting back into the forest as if it were never there. The sight sent a ripple of panic through the group. If something was out there, it was smart, patient, and aware of us. The fire sputtered as the wind kicked up, sparks flying into the sky, and the cold seemed to press in tighter. We debated whether to try moving again under the cover of darkness or to wait for daylight. Both options felt perilous. Moving meant risking missteps or surprise encounters in the pitch-black forest. Staying meant enduring the cold and the unknown presence circling us. We settled on keeping watch, rotating in pairs so no one would be left alone for too long. I volunteered for the first shift, gripping my flashlight like a lifeline. The beam cut narrow slices through the blackness, illuminating the trees in ghostly pools of light. Every shadow seemed to twitch and shift, and the howls from the previous nights echoed faintly on the wind, distant yet haunting. During my watch, I caught glimpses of movement, shadows flitting between the trees, too quick and silent for any animal I knew. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I tried to convince myself it was just the play of light and wind. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. The forest felt like a trap, a place where time slowed and the rules of the natural world no longer applied. The others were restless in their tents, whispering in low tones, sharing stories to keep the fear at bay. Sarah, who had followed those strange footprints earlier, was pale and quiet, eyes wide every time the wind shifted. She kept glancing outside, as if expecting the shadowy figure to return. Mark paced near the fire, hands clenched, scanning the darkness with a wary gaze. Suddenly, a loud snap shattered the fragile calm, a branch breaking close by, followed by a low growl that seemed to come from just beyond the fire's reach. We all froze, hearts pounding. The firelight wavered as a gust of wind swept through, and for a terrifying moment, I thought I saw eyes, glowing faintly in the darkness, reflecting the fire's orange glow. The group instinctively huddled closer, whispering urgent plans. We debated making noise to scare off whatever was out there, but the idea of drawing attention to ourselves felt reckless. The forest held its breath, the silence pressing in heavier than ever. The sense of being watched was overwhelming, like invisible hands brushing against our skin. Mark leaned in, voice barely above a whisper. "We can't stay here all night. We need to find higher ground, somewhere safer." The problem was, none of us knew which direction to go. The fog had lifted only slightly, and the darkness obscured every landmark. Our phones were dead, and the compass kept spinning erratically, as if the forest itself was interfering. Packing up in the dark was slow and nerve-wracking. Every noise seemed amplified. The rustle of a tent flap, the clink of gear, the crunch of leaves underfoot. We moved cautiously, flashlights sweeping the trees, alert for any sign of the figure or strange sounds. It felt like the forest was watching our every step, waiting to see what we would do next. As we climbed, the terrain grew steeper and more treacherous. Rocks slick with moss and wet leaves threatened to send us tumbling with every step. The cold bit harder, and the wind howled through the trees like a mournful spirit. Our breaths came in ragged puffs, the air thin and sharp in our lungs. Suddenly, from somewhere behind us, a chorus of low growls erupted, rising and falling like a dark chant. The sounds were too coordinated to be random animal noises. They were something else, something deliberate. A shiver ran through the group as we quickened our pace, hearts pounding with a mix of fear and adrenaline. We finally reached a small plateau, a patch of rocky ground that gave us a better view of the valley below, though mist still clung to the trees like a ghostly blanket. The wind was relentless here, but at least we could see farther. The fire we lit was small, but the flickering flames gave us a fragile sense of security. The shadowy figure never appeared again, but the feeling of being watched never left. Branches snapped at the edges of the clearing, and low growls echoed far below. The forest seemed to pulse with life, but not the kind of life we understood or trusted. We debated our next move, exhausted and on edge. Staying put felt like inviting danger, but moving without a clear path risked getting lost forever. The forest was a living entity, ancient and indifferent, and we were just intruders caught in its grip. That night, as we huddled around the fire, I couldn't shake the feeling that the woods were closing in on us. The darkness was thick and endless, hiding secrets we were never meant to uncover. Every shadow held a threat, Every sound was a warning. And somewhere out there, beyond the firelight, something was waiting. Lisa had set out on what she thought would be a quick overnight trip in the Canadian Rockies, eager to escape the noise of the city and lose herself in the wilderness for a little while. She was experienced, confident in her navigation skills, and well prepared with gear, maps, and a sturdy backpack. But as dusk settled, she realized something was wrong. The trail markers she'd been following vanished abruptly, and to make matters worse, her map was soaked through from a sudden rain shower, the ink running and smudging beyond recognition. Her heart sank as she fumbled with the ruined map, trying to piece together her route, but the wet paper was useless now. The forest around her was thick and closing in. The path was no more than a faint suggestion beneath fallen leaves and branches. She called out softly, hoping for a response from any nearby hikers, but all she heard in return was the rustling of wind through the trees and the distant cry of a lone bird. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the shadows grew longer, swallowing the trail. The temperature dropped quickly, her breath forming small clouds in the crisp air. Lisa knew she needed shelter, somewhere safe to wait out the night and regroup come morning. As she pushed through a dense thicket, she stumbled upon something unexpected, an old ranger's cabin, half hidden among the trees, its weathered wooden walls stained by years of rain and sun. The door was slightly ajar, creaking on its hinges with the slightest breeze. Inside, the small cabin smelled of damp wood and old smoke. Dust motes floated in the fading light that filtered through grimy windows. Lisa's footsteps echoed softly as she moved about, grateful for the shelter. On a rickety table lay a worn leather-bound journal, its cover cracked and brittle. Curiosity and a flicker of unease made her open it. The pages were filled with handwritten entries, scrawled in haste. The words spoke of another lost hiker, a man named James, who had found himself trapped in the forest years before. His writing detailed days of wandering, growing cold and hungry, haunted by strange noises and fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures. He described an overwhelming feeling of being watched, the forest itself seeming to turn against him. The last entry was hurried and nearly illegible, ending with a chilling warning. They are close. If you find this, do not trust the silence. Do not look outside. Lisa's breath caught. The words echoed too closely the fear she had been feeling all evening. Was it possible that others had come before her and never returned? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. She closed the journal carefully and looked out the window. The forest outside was dark, the trees standing like silent sentinels against the fading light. Suddenly, a sound broke the quiet, a series of footsteps approaching the cabin. Lisa's heart pounded, throat tightening. She moved to the door slowly, peering through the narrow crack, expecting to see another lost hiker or perhaps a ranger. But there was nothing. Only the empty wilderness stretched out before her, the trees swaying gently in the cold breeze. The feeling of being watched intensified, as if unseen eyes were tracking her every move. Lisa stepped back, locking the door as best she could with a rickety latch. The cabin no longer felt like a refuge but a trap, a small island of safety surrounded by an indifferent and watchful forest. She sat down, clutching the journal, trying to steady her breathing. Outside, the footsteps returned briefly, circling the cabin in an eerie rhythm before fading into silence. The wind whispered through the cracks in the wood, carrying with it a faint, almost imperceptible murmur that sent goosebumps racing across her skin. Lisa's mind raced with questions and fear. Was she truly alone out here, or was something else lurking just beyond the thin walls? The journal's warnings seemed less like stories and more like desperate messages to anyone who might follow. As night deepened, the forest around the cabin seemed to close in, the darkness thick and suffocating. The footsteps never truly stopped, and the feeling of unseen presence grew heavier. Lisa knew she couldn't stay here forever. She had to find a way out, but with the map ruined and the forest hiding its secrets, every step forward was a step into the unknown. Two brothers, Jake and Ryan, found themselves stranded in the unforgiving deserts of Arizona after their ATV broke down miles from the nearest road. What was supposed to be a weekend adventure quickly turned into a desperate fight for survival. The blistering heat of the day gave way to freezing cold nights, and their water supply dwindled alarmingly fast. every landmark blurred in the endless expanse of sand and rock, and the relentless sun left them disoriented and weak. As days passed, the desert played cruel tricks on their minds. Mirages shimmered on the horizon, glimmering lakes and distant towns that vanished the moment they tried to approach. The heat distorted their senses, making it impossible to trust what they saw or felt. Exhaustion and thirst gnawed at their resolve, but they pressed on, hoping to find a way back to civilization. One night, as they huddled beneath a sparse Joshua tree, the brothers noticed flickering lights in the distance, far beyond the hills. At first, they thought it might be a rescue team or passing vehicles, but the lights were intermittent, dancing in patterns that made no sense. When they tried to move toward the glow, the lights vanished, leaving only darkness and silence behind. The eerie lights returned over the next few nights, always just out of reach. Along with them came strange whispers carried on the dry wind, soft, unintelligible voices that seemed to circle around the brothers, never quite close, but never far away. The whispers chilled them more than the cold desert nights, hinting at something beyond explanation. Despite their dire situation, Jake and Ryan managed to ration their remaining water and share what little food they had left. They used the stars to navigate, but the desert's vastness swallowed their attempts to find a clear path. Every direction looked the same, endless dunes and rocky outcrops under the vast sky. When rescuers finally found them, weak and dehydrated but alive, the brothers were relieved beyond words. Yet, neither could explain what they had seen or heard during those long nights. The flickering lights and the whispers remained a mystery, a haunting reminder that the desert held secrets beyond human understanding. Their story spread through local communities, sparking countless theories and cautionary tales about the desert's hidden dangers. It served as a stark reminder of nature's unforgiving power and the thin line between survival and disappearance in the wild. The brothers' experience, alongside the other tales of lost hikers and eerie encounters, became the foundation for a popular adventure podcast that delved deep into true wilderness mysteries. Listeners were invited to explore these stories, to question the unknown, and to respect the wild places that challenge us in ways we cannot always explain. Most people tend to dismiss tales of ghosts and spirits as mere superstition, preferring the comfort of rational explanations. For the Becker family, life had always been grounded in routine and practical concerns. When they decided to move into the old Victorian house on Elm Street, it was with hopes of a fresh start in their quiet town. The house, with its towering gables and faded white paint, had been on the market for months. Its history was murky, but the Beckers saw only its charm and potential. Tom Becker, a middle-aged accountant, had found a good deal on the property. His wife, Linda, a schoolteacher, was cautiously optimistic, while their teenage daughter, Emily, viewed the move with typical adolescent indifference. The neighborhood was peaceful, and the house's creaky floors and antique fixtures gave it character. It was the kind of home that whispered stories from the past, but seemed inviting rather than foreboding. In the first few weeks, the Beckers settled in without incident. The morning sun filtered through lace curtains, casting delicate patterns on the wooden floors. Linda busied herself arranging the living room, placing family photos on the mantelpiece next to a tarnished brass clock. Tom unpacked boxes in the basement, occasionally glancing up at the ornate ceiling beams. Emily claimed the smallest bedroom, content to decorate it with posters and fairy lights. They quickly fell into a comfortable rhythm. Weekdays were for work and school, evenings for family dinners and quiet conversations. The old house, despite its creaks and groans, felt like home. Linda often remarked on how peaceful it was, how the neighborhood seemed untouched by the rush of modern life. Yet, beneath that calm surface, subtle oddities began to stir. It was during a late afternoon in early autumn when Linda first noticed the strange chill. She was folding laundry in the hallway when she paused, sensing a sudden drop in temperature. The air felt heavy, as if the house itself was holding its breath. She rubbed her arms but dismissed the sensation, chalking it up to a draft from the aging windows. That evening, as the family gathered around the dinner table, Tom mentioned hearing a faint tapping sound coming from the attic. Linda and Emily exchanged glances but laughed it off as the house settling. After all, old houses are known to make noises. Still, the sense of unease lingered, subtle but persistent. Over the next few days, these moments multiplied. Doors that had been securely closed were found slightly ajar. Footsteps echoed softly in empty rooms. The antique clock on the mantelpiece occasionally chimed at odd hours, though no one had wound it. Emily complained of shadows flickering in her peripheral vision, but when she turned, there was nothing there. Tom tried to maintain a rational perspective. He checked the locks, inspected the heating system, and even called a handyman to examine the attic. Nothing seemed amiss. Yet the feeling that something was watching, waiting, gnawed at each of them in different ways. One evening, Linda was alone in the living room, reading by the fireplace. The house was quiet save for the crackle of logs. Suddenly, a cold draft swept through the room, extinguishing the flames. She shivered, pulling her shawl tighter around her shoulders. As she reached for the matches to relight the fire, her eyes drifted toward the staircase. There, standing at the top landing, was a figure, tall and shadowy. The man's outline was blurred, as if made of smoke. His posture was rigid, his presence unnerving. Linda froze, unable to speak or move. The figure seemed to gaze down at her, though no facial features could be discerned. Moments stretched unbearably before the apparition dissolved into the dimness. Heart pounding, Linda hurried upstairs to check the bedrooms. Emily was asleep, curled beneath her blankets, unaware. Tom was out of town on a business trip, so she was alone with her fear. The experience left her shaken, the peaceful domesticity of the house shattered. The next morning, Linda confided in Tom over the phone. He was skeptical but promised to return early that week. Meanwhile, Linda began researching the house's history, hoping to find a logical explanation. She visited the local library, combing through old newspapers and property records. The house had stood for nearly a century, passing through various owners, some of whom had left abruptly. The townsfolk were tight-lipped. When Linda inquired at the corner store, an elderly man named Mr. Harris lowered his voice. "That house has stories, all right," he said, eyes flicking toward Elm Street. "Some say it's got restless spirits. Others, that bad things happened there long ago." He shook his head as if to dispel the thought. Determined to understand, Linda dug deeper. She uncovered mentions of a reclusive man named Harold Becker who had lived in the house decades earlier. Harold's life was shrouded in mystery. He had no close family and was rumored to have died under unclear circumstances. Some whispered that he had been involved in tragic events, though details were scarce. As days passed, the family's unease grew. Emily became withdrawn, avoiding the stairs. Tom, though still rational, admitted to feeling uneasy when alone in the basement. Linda's nights were restless, haunted by dreams of shadowy figures and cold corridors. The house, once a symbol of new beginnings, was revealing a darker side. One afternoon, Tom and Linda sat at the kitchen table, the late sun casting long shadows across their faces. They spoke cautiously about what each had experienced, hesitant to fully confront the reality. The house was no longer just a building. It had become a presence, an unseen force that intruded upon their lives. Yet, despite the fear, the Beckers remained. The house was theirs now, and they were determined to unravel its secrets. The ordinary rhythms of their days continued, punctuated by moments of dread and uncertainty. In the quiet town, the old Victorian stood as a silent witness to their unfolding story, its walls holding memories that refused to fade. The Beckers' journey into the unknown had only just begun. As the days stretched on, the subtle disturbances that had once seemed innocuous began to unravel the fabric of normalcy for the Becker family. The old Victorian house on Elm Street, which had initially promised a fresh start, now whispered secrets through its creaking walls and shadowed corners. The unease that had nestled quietly within their daily routines was growing louder, more insistent. It was Emily who first noticed the shadows moving with purpose. One afternoon, while studying in her bedroom, she glanced toward the window only to catch a fleeting figure dissolving into the gloom beyond. The shape was indistinct, but the sensation of being watched prickled her skin. She tried to dismiss it as a trick of the light, yet the feeling persisted. That evening, she confided in her mother, her voice barely above a whisper. "Mom, I think someone's in the house," Emily said, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion. Linda tried to soothe her, brushing a strand of hair behind Emily's ear. "It's probably just your imagination, honey. Old houses like this play tricks on us." But deep down, Linda felt the same creeping dread. The cold drafts, the unexplained noises, they were not figments of imagination. That night, she lay awake, listening to the house breathe around her. The soft tapping on the walls grew louder, echoing through the corridors like footsteps. She pulled the covers tight, willing herself to believe that the house was simply settling, that there was no lurking presence. Tom returned home the following day, his business trip cut short by a persistent unease he couldn't shake. The moment he stepped through the front door, a wave of cold washed over him. The house felt charged, as if it held its breath in anticipation. Over dinner, Linda recounted her encounter with the shadowy figure on the staircase, her voice trembling slightly. Tom frowned, skepticism battling concern. "Are you sure you didn't just see a trick of the light? Maybe a shadow from the trees outside." "I wish it were that simple," Linda replied. "But I don't think I imagined it." That evening, Tom decided to investigate the attic, the origin of some of the unexplained noises. Armed with a flashlight, he climbed the narrow stairs, the wooden boards groaning beneath his weight. The attic was cluttered with forgotten relics, old trunks, faded photographs, and dust-covered furniture. As he swept the beam of light across the room, a cold spot stopped him mid-step. His breath visible in the chill air, Tom caught sight of a dark shape near the far wall. It was indistinct, but unmistakably human in form. The figure seemed to watch him, unmoving, before vanishing into the shadows. Heart pounding, Tom hurried downstairs, shaken more than he cared to admit. The following days brought a rapid escalation. Doors that had been firmly latched were found wide open. Objects shifted inexplicably. Books slid off shelves, chairs tipped over without cause. The antique mantel clock chimed erratically, each peal slicing through the stillness like a warning. The family's nerves frayed as the house's presence became more overt, more intrusive. Linda's teaching colleagues noticed the change in her demeanor. Once cheerful and composed, she now appeared distracted and pale. At home, she found herself avoiding certain rooms, especially the hallway leading to the attic. Emily, once eager to explore, stayed close to her parents, clutching her stuffed animal tightly at night. The neighborhood, once a haven, seemed indifferent to their plight. The locals offered little comfort, their eyes clouded with unspoken knowledge. Mr. Harris, the elderly man from the corner store, caught Linda's gaze one afternoon and shook his head slowly. "That house, it's got a history," he said quietly. "Some things never rest easy." Driven by a growing need to understand, Linda and Tom delved deeper into the house's past. They uncovered records hinting at a string of tragedies tied to the property. Former tenants had left suddenly, their departures marked by rumors of madness and despair. The most chilling detail was the death of Harold Becker, the reclusive man who had once called the house home. Official records noted his passing as accidental, but whispers of something darker lingered in the town's collective memory. As the haunting intensified, so did the strain on the family's relationships. Arguments erupted over how to respond, Tom advocating for logic and patience, Linda leaning towards seeking outside help. Emily became increasingly withdrawn, her schoolwork suffering as fear held her captive. One night, the tension reached a breaking point. Linda was in the kitchen preparing dinner when the lights flickered violently. A cold gust swept through the room, extinguishing the stove's flame and plunging her into darkness. The sound of footsteps paced the hallway outside, slow and deliberate. Heart hammering, Linda called out, but only silence answered. Meanwhile, upstairs, Emily lay frozen in bed as a shadowy figure appeared at her doorway. The outline was vague yet unmistakable, a tall man, his presence oppressive. She squeezed her eyes shut, whispering a prayer until the figure dissolved. The next morning, the family gathered in the living room, the weight of the previous night pressing down on them. Tom's face was pale, his usual composure shattered. "We can't ignore this anymore," he admitted. "We need help." They reached out to a local paranormal investigator, a man named Marcus who had built a modest reputation for uncovering the truth behind hauntings. Marcus arrived with equipment, EMF detectors, infrared cameras, and voice recorders, tools designed to capture evidence of the unseen. The Beckers watched with a mixture of hope and apprehension as he set up in the dimly lit house. The investigation began that evening. Marcus moved methodically through each room, narrating his findings. The EMF detectors flickered erratically in the hallway near the attic, and the cameras picked up fleeting shadows. At one point, a faint whisper echoed through the living room, captured only by the sensitive microphones. Yet, despite the evidence, the source of the disturbances remained elusive. The house seemed to resist explanation, its secrets buried deep within its aging walls. As the night wore on, the activity intensified, doors slammed, lights flickered, and an overwhelming sense of despair filled the air. The Beckers huddled together, their fear mingling with frustration. Marcus warned them that some spirits were not easily appeased, and that the house's history might hold the key to understanding the unrest. But no matter what rituals or devices they employed, the haunting persisted. In the days that followed, the family's cohesion frayed further. Sleep became elusive, replaced by restless nights and vivid nightmares. Linda found herself questioning her own sanity, while Tom struggled to maintain rationality in the face of mounting evidence. Emily's silence grew heavier, her once bright eyes dulled by fear. The old Victorian house on Elm Street had transformed from a home into a battleground, a place where the past and present collided, and where unseen forces tested the limits of the Becker family's resolve. The boundaries between reality and the supernatural blurred, leaving them trapped in a cycle of fear and uncertainty. Yet, amidst the turmoil, one truth became clear. Whatever lurked within the house was not content to remain hidden. It was watching, waiting, and growing stronger with each passing day. The house's oppressive atmosphere deepened as the Beckers sought to grasp the origins of the disturbances that plagued their daily lives. Linda, driven by a desperate need for answers, immersed herself in the local archives, determined to uncover the story behind the old Victorians' shadowed past. The more she learned, the more the house's secrets began to unravel, threading together a tapestry of tragedy and mystery that echoed through the decades. At the town library, beneath the flickering fluorescent lights and the musty scent of aged paper, Linda pored over yellowed newspapers and dusty records. The house had stood on Elm Street for nearly a century, its once grand facade gradually weathered by time and neglect. The earliest account she found mentioned Harold Becker, the house's most infamous occupant, a man shrouded in enigma. Harold Becker had been a solitary figure, a recluse who rarely ventured beyond his property. Townsfolk whispered of strange behaviors and sudden outbursts, rumors that painted him as a man tormented by unseen demons. Official records stated that Harold died in the house under unclear circumstances, an apparent accident, though the details were scant and suspicious. Some reports hinted at a descent into madness, others suggested darker forces at play. Further investigation revealed a pattern of misfortune tied to the property. Before Harold, several families had lived within the house's walls, each departing abruptly, leaving belongings behind as if fleeing unseen terror. Newspaper clippings chronicled disappearances and unexplained deaths. An account from the 1920s detailed a fire that claimed the life of a young woman, her existence all but erased from official records but preserved in whispered recollections. Linda's research was interrupted one afternoon by a call from Tom. His voice, usually steady, carried an edge of unease. "I found something," he said. "In the basement, old letters, diaries maybe. They belonged to Harold." Together, they sifted through the brittle pages, each word a glimpse into Harold's troubled mind. The diaries revealed a man obsessed with the idea of spirits and the afterlife, recording his attempts to communicate with entities he believed haunted the house. His writings grew increasingly erratic, filled with descriptions of shadowy figures and voices that no one else could hear. One entry spoke of a presence that lingered, a darkness that refused to be banished. The family began to piece together a narrative. Harold Becker's isolation and obsession may have awakened or attracted something malevolent, a force tethered to the house itself. This dark history cast a long shadow over the Beckers, explaining the escalating supernatural activity that had invaded their lives. Meanwhile, the haunting intensified in ways that defied explanation. Late at night, Linda would hear whispers drifting through the halls, voices that seemed to speak in a language just beyond understanding. Emily's nightmares grew vivid and terrifying, her dreams populated by faceless figures and endless corridors. Tom reported phantom footsteps echoing through the basement, a rhythmic tapping that mirrored the beat of his own racing heart. The house's physical environment seemed to respond to the unrest. Cold spots appeared unpredictably, chilling the air to bone-deep cold. Lights flickered without cause, and the heavy wooden doors slammed shut with violent force. The family's sense of safety eroded, replaced by a pervasive dread that clung to every corner. One evening, Linda decided to confront the past directly. Armed with the diary entries and a lantern, she ventured alone into the attic, the epicenter of many of the strange phenomena. The room was cloaked in darkness, dust motes swirling in the pale light. As she stepped inside, the air grew heavy, pressing against her chest. She spoke aloud, reciting passages from Harold's writings, hoping to reach whatever lingered beyond the veil. The silence was thick, then suddenly broken by a low moan that seemed to emanate from the very walls. The temperature plunged, her breath visible in the frigid air. Shadows coalesced near the far corner, shifting and writhing like smoke caught in a breeze. Linda's voice trembled, but she pressed on, imploring the presence to reveal itself, to explain its unrest. The response was a sudden gust that slammed the attic door shut behind her, plunging her into darkness. Panic surged, but she forced herself to remain calm, feeling the weight of unseen eyes upon her. When Tom arrived minutes later, alerted by the commotion, he found Linda shaken but unharmed. Together they left the attic, the house seeming to settle around them as if momentarily appeased. Yet the encounter confirmed what they already feared. The house harbored a restless spirit, bound by sorrow and rage. In the days that followed, the Beckers sought guidance beyond the physical and historical. They turned to local historians and spiritual advisors, hoping to unravel the complex web of the house's past. One elderly woman, Mrs. Callahan, claimed to have known Harold Becker's family and shared tales of his descent into despair, of rituals performed in desperation to contain the darkness he believed inhabited the home. She spoke of a tragic event long buried, an accident involving Harold's sister, who perished within the house under mysterious circumstances. The loss had fractured the family, leaving wounds that festered through generations. Mrs. Callahan suggested that the spirit haunting the house was not merely Harold's, but a confluence of tormented souls trapped in perpetual unrest. Armed with this knowledge, the Beckers faced a grim reality. The house was more than a structure. It was a vessel of accumulated grief and pain. The spirits that roamed its halls were echoes of lives interrupted, of tragedies that demanded acknowledgement. The family's emotional toll deepened. Linda found herself haunted not only by the house, but by the weight of the past, questioning her own strength to endure. Tom wrestled with feelings of helplessness, torn between protecting his family and confronting forces beyond his comprehension. Emily, caught in the crossfire of spectral unrest and familial strain, retreated into silence, her youthful innocence eroding under the shadow of the haunting. As the Beckers navigated this labyrinth of history and haunting, the house seemed to respond in kind. The supernatural activity ebbed and flowed, sometimes violent, sometimes eerily calm, as if the spirits were testing the family's resolve. The dark legacy of Harold Becker and those who came before was no longer hidden, but a living presence, shaping the family's reality. In the quiet moments, Linda pondered the nature of the house itself. Was it merely a site of tragedy, or something more, a threshold between worlds, a prison for souls denied peace? The questions lingered unanswered, their weight pressing down like the heavy velvet curtains that draped the windows. The Beckers understood that their journey was far from over. The house's history was a puzzle with missing pieces, its spirits restless and demanding. Each revelation brought new fears and deeper mysteries, weaving a complex tapestry of the past entwined with the present. Their struggle was no longer just against the unseen forces, but against the echoes of time that refused to be silenced. The house on Elm Street held its secrets tightly, but the Beckers were determined to uncover them, no matter the cost. The house on Elm Street no longer felt like a home to the Beckers. It had become a battleground, a place where unseen forces tested their limits and strained the bonds that once held the family together. Despite their growing understanding of the house's tragic history, the supernatural manifestations only intensified, casting a shadow over every waking moment and fraying their nerves to breaking point. The Beckers enlisted help beyond their own efforts, turning to paranormal investigators and spiritual advisors with hopes of finding relief. Marcus, the investigator who had first arrived with his equipment, returned with a team armed with new tools and a renewed determination to confront the restless spirits. Cameras, electromagnetic field detectors, and voice recorders were placed strategically throughout the house, capturing hours of footage and audio that chronicled the eerie disturbances. Objects moved seemingly of their own accord. Books slid off shelves, chairs tipped without cause, and lights flickered with a sinister rhythm. The investigators documented whispers caught on tape, voices faint but insistent, murmuring words that chilled the blood. Yet, despite the technology and expertise, the house remained defiant, its secrets stubbornly sealed. One evening, during a seance organized by a visiting medium, the house's malevolent presence became terrifyingly tangible. Candles flickered and guttered as unseen hands seemed to grasp at the air. The medium's voice shifted, becoming strained and urgent as she relayed messages from the other side. Her eyes rolled back briefly, and she warned of a dark force bound to the house, a spirit that sought not just to haunt but to possess. The seance ended abruptly when a sudden gust extinguished all the candles, plunging the room into darkness. The Beckers and the investigators retreated, shaken but resolute. The medium cautioned that the spirit's rage was fueled by unresolved anguish and that any attempts to dismiss or ignore it would only exacerbate the torment. In the days that followed, the house's hostility escalated. Doors slammed with violent force, windows shattered inexplicably, and chilling drafts swept through rooms even with the windows closed. The Beckers found themselves walking on edge, listening for the faintest sound that might signal an impending disturbance. Linda's health began to decline under the constant stress. She suffered from headaches, insomnia, and a creeping sense of despair that clung to her like a second skin. Tom, though determined to protect his family, grew increasingly withdrawn, his usual calm replaced by a simmering frustration. Emily, once bright and curious, became a shadow of herself, retreating into silence and fear. A particularly harrowing night marked a turning point. Linda awoke to a cold presence in her bedroom, the shadows shifting and coalescing into a vague but menacing form. Paralyzed by fear, she watched as the apparition reached toward her, its invisible fingers brushing against her skin. The sensation left her weak and gasping for breath. Tom, alerted by her cries, rushed to her side, only to find the room empty but charged with an oppressive energy. In the aftermath, the family realized they could no longer endure the haunting alone. They sought the assistance of a priest known for performing blessings and exorcisms. Father O'Donnell was a stoic man with a reputation for confronting darkness head-on. He arrived armed with holy water, crucifixes, and prayer books, prepared to wage a spiritual battle within the house's walls. The ritual began in the dimly lit living room. The family gathered close as Father O'Donnell intoned prayers, sprinkling holy water along doorways and windows. The atmosphere thickened, the air heavy with a palpable tension. For a time, the house seemed to resist, groaning and creaking as if protesting the intrusion. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the halls, followed by the shattering of glass. The priest's voice rose, commanding the spirit to depart. The Beckers clung to one another, hope mingling with terror. But as the ritual progressed, it became clear that the house's darkness was not so easily expelled. Despite Father O'Donnell's efforts, the manifestations persisted. The spirit's wrath seemed to intensify in response, its presence more aggressive and unrelenting. The priest admitted defeat, urging the Beckers to consider leaving the house for their own safety. The failed exorcism dealt a heavy blow to the family's morale. The house had won this battle, its malevolence undiminished. The Beckers faced the grim reality that the haunting was not a simple disturbance, but a deeply rooted curse tied to the house's history. Their relationships, already strained by fear and exhaustion, began to unravel further. Sleepless nights bred irritability and despair. Arguments flared over what to do next, whether to fight on or flee. Emily's silence grew more profound, her eyes distant as if seeing things beyond the visible world. Tom and Linda struggled to maintain a united front, but the weight of the haunting pressed relentlessly upon them. The house had become a prison, its invisible chains tightening with each passing day. In an effort to find respite, the family attempted to establish boundaries within the home. Certain rooms were avoided, doors locked, and rituals performed to create protective spaces. Yet, the spirit's influence seeped through cracks and crevices, refusing to be contained. The Beckers began documenting their experiences in detail, hoping that by recording events, they might find patterns or insights that could lead to a solution. Every creak, shadow, and whisper was noted, creating a chronicle of their torment. As weeks turned to months, the haunting remained a constant, an unyielding force that shaped their lives. The house's dark history was no longer an abstract story, but a living nightmare they endured daily. Amid the turmoil, small moments of hope flickered. Occasionally, the disturbances would subside, allowing the family brief breaths of normalcy. Linda clung to these fragments, determined to protect her family and uncover a way to break the cycle. Yet the question loomed: how long could they endure this invisible siege? The house's malevolent legacy was a burden heavier than any they had faced before, and the Beckers were caught in its unrelenting grip, struggling to hold on to their sanity and each other as the darkness deepened. The final straw came on a cold winter night when Emily fell gravely ill. It began as a mild fever, but within hours, her condition worsened inexplicably. Doctors were baffled by the sudden onset of symptoms: a high fever, unrelenting chills, and a deep lethargy that left her barely conscious. No clear diagnosis emerged despite exhaustive tests. The illness seemed to defy explanation, as if some invisible force had taken hold of her. Linda sat by Emily's bedside in the sterile hospital room, anguish etched into her face. Tom paced the small space, his worry palpable, the weight of their ordeal pressing down with unbearable force. The house on Elm Street, with its creaking floors and shadowed corners, had followed them here, its darkness extending beyond the threshold of their home. Haunted by the events that had unfolded, the Beckers made the difficult decision to leave the house. Packing their belongings felt surreal, as if they were abandoning not just a place, but a chapter of their lives forever marked by fear and sorrow. The old Victorian stood silent in the cold dawn, its windows like watchful eyes as the family drove away, seeking refuge from a nightmare they could no longer endure. In the weeks that followed, the Beckers grappled with the aftermath. Emily's health slowly improved, but the scars of their time in the house remained. The family struggled to reclaim normalcy, haunted not just by memories, but by lingering questions about what had transpired within those walls. Skepticism from friends and neighbors added to their isolation, their story dismissed as fantasy or exaggeration. Tom, ever the pragmatist, began to document their experiences in detail. He compiled journals, photographs, and recordings, determined to preserve the truth of their ordeal. His writings captured the escalating terror, the failed attempts at cleansing, and the toll the haunting had taken on their family. The act of recording became a catharsis, a way to wrest meaning from chaos. Linda found solace in sharing their story with others who had faced similar experiences. She connected with support groups and forums, discovering a community of individuals who understood the fragile line between the seen and unseen. These connections offered a measure of comfort, a reminder that they were not alone in confronting the inexplicable. Emily, still fragile, began to reclaim her voice, though the shadows of her trauma lingered. Therapy sessions helped her navigate the complex emotions stirred by the haunting, guiding her toward healing. Her resilience became a beacon for the family, symbolizing hope amid the darkness. Yet, even as they moved forward, the Beckers could not entirely escape the past. The old house on Elm Street remained a specter in their lives, its presence felt in fleeting moments. A cold draft in a warm room, a shadow at the edge of vision. The legacy of the haunting was a thread woven into their family's fabric, a reminder of the thin veil that separates the ordinary from the extraordinary. In time, Tom published a book detailing their experiences, blending personal narrative with historical research. The work sought to bridge skepticism and belief, inviting readers to consider the complexities of the supernatural. Reviews were mixed, some praising the authenticity, others dismissing it as fiction. Regardless, the Beckers stood by their story, a testament to the profound impact the house had on their lives. Their tale became part of the town's folklore, whispered among locals as a cautionary account of the house that refused to rest. The Victorian on Elm Street continued to stand, its windows reflecting the passage of time and the echoes of lives intertwined with its haunted legacy. For the Beckers, the journey was both an ending and a beginning. The ordeal had tested their strength, reshaped their understanding of reality, and forged bonds that endured beyond fear. While the mystery of the house remained unresolved, their story served as a powerful reminder of the unseen forces that dwell just beyond the edge of perception and the resilience of those who face them. It was early spring when I, Jennifer Patterson, a 27-year-old teacher, finally moved into what I hoped would be my sanctuary, a modest, cozy house nestled in a small town in Indiana. After years of living in bustling cities and enduring the constant noise and stress, I craved peace and a fresh start. The house was quaint, with faded white siding and a big front porch that creaked underfoot. It sat on a quiet street lined with towering oaks, their branches just beginning to bud after winter's thaw. I felt a surge of hope as I stepped over the threshold, envisioning a new chapter in my life filled with calm mornings and quiet evenings. The first few days were filled with the usual unpacking and organizing, but I quickly began to notice strange little things happening around the house. At first, it was subtle, lights flickering for a second, a chilled breeze brushing past me even though every window and door was shut tight. I chalked these oddities up to the quirks of an older home, perhaps faulty wiring or drafts seeping through the aging walls. Still, the feeling of unease settled deep in my chest whenever I walked through certain rooms, especially the living room where the air seemed inexplicably heavy. One afternoon, about a week after moving in, I attended a small neighborhood gathering hosted by my next-door neighbors. I was eager to make a good impression and to start building friendships in this new place. The street was lively with laughter and the smell of barbecue wafting through the air. As I chatted with a few people, an elderly woman named Mrs. Callahan approached me quietly, her eyes sharp beneath her silver curls. "I just want to warn you, dear," she said, lowering her voice almost to a whisper. "That house you're in, it's got a dark history. People who lived there before you, well, they didn't stay long. Strange things happen there, things that can't be explained." I forced a polite smile and nodded, brushing off her words as the kind of superstitious gossip that often circulates in small towns. "Oh, I'm sure it's just stories," I replied. "It's probably nothing." Mrs. Callahan's gaze lingered on me a moment longer before she turned away, leaving an uncomfortable knot in my stomach. Curiosity got the better of me that same evening when I visited the town library to learn more about my new home. I sat at a wooden table under a soft lamp, poring over old newspaper clippings and property records. That's when I discovered the house had once belonged to a man named Thomas Granger, a local farmer who mysteriously disappeared decades ago. His vanishing had been a topic of whispered conversation, but no one seemed to know what truly happened to him. The discovery unsettled me more than I expected. It was as if the house was holding on to its past, refusing to let go. Around that time, the odd occurrences began to escalate. The flickering lights became more frequent, sometimes plunging the entire room into darkness for a few seconds. I'd catch sight of fleeting shadows in my peripheral vision, but whenever I turned to look, there was nothing there. At night, I'd hear faint creaks and whispers that seemed to come from the walls themselves. The silence of the house was broken by these unexplainable noises, making me feel less like a new homeowner and more like an intruder. One night, I woke suddenly in the middle of the night to the sensation of being watched. The bedroom was pitch black, but I could feel a presence lingering in the corner near the window. My heart pounded against my ribs as I strained to see through the darkness. Seconds passed like hours until, with a gasp, I flicked on the light. Nothing was there, but the oppressive feeling didn't lift. I lay awake for hours, listening to the house settle, trying to convince myself it was all in my head. Despite my unease, I tried to keep life normal. I threw myself into my teaching work and took comfort in the routine of lesson plans and grading papers. Yet, the house seemed determined to remind me it had a history I couldn't ignore. The cold spots were no longer confined to random places. Now, entire rooms felt icy, especially the kitchen and the hallway. One afternoon, while making tea, I felt a sudden chill that caused my hands to tremble. The kettle boiled over without me touching it, and the lights flickered violently. I stood frozen, unsure whether to laugh nervously or run out the door. I confided in a few co-workers about the strange happenings, half expecting them to dismiss me as overly imaginative. Instead, one of them mentioned something that sent a shiver down my spine. She told me that the previous residents had left suddenly, never giving a clear reason, and that some locals believed the house was cursed. At first, I dismissed it again, but when she added that Thomas Granger's disappearance was linked to the property, I felt the walls closing in. The next day, as I was walking home from the grocery store, I ran into Mrs. Callahan again. This time, she smiled faintly, as if expecting me to come back with questions. "The house doesn't like to be forgotten," she said cryptically. "If you want to stay, you have to be prepared." That night, the atmosphere in the house shifted palpably. The air felt thick, heavy with something unseen. I sat alone in the living room, trying to read a book to distract myself, but the words blurred on the page. Suddenly, the lights flickered once, twice, and then went out completely. The room was swallowed by darkness. My breath caught in my throat as I heard a soft, almost inaudible whisper. It wasn't a language I recognized, just a string of sounds that seemed to echo from the walls. I scrambled for my phone to use as a flashlight, the beam cutting through the blackness. As the light passed over the armchair, I could swear I saw the faint outline of a figure sitting there, just beyond the edge of the light. I blinked, and it vanished. My heart raced as the lights flickered back on, bathing the room in a harsh glow. From that night onward, the strange occurrences became part of my daily life. The house seemed alive, watching me, testing me. I was caught in a cycle of fear and disbelief, unable to fully explain what was happening but too afraid to ignore it. I began to wonder if Mrs. Callahan's warning was more than just old-town superstition. If somehow, this house really was haunted by the past it refused to release. Still, I held on to hope that with time, things would settle down. After all, I had moved here to find peace. I just hadn't realized peace might come with a price. The days that followed seemed to drag on under a cloud of unease that settled heavier with each passing hour. The strange occurrences in my house no longer felt like occasional glitches or imagined tricks of the mind. They were becoming a constant, unavoidable presence. Doors began to open by themselves, sometimes slowly creaking, other times slamming shut with a force that made my heart leap into my throat. I remember one evening, standing frozen in the hallway as the front door swung wide open, despite the fact that I had locked every entrance before going to bed. The cold night air swept through the house, chilling me to the bone. My cat, a usually calm and affectionate tabby named Milo, seemed to sense the shift as well. He started acting skittish, often staring intently at empty corners or hissing at spots where I saw nothing. One night, Milo refused to enter the basement, arching his back and growling low in his throat at the bottom step. I had never seen him so frightened, and it only deepened the knot of worry twisting inside me. One particularly terrifying night, I woke suddenly to the sound of faint whispering voices that seemed to call my name from the darkness. The murmurs were so soft I wasn't sure if I was dreaming at first, but then the whispers grew louder, persistent, and unmistakable. My breath caught as a cold pressure pressed against my back while I was halfway down the basement stairs. The sensation was sudden and violent, like an invisible hand shoving me, causing me to stumble and scramble up the stairs in a panic. I remember my heart pounding wildly, sweat beading on my forehead as I locked the basement door behind me and refused to go near it for days. Despite these frightening moments, I tried desperately to rationalize what was happening. Maybe it was just stress or exhaustion catching up with me. After all, moving, starting a new job, and living alone in a strange place was enough to make anyone uneasy. I told myself it had to be natural causes, faulty wiring, drafts, creaky old floors, but deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. Recognizing I couldn't face this alone, I asked my good friend Mark to come stay with me temporarily. Mark had always been level-headed and practical, and I hoped his presence would help me feel safer and provide a fresh perspective. The first night he stayed, I was nervous but relieved to have company. I hoped he wouldn't dismiss my experiences outright, but I also worried he might think I was overreacting. To my surprise, Mark witnessed some of the bizarre events firsthand, and his reaction was a mixture of shock and disbelief. One evening, as we sat in the living room talking quietly, a sudden cold breeze swept through the sealed room, chilling us both despite the windows being shut tight. The temperature seemed to drop noticeably, and I saw Mark rub his arms as if trying to warm himself. Then came the strange tapping sounds from the walls, soft at first, but growing louder and more insistent. Mark's eyes widened as he listened, and for the first time, I saw genuine concern in his expression. "I don't know what's going on here, Jen," he said quietly, "but this isn't normal." Having Mark there made the experiences feel more real and less like figments of my imagination. The strange activity didn't lessen but seemed to intensify. Doors continued to creak open and slam shut, sometimes in rapid succession. One night, I even caught the kitchen lights flickering in a pattern, as if someone was trying to communicate through the bulbs. Milo's behavior worsened. He would hiss and dart away from rooms where the atmosphere felt thick and oppressive. One afternoon, while Mark and I were trying to figure out what to do next, I noticed a strange scratch on the wooden dining table. At first, I thought it was accidental, maybe a mark from a utensil or a pet's claw. But as I examined it more closely, it became clear the scratches formed a pattern, almost like letters or symbols. The markings were deep and jagged, as if someone, or something, had deliberately carved into the surface. I showed them to Mark, who looked equally disturbed. "We should document this," he suggested, pulling out his phone to take pictures. "Maybe someone can help us figure out what these mean." The presence in the house was no longer just unsettling. It felt actively hostile. I began to sense an oppressive weight pressing down on me, especially in the evenings. Sleep was elusive. Every night I lay awake, eyes darting around the dark room, imagining shadows shifting just beyond my vision. The exhaustion was starting to take its toll. Mark noticed the changes in me too. He told me I was becoming withdrawn, that I barely ate or spoke when we were alone. He said my eyes had dark circles underneath, and I looked like I hadn't slept in days. It was hard to admit, but he was right. The stress of living with the unknown was wearing me down, and I was beginning to fear I was losing myself. Things took an even stranger turn when my younger sister came to visit for a weekend. She was curious about the house and eager to see the new place, unaware of the unsettling atmosphere. But by the second night, she confided in me that she had seen shadowy figures lurking in the corners of the rooms, watching her silently. She said she felt cold spots in the hallway and heard faint whispers when she was alone. It was the first time I realized my experiences weren't isolated to just me. Frightened and unsure where to turn, Mark and I decided to seek professional help. We reached out to a local group called the Indiana Spirit Seekers, a team of paranormal investigators who came highly recommended. They arrived with their equipment, EMF detectors, thermal cameras, and recording devices, and spent a chilly evening exploring every corner of the house. Their findings were unsettling. The team detected multiple sources of unexplained energy and recorded strange sounds on their audio devices, whispers, knocks, and even low moans. According to them, the house was home to several restless spirits, trapped by unresolved histories. They warned that the energy felt deeply entrenched in the structure, suggesting these entities had been attached to the property for decades, perhaps even longer. The investigators advised us that calming the spirits would not be easy and might require rituals or blessings performed by experienced practitioners. They also cautioned us that the presence could become more aggressive if disturbed. That night, alone in my bedroom, I lay awake pondering their words. The house was no longer just a home. It was a place where the past lingered stubbornly, refusing to let go. I felt caught between two worlds, one I understood and one that defied explanation, and I wasn't sure how much longer I could live in the tension between them. After the paranormal investigators left, Mark and I tried to carry on as normally as possible, but the house's atmosphere had shifted once again. It was no longer just eerie. It felt actively hostile. The uneasy calm we'd hoped for vanished, replaced by a lingering tension that wrapped around us like a suffocating fog. The strange disturbances didn't just continue. They seemed to grow more aggressive and purposeful. One evening, as I was cleaning the living room, I noticed fresh scratches etched into the wooden armrest of the couch. The markings were jagged and chaotic, almost like frantic messages left by unseen hands. I ran my fingers over the grooves, trying to decipher any meaning, but the symbols were indecipherable. It was impossible to ignore the fact that these marks hadn't been there before. I called Mark into the room, and his face paled when he saw them. "This isn't just random damage," he said quietly. "It feels like a warning." The oppressive presence in the house weighed heavily on me. I found myself retreating into silence, reluctant to speak or confront what might be lurking just beyond sight. Sleep became a rare luxury. I'd lie awake for hours, heart pounding, eyes fixed on dark corners where shadows seemed to shift and writhe. Mark noticed the change in me, how I became withdrawn, how exhaustion clawed at my every movement. He told me I looked like I hadn't slept in days, and I knew he was right, though I couldn't stop it. One weekend, my younger sister Emily came to visit, hoping to spend some time with me and see the new house. At first, I tried to keep the unsettling atmosphere under wraps, but it wasn't long before she began to sense the strange energy too. On the second night, she confessed she had seen shadowy figures lurking in the corners of the rooms, silently watching her. She described feeling cold spots in the hallway and hearing faint whispers when she was alone in the bathroom. "I thought it was just my imagination at first," Emily said one morning, her voice trembling slightly. "But then I saw one move. It looked like a dark silhouette, just standing there, watching me." Her words sent a fresh wave of fear through me. I wasn't alone in experiencing this anymore, and that realization terrified me. What were these entities? What did they want? And why were they so intent on making their presence known? Desperate for answers and some semblance of peace, Mark and I reached out again to the Indiana Spirit Seekers. This time, they returned not just to investigate, but to attempt cleansing rituals aimed at calming the restless spirits. They explained that the house was saturated with negative energy, the result of multiple unresolved traumas tied to the property's long history. The investigators warned us that the process might provoke stronger reactions from whatever was attached to the house. During the cleansing, strange things happened. The temperature dropped sharply, and the faint sound of whispering voices filled the rooms, growing louder and more urgent. At one point, a heavy book flew off a shelf and hit the floor with a thunderous crash. Mark and I exchanged worried glances but stayed through the entire ritual, hoping it would ease the tension. Though the investigators claimed to have lightened the energy, the oppressive presence didn't vanish. Instead, it seemed to retreat just enough to regroup. The house felt like a battleground where unseen forces struggled for control. Mark began to notice other changes in me beyond the physical exhaustion. My demeanor shifted. I became quieter, more cautious. I'd often stare blankly into space, lost in thought or dread. Sometimes, I caught myself talking to the shadows, as if trying to reason with something intangible. The strain was visible not just to Mark, but to friends and co-workers who noticed my withdrawal from social activities. One afternoon, while sorting through some old boxes in the attic, I found a tattered journal that had belonged to one of the previous occupants. The faded pages contained cryptic entries filled with fear and despair, detailing unexplained noises, shadowy figures, and an overwhelming sense of being watched. Reading those words felt like peering into the soul of the house. It was haunted not just by spirits, but by sorrow and pain that refused to fade. The most disturbing episodes often happened late at night. I'd awaken to the sensation of someone standing at the foot of my bed, their presence heavy and unyielding. On several occasions, I felt cold fingers brush against my skin or heard soft scratching noises just outside my bedroom door. Mark, who stayed with me nearly every night, witnessed some of these moments. Once, he saw a dark silhouette glide silently across the hallway, disappearing before he could react. Despite the growing hostility, Mark and I tried to coexist with the disturbances. We learned to avoid certain rooms at night and kept lights on as much as possible. We talked openly about our fears, which helped to ease the isolation that had crept in. But the strain was undeniable, and it was clear that the house was exacting a toll on both of us. One evening, after a particularly harrowing night, Mark confided his concern. "Jen, I'm really worried about you. You're not yourself anymore. This place, it's wearing you down." I nodded, tears welling in my eyes. "I don't know how much longer I can keep going like this. It feels like something is trying to break me." Our fears were compounded when we noticed signs that whatever haunted the house seemed to be growing bolder. The cryptic messages appeared more frequently, scratched into furniture and even the walls. Objects moved of their own accord, often in direct response to our presence. The house no longer felt like a home. It was a prison. One night, after Mark had gone home, I heard a loud banging at the front door. Heart racing, I peered through the peephole, but no one was there. The sound repeated, relentless and echoing in the empty night. I locked the door tight and retreated to the safety of my bedroom, but the pounding continued for several minutes before fading into silence. The next day, Mark and I discussed what to do next. We knew we couldn't continue living like this indefinitely. Our lives were unraveling, and the house's grip was tightening. We were caught in a nightmare that we couldn't wake from. In a final attempt to understand and perhaps find peace, we reached back out to the spirit seekers. They suggested that the house's energy was too deeply entrenched to be easily calmed, and that the spirits might never fully leave. The only solution, they hinted, might be to leave the house altogether. But that thought was terrifying in its own right. Leaving meant abandoning the place I had hoped would be my refuge. It meant giving up on the life I was trying to build. Yet, the alternative was living in constant fear and exhaustion, trapped with forces beyond my understanding. As I lay awake that night, listening to the house creak and whisper around me, I realized that whatever the spirits wanted, they had already begun to win. The battle wasn't over, but I was running out of strength to fight. The decision to leave the house didn't come easily. For months, Mark and I had tried everything we could think of, living alongside the disturbances, seeking help from paranormal investigators, even cleansing rituals meant to calm restless spirits. But nothing worked. The oppressive presence remained, growing stronger and more menacing with each passing day. Eventually, it became clear that staying was no longer an option if we wanted to preserve our sanity and well-being. Breaking the news to my parents was difficult. They had always been skeptical about the paranormal, seeing it as superstition or imagination run wild. I worried they wouldn't understand why we were leaving a perfectly good home we had invested so much hope in. Indiana. When I told them about the decision, their initial reaction was disbelief. "You're sure it's not just stress?" my mom asked gently, concern etched in her features. "I wish it were that simple," I replied. "But it's not. Something is wrong with the house. We can't stay." Reluctantly, they agreed to come and help with packing and preparations for the move. I hoped that their presence might reassure me, or at least provide some distraction from the tension that had settled over my life. But even their arrival didn't stop the strange occurrences. In fact, my parents soon began experiencing unsettling events themselves. One afternoon, as my dad was sorting boxes in the basement, he called out in surprise. The door just slammed shut behind me. I didn't touch it. My mom later told me she felt cold spots moving through the rooms, and at night, she sensed the unmistakable feeling of being watched. The skepticism that had once kept them grounded began to waver in the face of these inexplicable experiences. They admitted to feeling uneasy, and for the first time, they began to take the paranormal seriously. Packing was a tense, hurried affair. We worked quickly, eager to get out of the house before the activity escalated further. I avoided certain rooms, especially the basement and the hallway, where the cold spots were strongest and the sense of dread most overpowering. Mark stayed by my side, offering quiet support and sharing my determination to leave this place behind. The night before our planned move-out date was one of the worst. The house seemed to awaken, as if sensing our intent to abandon it. Doors slammed repeatedly throughout the night, the sound echoing through the empty rooms. I heard whispering voices, urgent and insistent, though I couldn't make out the words. Shadows darted just beyond my field of vision, and at one point, a heavy piece of furniture shifted violently, scraping against the wooden floor. I lay in bed, clutching the blankets tightly, tears streaming down my face as I prayed for the nightmare to end. Mark held my hand, his presence the only comfort in the darkness. Neither of us slept. The next morning, we loaded the last boxes into the car and took one final look around the house. It felt alien now, a place of pain and fear, no longer the home I had dreamed of. As we pulled away, I glanced back to see my parents standing on the porch, faces pale and drawn. I wondered if the house would torment them in my absence, or if the spirits would finally find some peace. Shortly after we moved out, The house was sold to new owners. I haven't spoken to them directly, but I heard from a neighbor that they were unaware of the house's history and the experiences previous residents endured. I hoped they would find safety and comfort where I could not, though a part of me feared the restless spirits might continue to haunt the property. In the weeks following the move, I reflected on how deeply this experience had altered my view of reality. What I had once dismissed as mere superstition became an undeniable part of my life, a world where the unseen could touch the living in ways that defied explanation. My story caught the attention of a local radio program that focused on true hauntings and paranormal encounters. They invited me to share my experience, and though it was difficult to relive the memories, I agreed. Speaking openly about what I'd endured helped me process the trauma and connect with others who had faced similar situations. The radio interview sparked further interest in my story, leading me to attend paranormal conferences and join online forums where I met others fascinated by the supernatural. Despite the fear and pain, I found a strange comfort in knowing I wasn't alone, that the world was larger and more mysterious than I had ever imagined. Mark and I continued to support each other, our bond strengthened by the ordeal we'd endured together. We talked about the future, about finding a place where we could finally feel safe and at peace. Though the shadow of the haunted house still lingered in my mind, I was determined not to let it define me. The experience taught me to listen to the world around me, to my own instincts, and to the stories of those who came before. It opened my eyes to the complexities of the unseen, and while I remain cautious, I've become more curious, eager to explore the mysteries that lie just beyond the surface of everyday life. As I move forward, I hold on to hope that the new occupants of that house will find the peace we could not. And I wonder, sometimes, if places like that are forever touched by restless spirits, or if, given time and understanding, even the darkest shadows can be lifted. Since moving away from that house, the unsettling experiences stopped. The oppressive weight that once hung over me lifted, replaced by a quiet sense of relief I hadn't felt in months. But even though the hauntings ceased, my curiosity about the paranormal only grew stronger. What had happened in that old house? Why did those spirits linger? I found myself drawn to answers, eager to learn more about the unseen forces that had so profoundly affected my life. I started attending paranormal conferences, gatherings where researchers, investigators, and enthusiasts shared stories and theories. These events were a revelation, not just for the knowledge I gained, but for the community I discovered. I met people who had experienced similar hauntings, who understood the fear and confusion that came with living alongside something inexplicable. Their support helped me feel less isolated and gave me a sense of purpose. Beyond the conferences, I became active in online forums dedicated to paranormal phenomena. I shared my story, listened to others, and exchanged ideas about how to approach hauntings with respect and care. It was fascinating to see how many different perspectives there were, from skeptical scientists to spiritual mediums. This blend of viewpoints opened my mind to the complexity of the paranormal world, far beyond the simple, haunted label I had once applied to my old home. My story gained traction among paranormal enthusiasts, and I was invited to collaborate on a documentary exploring haunted locations throughout Indiana. Filming the documentary was both exhilarating and nerve-wracking. Revisiting some of the sites, interviewing experts, and recounting my own experience brought back memories I'd long tried to suppress. But it also gave me a chance to reclaim my narrative, to present the story in my own words, without the sensationalism that often accompanies such tales. Working on the documentary deepened my understanding of the paranormal and strengthened my resolve to approach it with caution and respect. I learned that many haunted places hold layers of history, trauma, and unresolved emotion, and that spirits often linger because of unfinished business or attachments. This knowledge helped me make peace with what had happened in my house and with the idea that some energies might never fully leave. I also found that sharing my experience helped others. People reached out to tell me their own stories, seeking advice, or simply hoping to connect with someone who understood. It was a reminder that the paranormal isn't just about fear or darkness. It's about human connection, about the mysteries that bind us across time and space. Though I no longer live in that haunted house, I carry its lessons with me. I have become more attuned to the subtle energies around me, and more empathetic toward those who live with the unexplained. My journey has transformed me from a skeptic into someone open to the unknown, someone willing to explore the delicate balance between this world and the next. As I continue to explore the paranormal, I do so with a cautious heart. I know there are forces beyond our understanding, some benign and others less so. But I also know that fear should not dictate how we engage with these mysteries. Instead, curiosity, respect, and a willingness to listen can lead to deeper insights and perhaps even healing. I often think about the house on that quiet street in Indiana. I wonder if the new occupants have found peace or if the spirits still roam its halls. It's a question I may never have answered, but I hold on to hope that places like that can eventually find calm, just as I have found my own. My experience has opened a door into a world I never knew existed, a world filled with shadows and whispers, but also with stories waiting to be told. And as I move forward, I remain committed to sharing those stories, to shedding light on the unseen, and to honoring the mysteries that connect us all. I was part of a group of hikers who had planned a challenging trek deep into the vast forests of the Pacific Northwest. We were all experienced, or at least we liked to think so, each with multiple hikes under our belts and a respectable collection of gear. It was late autumn, and the days were growing shorter. By the time we set off in the early morning, the sun was already low in the sky, casting long shadows through the towering pines that stretched endlessly above us. There was a cold wind rustling through the branches, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The forest felt both alive and ancient, like a place untouched by time. The trail we chose was known for its difficulty, winding through dense undergrowth, rocky outcrops, and steep inclines. We had underestimated the rapid change in weather, though. The forecast had predicted clear skies, but as the hours passed, the clouds gathered, and the temperature dropped noticeably. We pressed on, determined to reach the ridge before dusk, but the daylight was fading faster than we expected. The trees seemed to close in around us, their dark silhouettes merging with the thickening gloom. Mark was the first to notice something was wrong. We had been following the trail markers without issue for most of the day, but now, they were becoming sparse and harder to spot. The familiar bright orange blazes on the trees were fewer and farther between, and some looked faded or partially covered by moss. Mark stopped and scanned the area, his brow furrowed in concern. "Guys, I think we might be off course," he said quietly. The group slowed, eyes darting nervously through the dim light. There was a heaviness settling over us, a creeping unease that we couldn't shake. As the sky darkened, Mark suddenly froze, his head turning sharply toward the deeper forest. From somewhere far off, an eerie howl echoed through the trees. It was long and haunting, not quite like any animal we had heard before. The sound seemed to vibrate in the air, bouncing off the trunks and fading into silence. A chill ran down my spine. The howl was a reminder that we were not in a tame place. This was wilderness, wild and unpredictable, and it didn't care for us or our plans. We gathered closer together, trying to keep our spirits up, but the atmosphere had shifted. The forest no longer felt like an adventurous playground. It felt vast and unknowable, a place where we were just small, fragile intruders. The wind picked up, rustling the branches with a sharp, whispering sound, and the cold seemed to seep into our bones. We realized then that the day was ending much sooner than we had prepared for. Our phones were beginning to lose battery, and the signal was already spotty, flickering in and out as though the forest itself was swallowing our connection to the outside world. Mark suggested we retrace our steps to find the last clear marker. We moved cautiously, eyes peeled for anything that might guide us back. The undergrowth was thick, and the path was slippery with wet leaves. The trail, once evident, was now obscured, and the fading light made it nearly impossible to distinguish safe footing from hidden roots or loose stones. Every crack of a twig or rustle in the brush made us jump, the tension mounting with each step. I kept thinking about the howl. What creature could make such a sound? It wasn't like the typical calls of wolves or coyotes I was used to hearing on previous hikes. This howl was deeper, more resonant, almost mournful. Sometimes it felt closer, as if something was moving just beyond the trees, watching us. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the usual sounds of birdsong and insects absent, replaced by an unsettling stillness. Despite our experience, We were unprepared for how quickly conditions deteriorated. The cold wind was relentless, cutting through our jackets and chilling us to the core. The sky had turned a bruised purple, and the first stars were beginning to blink into existence. Our headlamps sat in our packs, saved for emergencies, but the growing darkness made it clear we might need them soon. The trail markers remained elusive, and every path we took seemed to circle us back to where we started or lead us deeper into the forest's shadowy maze. Mark's voice broke the silence. "We should set up camp here for the night," he said, his tone steady but carrying an edge of urgency. The group nodded in agreement, relief evident in our expressions. We began looking for a flat spot, something sheltered from the wind and safe from any sudden wildlife encounters. The ground was damp and uneven, littered with pine needles and fallen branches. As we worked quickly to pitch our tents, the eerie howl returned, closer this time, sending a fresh wave of unease through the group. I remember standing by the edge of the clearing, watching the dark shapes of the trees sway against the sky. The howl echoed again, long and haunting, and I caught a glimpse of movement, a shadow slipping between the trunks, too quick to identify. My heart hammered in my chest. I wanted to believe it was just a deer or some other forest creature, but the sound, the atmosphere, it all spoke of something else. We lit a small fire, struggling against the dampness and the cold. The flames cast flickering light on our faces, creating dancing shadows that seemed to mimic the restless forest around us. The warmth was comforting, but the firelight was fragile, a fragile barrier against the dark unknown pressing in. We spoke less now, each of us lost in our own thoughts, ears straining for any unusual sounds. The wind howled through the branches overhead, a mournful symphony that matched the unease knotting my stomach. I kept glancing toward the trees, half expecting to see the shadowy figure again. But nothing appeared, only the endless forest, silent except for the wind and the distant echoes of that haunting howl. Somewhere deep inside, a warning flickered, a primal sense of danger that urged caution and vigilance. The night was only beginning, and I knew this was far from over. The forest held its secrets tight, and we were just visitors, lost in its vast, cold embrace. By the time dawn was just a faint promise on the horizon, the fog had rolled in thick and fast. It crept through the trees like a living thing, swallowing the forest in a cold, damp embrace. Visibility dropped to nearly nothing. We could barely see more than a few feet ahead, and the familiar shapes of the trees turned into ghostly silhouettes that shifted and swayed in the mist. The comforting warmth of the fire from the night before had long since faded, leaving us chilled and uncertain. We knew we couldn't stay put much longer. Our phones were dead or useless, swallowed by the dense canopy and the thick fog. The trail markers we had relied on the day before were nowhere to be seen, hidden beneath layers of moisture or obscured by the shifting gray. The cold seemed to seep into every bone, making our fingers stiff and our movements sluggish. The forest around us felt less like a refuge and more like a trap. Mark took the lead. His voice was steady but low, trying to keep the group focused and moving. "Let's head back the way we came," he suggested, though no one was sure which way that was anymore. We moved slowly, hands outstretched to touch the trees as we went, hoping the familiar rough bark might guide us. But the forest had changed overnight. The path was muddier, the undergrowth thicker, and the fog made every step feel like a leap into the unknown. Sarah, one of the quieter members of our group, suddenly stopped and knelt down, her eyes fixed on the ground. "Look at this," she whispered. Near her boots were a series of footprints unlike anything we had seen before. They were large, elongated, and the shape didn't match any animal tracks we knew. No deer, no bear, not even a large bird. The prints were oddly spaced, too big for a human, and the deep impressions suggested something heavy had passed through recently. Instead of calling the others over, Sarah crept forward, following the tracks quietly and with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. She moved slowly, hope flickering in her eyes that these prints might lead us out of the endless fog. But as she went further, her figure began to blur and fade into the gray veil. I called after her, but my voice barely carried. The others hesitated, torn between following her and staying together. Eventually, Sarah disappeared completely from sight, swallowed by the mist. Panic started to rise in the group like a tide. We shouted for Sarah, our voices echoing helplessly through the fog, but there was no answer. The silence that followed was heavier than the fog itself. We were now not only lost, but separated. The forest no longer felt like a place we could navigate. It had become a labyrinth where every step could lead us deeper into the unknown. I tried to keep calm, reminding myself that Sarah was experienced and would find her way back. But the fear gnawed at me relentlessly. Our breaths came out in sharp puffs, visible in the cold air, and every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves made us jump. The fog muffled sounds, turning them into strange, distorted echoes that seemed to come from all directions at once. The cold was unrelenting, and the dampness clung to our clothes and skin, making us shiver uncontrollably. Our hands and feet felt numb, and the thick fog played tricks on our senses. Shadows moved at the edges of our vision, shapes that dissolved when we turned to look. Trees appeared closer or farther away than they actually were. The forest seemed to close in around us, a silent, watchful presence that made the air feel suffocating. As the morning stretched on, the group huddled together, trying to stay warm and focused. Mark was visibly tense, his usual confident demeanor replaced by tight lines around his eyes. We debated whether to stay put and wait for the fog to lift or to keep moving, hoping to stumble upon a recognizable landmark or a clearer path. Neither option felt safe. Staying meant risking hypothermia and exhaustion. Moving meant risking getting even more lost or running into something unknown. Hours passed in this limbo, the fog thick and unyielding. Then, just as despair threatened to overwhelm us, Sarah reappeared. She was soaked and shivering, but unharmed. She explained that she had followed the footprints for a while, hoping they would lead to a trail or some sign of human presence. Instead, she found herself in a small clearing with no obvious exit, surrounded by trees that seemed older and more twisted than the rest. The footprints ended there, as if the creature that made them had vanished into thin air. Her discovery deepened the mystery and fear. If something had been moving through the forest that none of us could identify, what else was out there watching us? Sarah's encounter, though brief and unexplained, was a stark reminder that we were not alone in this place. The forest was home to secrets far older and stranger than any of us had imagined. The day wore on, and the fog began to thin slightly, revealing glimpses of the rugged terrain around us, steep slopes, rocky outcrops, and dense thickets. But the trail remained elusive, and our sense of direction was fractured. We tried to use the sun's position to guide us, but the low light and the thick canopy made it difficult. The cold continued to bite, and our energy was draining fast. Despite the fear and confusion, we forced ourselves to keep moving, sticking close together and speaking in low voices. Every so often, we stopped to rest and scan the surrounding trees for any sign of the elusive trail markers. But they were gone, hidden or erased by the relentless weather and time. As night approached again, the forest grew darker and more oppressive. The eerie howl from the previous night returned, this time closer and more persistent. It sent a fresh wave of terror through us. The wind picked up, rattling the branches and carrying with it a faint, almost imperceptible whispering sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. We reached a small clearing and decided to set up camp once more, our hands trembling as we fumbled with the tents and gear. The fire was harder to start in the damp conditions, and the smoke seemed to hang low in the cold air, swirling around us like a ghostly veil. We huddled close, sharing what little warmth we could, eyes constantly scanning the dark forest beyond the firelight. The forest seemed to pulse with unseen life. Branches snapped in the distance, low growls echoed through the trees, and shadows flickered just beyond the fire's glow. Mark spotted a shadowy figure watching us from the edge of the clearing, a shape that vanished whenever he tried to focus on it. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. Fear settled in our bones. We realized that whatever was out there, it was patient, watching, waiting. The forest was no longer just a place of natural beauty and challenge. It had become a living nightmare where every sound and shadow held a threat. We debated whether to wait for morning or try to move in the dark, caught between the dangers of the unknown and the will to survive. The night deepened, and the forest closed in around us, a cold, silent reminder that we were not in control here. The night was colder than any of us expected. The dampness in the air clung to our clothes and skin, chilling us to the bone despite the small fire flickering weakly before us. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the underbrush, tightened the knot of fear in my stomach. The forest around us felt alive in a way that was anything but comforting, as if unseen eyes were tracking our every movement, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal themselves. Mark tried to keep the group calm, his voice steady but low. "We'll stay together and keep watching shifts," he said, though even he didn't sound fully convinced. We pitched our tents as best we could on the uneven, damp ground, but the wind kept tearing at the tarps, making the effort feel futile. The fire was a feeble barrier against the dark, and every time the flames flickered or dipped low, the shadows seemed to stretch and creep closer. As the hours passed, strange noises surrounded us. The sharp crack of branches breaking, low growls that vibrated through the forest floor, and the occasional sound of heavy footsteps that didn't quite match any animal we knew. My breath caught in my throat more than once when a sudden noise pierced the silence, only to reveal nothing but the swaying trees and the thick darkness beyond the firelight. Mark was the first to spot it. A shadowy figure, tall and indistinct, lingered just beyond the edge of our clearing. It appeared for a moment, watching us silently, its form blending with the trees and the mist. Each time Mark raised his flashlight to focus on the figure, it vanished, melting back into the forest as if it were never there. The sight sent a ripple of panic through the group. If something was out there, it was smart, patient, and aware of us. The fire sputtered as the wind kicked up, sparks flying into the sky, and the cold seemed to press in tighter. We debated whether to try moving again under the cover of darkness or to wait for daylight. Both options felt perilous. Moving meant risking missteps or surprise encounters in the pitch-black forest. Staying meant enduring the cold and the unknown presence circling us. We settled on keeping watch, rotating in pairs so no one would be left alone for too long. I volunteered for the first shift, gripping my flashlight like a lifeline. The beam cut narrow slices through the blackness, illuminating the trees in ghostly pools of light. Every shadow seemed to twitch and shift, and the howls from the previous nights echoed faintly on the wind, distant yet haunting. During my watch, I caught glimpses of movement, shadows flitting between the trees, too quick and silent for any animal I knew. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I tried to convince myself it was just the play of light and wind. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. The forest felt like a trap, a place where time slowed and the rules of the natural world no longer applied. The others were restless in their tents, whispering in low tones, sharing stories to keep the fear at bay. Sarah, who had followed those strange footprints earlier, was pale and quiet, eyes wide every time the wind shifted. She kept glancing outside, as if expecting the shadowy figure to return. Mark paced near the fire, hands clenched, scanning the darkness with a wary gaze. Suddenly, a loud snap shattered the fragile calm, a branch breaking close by, followed by a low growl that seemed to come from just beyond the fire's reach. We all froze, hearts pounding. The firelight wavered as a gust of wind swept through, and for a terrifying moment, I thought I saw eyes, glowing faintly in the darkness, reflecting the fire's orange glow. The group instinctively huddled closer, whispering urgent plans. We debated making noise to scare off whatever was out there, but the idea of drawing attention to ourselves felt reckless. The forest held its breath, the silence pressing in heavier than ever. The sense of being watched was overwhelming, like invisible hands brushing against our skin. Mark leaned in, voice barely above a whisper. "We can't stay here all night. We need to find higher ground, somewhere safer." The problem was, none of us knew which direction to go. The fog had lifted only slightly, and the darkness obscured every landmark. Our phones were dead, and the compass kept spinning erratically, as if the forest itself was interfering. Packing up in the dark was slow and nerve-wracking. Every noise seemed amplified. The rustle of a tent flap, the clink of gear, the crunch of leaves underfoot. We moved cautiously, flashlights sweeping the trees, alert for any sign of the figure or strange sounds. It felt like the forest was watching our every step, waiting to see what we would do next. As we climbed, the terrain grew steeper and more treacherous. Rocks slick with moss and wet leaves threatened to send us tumbling with every step. The cold bit harder, and the wind howled through the trees like a mournful spirit. Our breaths came in ragged puffs, the air thin and sharp in our lungs. Suddenly, from somewhere behind us, a chorus of low growls erupted, rising and falling like a dark chant. The sounds were too coordinated to be random animal noises. They were something else, something deliberate. A shiver ran through the group as we quickened our pace, hearts pounding with a mix of fear and adrenaline. We finally reached a small plateau, a patch of rocky ground that gave us a better view of the valley below, though mist still clung to the trees like a ghostly blanket. The wind was relentless here, but at least we could see farther. The fire we lit was small, but the flickering flames gave us a fragile sense of security. The shadowy figure never appeared again, but the feeling of being watched never left. Branches snapped at the edges of the clearing, and low growls echoed far below. The forest seemed to pulse with life, but not the kind of life we understood or trusted. We debated our next move, exhausted and on edge. Staying put felt like inviting danger, but moving without a clear path risked getting lost forever. The forest was a living entity, ancient and indifferent, and we were just intruders caught in its grip. That night, as we huddled around the fire, I couldn't shake the feeling that the woods were closing in on us. The darkness was thick and endless, hiding secrets we were never meant to uncover. Every shadow held a threat, every sound was a warning. And somewhere out there, beyond the firelight, something was waiting. Lisa had set out on what she thought would be a quick overnight trip in the Canadian Rockies, eager to escape the noise of the city and lose herself in the wilderness for a little while. She was experienced, confident in her navigation skills, and well prepared with gear, maps, and a sturdy backpack. But as dusk settled, she realized something was wrong. The trail markers she'd been following vanished abruptly, and to make matters worse, her map was soaked through from a sudden rain shower, the ink running and smudging beyond recognition. Her heart sank as she fumbled with the ruined map, trying to piece together her route, but the wet paper was useless now. The forest around her was thick and closing in. The path was no more than a faint suggestion beneath fallen leaves and branches. She called out softly, hoping for a response from any nearby hikers, but all she heard in return was the rustling of wind through the trees and the distant cry of a lone bird. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the shadows grew longer, swallowing the trail. The temperature dropped quickly, her breath forming small clouds in the crisp air. Lisa knew she needed shelter, somewhere safe to wait out the night and regroup come morning. As she pushed through a dense thicket, she stumbled upon something unexpected, an old ranger's cabin, half hidden among the trees, its weathered wooden walls stained by years of rain and sun. The door was slightly ajar, creaking on its hinges with the slightest breeze. Inside, the small cabin smelled of damp wood and old smoke. Dust motes floated in the fading light that filtered through grimy windows. Lisa's footsteps echoed softly as she moved about, grateful for the shelter. On a rickety table lay a worn leather-bound journal, its cover cracked and brittle. Curiosity and a flicker of unease made her open it. The pages were filled with handwritten entries, scrawled in haste. The words spoke of another lost hiker, a man named James, who had found himself trapped in the forest years before. His writing detailed days of wandering, growing cold and hungry, haunted by strange noises and fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures. He described an overwhelming feeling of being watched, the forest itself seeming to turn against him. The last entry was hurried and nearly illegible, ending with a chilling warning. They are close. If you find this, do not trust the silence. Do not look outside. Lisa's breath caught. The words echoed too closely the fear she had been feeling all evening. Was it possible that others had come before her and never returned? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. She closed the journal carefully and looked out the window. The forest outside was dark, the trees standing like silent sentinels against the fading light. Suddenly, a sound broke the quiet, a series of footsteps approaching the cabin. Lisa's heart pounded, throat tightening. She moved to the door slowly, peering through the narrow crack, expecting to see another lost hiker or perhaps a ranger. But there was nothing. Only the empty wilderness stretched out before her, the trees swaying gently in the cold breeze. The feeling of being watched intensified, as if unseen eyes were tracking her every move. Lisa stepped back, locking the door as best she could with a rickety latch. The cabin no longer felt like a refuge but a trap, a small island of safety surrounded by an indifferent and watchful forest. She sat down, clutching the journal, trying to steady her breathing. Outside, the footsteps returned briefly, circling the cabin in an eerie rhythm before fading into silence. The wind whispered through the cracks in the wood, carrying with it a faint, almost imperceptible murmur that sent goosebumps racing across her skin. Lisa's mind raced with questions and fear. Was she truly alone out here, or was something else lurking just beyond the thin walls? The journal's warnings seemed less like stories and more like desperate messages to anyone who might follow. As night deepened, the forest around the cabin seemed to close in, the darkness thick and suffocating. The footsteps never truly stopped, and the feeling of unseen presence grew heavier. Lisa knew she couldn't stay here forever. She had to find a way out, but with the map ruined and the forest hiding its secrets, every step forward was a step into the unknown. Two brothers, Jake and Ryan, found themselves stranded in the unforgiving deserts of Arizona after their ATV broke down miles from the nearest road. What was supposed to be a weekend adventure quickly turned into a desperate fight for survival. The blistering heat of the day gave way to freezing cold nights, and their water supply dwindled alarmingly fast. Every landmark blurred in the endless expanse of sand and rock, and the relentless sun left them disoriented and weak. As days passed, the desert played cruel tricks on their minds. Mirages shimmered on the horizon, glimmering lakes and distant towns that vanished the moment they tried to approach. The heat distorted their senses, making it impossible to trust what they saw or felt. Exhaustion and thirst gnawed at their resolve, but they pressed on, hoping to find a way back to civilization. One night, as they huddled beneath a sparse Joshua tree, the brothers noticed flickering lights in the distance, far beyond the hills. At first, they thought it might be a rescue team or passing vehicles, but the lights were intermittent, dancing in patterns that made no sense. When they tried to move toward the glow, the lights vanished, leaving only darkness and silence behind. The eerie lights returned over the next few nights, always just out of reach. Along with them came strange whispers carried on the dry wind, soft, unintelligible voices that seemed to circle around the brothers, never quite close but never far away. The whispers chilled them more than the cold desert nights, hinting at something beyond explanation. Despite their dire situation, Jake and Ryan managed to ration their remaining water and share what little food they had left. They used the stars to navigate, but the desert's vastness swallowed their attempts to find a clear path. Every direction looked the same, endless dunes and rocky outcrops under the vast sky. When rescuers finally found them, weak and dehydrated but alive, the brothers were relieved beyond words. Yet, neither could explain what they had seen or heard during those long nights. The flickering lights and the whispers remained a mystery, a haunting reminder that the desert held secrets beyond human understanding. Their story spread through local communities, sparking countless theories and cautionary tales about the desert's hidden dangers. It served as a stark reminder of nature's unforgiving power and the thin line between survival and disappearance in the wild. The brothers' experience, alongside the other tales of lost hikers and eerie encounters, became the foundation for a popular adventure podcast that delved deep into true wilderness mysteries. Listeners were invited to explore these stories, to question the unknown, and to respect the wild places that challenge us in ways we cannot always explain. In today's episode, we're diving into a chilling glimpse behind the scenes of what should be some of the most relaxing vacations: cruise ships. These floating resorts, often advertised as paradises at sea, sometimes harbor secrets darker than the deepest ocean waters. Before we get into the stories, I want to mention a podcast that's been a personal favorite of mine, Shadow Waves. It's a gripping series that delves into real-life maritime mysteries and eerie tales from the high seas. If you're fascinated by true horror stories wrapped in the salt air and endless horizon, it's definitely worth a listen. You can find it on all major streaming platforms. I'm Shelby, and I've always thought cruises were the perfect getaway. Endless buffets, sun-drenched decks, new cities on the horizon. But after hearing some of the stories I'm about to share, you might think twice before booking your next ocean voyage. Our first story sets the stage with the unsettling account of a woman named Claire. She was on a Caribbean cruise, a trip she had looked forward to for months, hoping to escape the humdrum of daily life and soak up some sun. The ship was massive, gleaming white against the cerulean sea, and bustling with passengers eager for adventure. Claire's cabin was on one of the upper decks, giving her a sweeping view of the endless blue horizon. Everything seemed perfect at first. Evenings were spent enjoying live music on the deck, days filled with stops at exotic ports where the air was thick with the scent of salt and blooming flowers. But on the third night, a whisper of unease crept in. A passenger named Thomas, who had been seen chatting amiably with others during the day, vanished without a trace. Claire first heard about Thomas's disappearance over breakfast. The crew was unusually tight-lipped, exchanging glances and offering vague reassurances. Passengers buzzed with rumors. Some said he might have fallen overboard. Others whispered about foul play. But no official announcement was made. That day, Claire found herself drawn to the area near Thomas's cabin. The hallway was quieter than usual, the lights flickering intermittently, as if struggling to stay lit. It was there she heard it, a faint tapping sound coming from behind a closed door. She pressed her ear against it, but heard nothing more. When she tried to ask a crew member about it later, they brushed her off with a forced smile, clearly uncomfortable. As the days passed, strange things began to happen. Passengers reported hearing footsteps echoing in empty corridors late at night. Some swore they saw flickering shadows darting just out of sight, near Thomas's last known location. The air around that part of the ship felt colder, almost unnaturally so. Even the staff seemed wary, avoiding the subject when approached. Claire grew increasingly unsettled. She started keeping a journal, noting every odd occurrence. One night, while walking to the dining hall, she glimpsed a figure standing at the end of the hallway, tall, indistinct, and silent. When she blinked, it was gone. She told herself it was just her imagination, the result of too many suspense novels and late nights. Curiosity eventually got the better of her. She approached the ship's security office, hoping to learn more about what had happened to Thomas. The officer she spoke with was curt and evasive, repeating the standard line. "We're doing everything we can, but we can't disclose details for privacy reasons." Claire left feeling frustrated and more anxious than before. Determined to uncover the truth, Claire began speaking with other passengers. Many shared similar experiences: unexplained noises, feelings of being watched, and a pervasive sense of dread whenever near Thomas's cabin. Some even said that personal items had been mysteriously moved or gone missing. One elderly couple mentioned that Thomas had been acting strangely even before the cruise began. According to them, he was involved in some sort of dispute and had received threatening messages. This revelation hinted that his disappearance might not have been a simple accident. By the time the ship reached its final port, rumors had transformed into a full-blown mystery. The captain made a brief announcement, expressing condolences but offering no concrete information. Claire realized that the crew's silence only deepened the enigma. Back on land, Claire tried to piece together what she had witnessed. She reached out to other passengers through social media groups dedicated to cruise enthusiasts. Many recounted their own eerie experiences on various voyages, suggesting that the ocean's vastness sometimes conceals more than just natural dangers. Claire's story is a stark reminder that beneath the polished exterior of cruise ships, shadows linger. Shadows that may hold secrets passengers were never meant to uncover. And as we continue today's episode, we'll hear even more unsettling tales that reveal the darker side of life at sea. Next up, we'll explore the story of Mark, whose honeymoon suite turned into a nightmare of supernatural occurrences. But before we get there, I encourage you to check out Shadow Waves and immerse yourself in the chilling mysteries of the maritime world. It's the perfect companion for those nights when you want to feel the thrill of the unknown from the safety of your own home. Stay with me, because the ocean's depths aren't the only places where darkness hides. Continuing from Claire's unsettling experience, let me introduce you to Mark's story, which takes us from mysterious disappearances to something far more chilling: supernatural encounters aboard a cruise ship. Mark and his new wife had just embarked on what was supposed to be the perfect honeymoon. They had splurged on the ship's most luxurious suite, a space decked out with floor-to-ceiling windows, plush furnishings, and every modern convenience you could imagine. Mark's excitement was palpable. He often described the suite as a dream come true, a romantic retreat floating on the waves. But what started as blissful soon twisted into a haunting ordeal that would leave them questioning reality itself. It began subtly. Mark's wife was the first to notice the oddities. She mentioned feeling sudden cold spots in the room, as if invisible drafts swept through without warning. At first, they laughed it off, blaming the ship's air conditioning system. But then came the whispers, soft, unintelligible murmurs that seemed to drift just beyond hearing, especially in the quiet hours of the night. Mark himself encountered even more disturbing phenomena. During one late evening, he saw shadowy figures flicker at the edge of his vision. Objects would inexplicably shift places. Books moved from the nightstand to the floor. Glasses found upside down when he was certain he had left them upright. These occurrences escalated so much that Mark and his wife began avoiding the suite's living area altogether. What made it worse was the reaction of others. Crew members and fellow passengers seemed to steer clear of their suite. Housekeeping staff would shuffle past quickly, eyes downcast, as if unwilling to linger. The air around the room felt heavy and unwelcoming, an oppressive atmosphere that seemed to push people away. Mark recalled one particularly chilling moment when his wife awoke in the middle of the night, pale and trembling, insisting she had seen a figure standing at the foot of their bed. The figure was described as shadow-like, indistinct but undeniably present. Despite their fear, they tried to rationalize it, perhaps just overactive imaginations fueled by stress and excitement. But the unease only deepened when Mark began researching the suite's history. He discovered that years before, a passenger had died there under mysterious circumstances. The details were vague, but the tragedy was enough to explain the rumors of restless spirits lingering in that very space. No amount of logic could dispel the growing sense that the suite was haunted. Mark and his wife experienced restless nights, waking to the sensation of being watched. Their dreams were plagued by shadowy figures and cold touches. The ship's once celebrated luxury suite became a prison of fear. Despite their attempts to alert the crew, their concerns were met with polite dismissal. The ship's management seemed reluctant to acknowledge any supernatural elements, perhaps fearing the damage it could do to their reputation. Instead, the couple was advised to enjoy the rest of their voyage and to report any further issues only if absolutely necessary. Mark's story, like Claire's, reveals a darker undercurrent beneath the polished surface of cruise vacations. While most passengers bask in sunshine and cocktails, some encounter experiences that defy explanation, reminders that the sea, and those who sail upon it, carry secrets not easily uncovered. As we continue, we'll hear from Jenna, a crew member whose tale involves a very different kind of terror, one rooted in human menace rather than the supernatural. But before that, if you've been captivated by these stories, don't forget to check out Shadow Waves, the podcast that brings maritime mysteries to life with chilling detail. Stay tuned as we delve deeper into the shadows lurking on these floating paradises. Now, shifting from the eerie silence of haunted suites to a more immediate and personal kind of fear, I want to share Jenna's story. Jenna worked as a crew member on a Mediterranean cruise, a job she'd landed fresh out of college, full of hope and excitement. She loved the steady rhythm of life at sea, the chance to travel, meet new people, and be part of something bigger than herself. But during that particular cruise, Jenna's experience veered sharply away from the dream. It started simply enough. Jenna met a passenger named Lucas early on, a man who seemed charming and friendly. He struck up casual conversations, always with a smile that made her feel at ease. At first, it felt like just another friendly acquaintance on the ship. But soon, Jenna noticed the attention became more intense, almost obsessive. Lucas began appearing wherever Jenna was, at the buffet, near crew quarters, on the promenade deck. It wasn't the kind of coincidence Jenna was comfortable with. She tried to keep her distance, hoping the interest would fade, but it only grew stronger. She started receiving messages on her work phone, texts that were laced with compliments but also carried an unsettling undertone. Her discomfort escalated when she discovered signs that Lucas had been accessing areas he shouldn't have. One day, Jenna found her personal belongings disturbed. Items she was certain had been untouched were now out of place. The lock on her cabin door had been tampered with, and a small, folded note was left on her pillow. It read simply, "I'm always near." Fear began to take hold. Jenna confided in a few trusted colleagues, but the response was mixed. Some encouraged her to report it, while others worried about stirring trouble that could ruin the crew's atmosphere. Despite warnings, Jenna felt increasingly isolated, caught between her responsibility to the ship and her growing sense of vulnerability. One night, the situation reached a terrifying peak. Jenna was working late shifts, and as she made her way across the deserted upper deck, she noticed Lucas lurking near the lifeboats. When she tried to avoid him, he followed, blocking her path. The isolation of the deck, the dark sea stretching endlessly beyond, made Jenna's heart race. She barely escaped an attempted confrontation, rushing back inside just as the ship's security arrived in response to her emergency call. The following days were a blur of police interviews and security reviews. Lucas was removed from the ship at the next port, but the damage lingered. Jenna found herself constantly looking over her shoulder, her trust in the supposed safety of the crew shattered. The very place she had dreamed of working now felt like a trap. What made Jenna's story particularly haunting was the failure of the system designed to protect her. She recounted how the ship's security team was slow to respond, often downplaying her concerns. The lack of immediate and decisive action left her feeling exposed and alone. After that cruise, Jenna's life changed dramatically. She moved to a different city, changed jobs, and began therapy to process the trauma. Her story is a sobering reminder that danger at sea doesn't always come from the unknown or the supernatural. It can come from the people we least expect, even in places that should be safe havens. Jenna's experience, alongside Claire's and Mark's, paints a layered picture of the hidden perils aboard cruise ships. From unexplained disappearances and ghostly hauntings to stalking and violation, these stories unravel the illusion of carefree voyages and reveal a much darker reality. Stay with me as we continue to explore these unsettling tales, peeling back the layers of mystery, fear, and survival on the high seas. Before we move toward the final reflections on these chilling cruise ship experiences, I want to share one more story that adds another layer to the unsettling tapestry we've been exploring. This one comes from Jenna, the crew member I mentioned earlier, and it dives deeper into her terrifying encounter with a passenger who crossed the line from unwanted attention to outright danger. Jenna had thought the stalking was the worst of it, but what followed pushed her into a nightmare she never imagined facing while working on a cruise ship. The man, Sebastian, had blended into the crowd at first, handsome, charismatic, someone who seemed to carry the weight of his own story. He told Jenna about his painful past, including his wife's betrayal, and she found herself drawn to him, offering sympathy and a listening ear. But beneath the surface, Sebastian's intentions were far from innocent. One evening during a transatlantic crossing, after a long shift behind the bar where Jenna worked, she accepted a drink he offered. The next thing she knew, her world blurred and tilted. She woke up disoriented, tied to her bed in a cabin she didn't recognize at first. Panic surged as she realized she had been drugged and robbed. Jenna's attempts to alert the ship's security were met with frustrating indifference. The crew seemed reluctant to get involved, perhaps wary of the repercussions or unwilling to believe the severity of what had happened. Trapped in a place where help was supposed to be close, Jenna felt utterly alone and vulnerable. As the days passed, the terror didn't end. She began receiving photographs of herself from an anonymous sender, images taken without her knowledge, invading her privacy and feeding her fear. The messages were subtle threats, reminders that Sebastian's reach extended beyond that cabin. Despite filing reports and seeking assistance, Jenna found the response from both the ship's authorities and local police lacking. The bureaucracy and jurisdictional complications of crimes at sea added layers of frustration and helplessness. Even after the cruise ended, the harassment continued, forcing Jenna to move apartments multiple times in a desperate attempt to escape the unseen threat. This ordeal shattered Jenna's dream of working on a cruise ship, turning what should have been an exciting chapter of her life into a saga of trauma and fear. Her story underscores a grim reality. The very environments designed for leisure and escape can sometimes become places of profound danger. What makes Jenna's experience particularly haunting is not just the initial attack, but the ongoing violation, the invasion of her sense of safety, the erosion of trust in the systems meant to protect her. It's a stark reminder that danger at sea is not always a distant, abstract concept. It can be painfully close and deeply personal. Hearing these stories, from Claire's mysterious disappearance, Mark's haunted suite, to Jenna's stalking and assault, we see a pattern emerge. Cruise ships, with all their luxury and allure, are not immune to the darker aspects of human experience. The vastness of the ocean may hide secrets, but sometimes the greatest threats lie in the company we keep. As we prepare to reflect on these narratives, keep in mind the complexities and challenges faced by both passengers and crew. The sea's beauty can mask its perils, and vigilance is essential whether you're sailing for pleasure or working to keep the voyage safe. Stay with me for the final part of this series, where we'll hear Jenna's thoughts on how these experiences have changed her perspective and what they mean for the future of cruise ship safety. Looking back on everything she endured, Jenna often reflects on how profoundly these experiences have reshaped her sense of safety and trust. Working on a cruise ship, she once believed, meant being part of a secure and carefree environment, a floating community where everyone looked out for one another. But the reality she faced was far harsher. The layers of protection she assumed were in place felt fragile and sometimes non-existent, leaving her vulnerable in a space that should have been her sanctuary. Jenna told me that even after moving on from that job and trying to rebuild her life, the memories linger. She carries with her a heightened awareness of the risks that can hide beneath the surface of what looks like fun and freedom. It's like you're always waiting for the next shadow to move, she said. That feeling of constant vigilance is exhausting, but for Jenna, it's a necessary shield. Her story, alongside those of Claire and Mark, serves as a sobering reminder that the dangers aboard cruise ships are real and varied. Whether it's the inexplicable disappearance of a fellow passenger, a suite haunted by restless spirits, or the very human menace of stalking and assault, these narratives reveal a side of cruising that's seldom spoken about in travel brochures or advertisements. Jenna's experience also highlights broader issues around how cruise lines handle security and passenger welfare. She pointed out that while the ships appear to offer a safe haven, the systems in place often fall short when it comes to responding swiftly and effectively to threats. The complexity of jurisdiction at sea, combined with the commercial pressures to maintain a pristine image, can leave victims feeling unheard and unprotected. Yet, despite all the fear and trauma, Jenna holds onto a cautious hope. She believes that by sharing these stories, raising awareness, and pushing for better training and policies, the cruise industry can improve. Passengers and crew alike deserve to feel safe on the open water, free from the shadow of danger. As travelers, it's important to remember that beneath the glittering surfaces and festive atmospheres, vigilance is vital. Trust your instincts, speak up if something feels off, and don't hesitate to seek help. For those working on ships, Jenna's story is a call to advocate for stronger protections and supportive environments. Ultimately, these stories leave us with a lingering sense of unease, a reminder that the ocean's vastness not only conceals natural wonders, but also the vulnerabilities of those who sail upon it. The next time you consider a cruise, keep in mind the unseen struggles and the courage of those who face these challenges daily. Thank you for joining me on this exploration beneath the surface of cruise ship life. If these stories resonated with you, please share them and continue the conversation about safety and awareness at sea. And as always, stay safe and stay curious. What I'm about to share started with what was supposed to be a simple weekend getaway, a quick escape from the city noise and daily grind. I'd always thought weekend trips were these little bubbles of peace, a chance to reset. But that weekend, everything I believed about short trips shattered in the most unsettling way. It began when my friends and I decided to rent a cabin deep in the woods. The spot was recommended by a coworker who swore it was perfect for disconnecting. No cell service, no traffic, just nature and quiet. We were excited about the idea of spending a couple of days hiking, sitting by the fire, and just unwinding. The place was isolated, miles from town, surrounded by dense forest. It felt like the kind of place where you could hear yourself think, which was exactly what we wanted. The drive out was long and winding. As the city lights disappeared behind us, the sky grew darker and the trees denser. No street lamps, just the headlights cutting through the night. I remember glancing at my phone, realizing the signal was already gone, and a small knot of unease settled in my stomach. But I shrugged it off. Being offline was part of the plan. When we arrived, the cabin was exactly as described, rustic but cozy. A stone fireplace, wooden beams, a porch overlooking a small clearing surrounded by towering pines. We unpacked quickly and started a fire, the warmth and crackle of the flames easing the tension from the drive. We joked about the lack of service, teasing each other about being off the grid and surviving like pioneers. It felt fun, almost like an adventure. The first evening passed without incident. We sat around the fire, shared stories, and laughed until our voices were hoarse. But as the night deepened, I noticed small things that didn't quite sit right. From inside the cabin, the woods outside looked unnaturally dark, like the shadows swallowed the light whole. I thought maybe it was just the thick canopy or the lack of moonlight, but it gave me the feeling that something was watching from just beyond the tree line. The next morning, we planned a hike along a trail that looped around a nearby creek. The air was crisp, the forest alive with birdsong and rustling leaves. All seemed well until we reached a spot where my friend's phone, which he'd been carrying in his jacket pocket, slipped out. It wasn't there when he checked. We searched the trail, the underbrush, even retraced our steps, but it was gone. At first, we joked that maybe it had fallen into the water or one of us accidentally grabbed it. But no matter how hard we looked, it was nowhere to be found. That was the first real crack in the day's calm. Losing a phone in the woods isn't unusual, but the way it disappeared felt off, like it vanished without a trace. We tried to stay lighthearted, but the mood shifted. The forest suddenly felt bigger, quieter in a way that made me uncomfortable. The usual sounds of the woods seemed muted, as if someone had turned the volume down. Back at the cabin that night, things got worse. We were sitting around the fire again when I caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. Something, or someone, was standing just beyond the tree line, watching us. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The others didn't see it, or maybe they were pretending not to. When I pointed it out, they laughed nervously, saying it was probably just an animal or a trick of the light. But I knew what I saw. The figure didn't move like an animal. It was too still, too deliberate. It just stood there, staring. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but later that night, when everyone was asleep, I heard noises outside, soft footsteps crunching leaves, the faint rustle of branches. I lay awake, heart pounding, listening to the forest breathing around the cabin. The next day, we tried to shake off the tension with a hike to a nearby ridge. The view was breathtaking, the forest stretching out endlessly beneath a restless sky. But even there, the feeling followed me. Shadows seemed to flicker just beyond the edge of my vision. When I stopped to look back, there was nothing but trees, but then I caught the faintest glimpse of a silhouette retreating into the woods. That night, the unease grew into something deeper. We sat inside the cabin, doors locked, windows shut tight. My friend checked his phone again. It was dead, completely unresponsive. No signal, no battery life, as if it had been drained by some invisible force. I tried to joke about it, but inside I was scared. Then, the power flickered. We hadn't expected electricity, but the cabin had some basic wiring for lights and outlets. The bulbs dimmed and went out, plunging us into darkness. The fire was the only light source, casting long, flickering shadows on the walls. That's when the whispering started. At first, it was so faint I thought I was imagining it. A soft, barely audible murmur coming from outside. But it grew louder, words I couldn't quite understand, carried on a breeze that seemed to come from nowhere. We listened, frozen, trying to tell if it was wind or something else. The whispering circled the cabin, ebbing and flowing like a tide. I don't know who spoke first, but eventually, someone suggested we try to ignore it. Sleep was impossible, and the hours crawled by with every creak and groan of the cabin sounding like a warning. I kept hearing footsteps outside, slow and deliberate, pacing around the perimeter. Shining my phone's flashlight into the darkness revealed nothing but empty trees and shadows. By morning, we were exhausted and jumpy. We packed up as fast as we could, eager to leave the place behind. But as we loaded the car, I realized my backpack was lighter. My water bottle was missing, left somewhere inside the cabin, or taken. It was a small thing, but after everything else, it felt like another sign that we weren't alone. Driving away, the forest swallowed the cabin from view, and the normal sounds of civilization slowly returned. But the memory of those nights, the darkness, the whispers, the feeling of being watched, stuck with me. That weekend was supposed to be a break, a chance to relax. Instead, it was a reminder that sometimes, the places we choose to escape to can hide shadows that don't want to be disturbed. And sometimes, those shadows follow you home. Not long after that unnerving weekend, I found myself drawn into another story. This one from a close friend who'd gone on a group trip to a seaside town known for its charm and its abandoned hotel. He called me a few days after returning, his voice low and unsettled, asking if I wanted to hear about what happened. I hesitated but said yes, and what he told me only deepened my unease about these supposedly harmless weekend getaways. The group consisted of 4 friends, all eager for a change of pace. They'd heard about this quirky little town with a rich history, a place where you could stroll along the boardwalk and enjoy fresh seafood by day, and at night, maybe explore the ruins of an old hotel that had been shut down decades ago. The hotel was a local legend, once grand and bustling, now a decaying relic left to the ravages of time and weather. Some said it was haunted, others dismissed it as just old bricks and broken windows. They arrived on a Friday afternoon, the salty sea breeze mixing with the smell of fried food and salt water. The town was picturesque but quiet, almost too quiet for a summer weekend. The hotel loomed at the edge of the boardwalk, its faded sign barely legible, windows boarded up or shattered. Despite its state, it beckoned like a ghost waiting to be remembered. Curiosity got the better of them. After checking into their rental, they made their way to the hotel just before sunset. The entrance was chained and locked, but a side door had been pried open, just enough to slip inside. The air was thick with dust and decay, the faint scent of salt and mildew lingering like a ghostly perfume. Inside, the hotel was a maze of peeling wallpaper, crumbling plaster, and long, dark hallways stretching into shadow. Their flashlights cut through the gloom, casting eerie beams on graffiti-covered walls and broken furniture. The silence was oppressive, broken only by their footsteps and the occasional drip of water echoing somewhere deep within. As they explored, small strange things started to happen. Doors that had been closed moments before were now slightly ajar. Lights from their flashlights flickered inexplicably, as if the building itself was breathing, alive in some sinister way. One friend swore he saw a figure, a pale shape, standing at the end of a corridor, but when they all turned to look, it was gone. They moved cautiously, trying to keep their nerves in check. The hotel felt like a trap, a place that didn't want visitors but also refused to let them go. They found old photographs scattered on the floor, faded images of guests and staff, some with faces scratched out or blurred by time. It was like the hotel was holding on to memories, maybe even grudges. At one point, they reached the grand staircase, its once beautiful banister now splintered and unstable. As they ascended, the temperature dropped noticeably, their breath fogged in the stale air. At the top, they found a locked door marked "Private," the paint peeling. They tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. Behind them, the hallway seemed to stretch longer, shadows pooling in the corners. Then, the power flickered. It wasn't just their flashlights this time. Somewhere deep in the hotel, a faint light blinked, like an old bulb struggling to stay alive. The group froze. The light pulsed, as if signaling, then went out. The darkness closed in, thick and suffocating. Suddenly, one of them heard footsteps behind their backs, slow, deliberate, echoing through the empty halls. They spun around, flashlights scanning the blackness, but saw nothing. The feeling of being watched intensified. Their hearts pounded as the footsteps grew louder, closer, then stopped abruptly. Panic set in. They wanted to leave, but found the corridor behind them seemed to stretch endlessly, the walls warping in the dim light. The building had become a labyrinth, trapping them in a nightmare. Doors that were there moments ago vanished. Windows revealed nothing but endless night. At one point, one friend pulled out an old camera they'd found lying in the lobby, hoping to capture some evidence of their experience. The camera's screen flickered to life, showing static, then a blurry image of a face, pale, expressionless, and staring directly at them. No one recognized it, and the image sent a chill down their spines. They finally burst through a set of double doors into what looked like a ballroom, dust motes swirling in the weak moonlight filtering through shattered windows. The silence was deafening. The mysterious figure appeared again, just at the edge of the light, watching. When they called out, it vanished. Desperation took over. They scrambled for an exit, and after what felt like hours, stumbled onto a back staircase leading outside. The night air hit them like a shock, and they didn't stop running until the hotel was far behind. Back at their rental, the group was shaken. They compared notes and photos, trying to make sense of what they'd seen. The camera's footage was the most disturbing, faces flickering in and out of the static, shadowy figures lurking just out of reach. No one could explain it. One friend, who had been the calmest during the ordeal, later admitted he felt like the hotel was alive, watching, waiting. He described a sense of being hunted, as if the building itself was a predator and they were the prey. The next day, the town felt different. The locals avoided the hotel area, their eyes wary and voices hushed when the subject came up. My friend overheard a conversation in a cafe, where someone mentioned disappearances linked to the hotel decades ago, stories of guests who never checked out. Their time in the town ended quickly after that. They packed up and left, carrying with them the weight of something unseen but deeply felt. The footage they brought home was kept secret, shared only among themselves, a reminder of a place where the past refuses to die and the present is haunted by shadows that watch from the darkness. Hearing my friend's story, I realized how these weekend getaways, places we think of as safe escapes, can hide secrets and dangers far beyond what we expect. The abandoned hotel wasn't just a building. It was a presence, a warning that some places don't want to be disturbed, and when you do, you might not leave untouched. A few months later, another friend reached out with a story that still haunts me. This one was about a mountain campsite far from civilization, an idea that had sounded perfect for a weekend getaway. They wanted to disconnect completely. No phones, no internet, just the raw wilderness. But what they found was far from peaceful. The group consisted of 5 friends, all experienced hikers and campers. They planned a 3-day trip to a remote site nestled high in the mountains, where the trees were thick and the trails unmarked. The place was supposed to be a hidden gem, a secret spot away from the crowds. They packed their gear, loaded up their backpacks, and set off early on a Friday morning. The hike was grueling but beautiful, steep climbs, rocky outcrops, and rivers cutting through the forest. They joked and sang as they walked, feeling alive and free. When they finally reached the campsite, it was everything they hoped for. A small clearing surrounded by towering pines, a crystal-clear stream nearby, and a view that stretched for miles. They set up tents, built a fire pit, and spent the afternoon exploring the area. At first, everything seemed normal, even idyllic. But as the sun dipped below the peaks, strange things started to happen. On the first night, one camper woke up to the sound of rustling outside their tent. They called out, but only silence answered. The others thought it was just an animal, maybe a deer or raccoon, and shrugged it off. But the noises continued throughout the night. Whispers carried on the wind, footprints circling the tents, and the occasional snap of a twig that sounded too deliberate to be random. The next day, they hiked further into the forest, following a faint trail marked only by broken branches and crushed leaves. But as they moved deeper, supplies began to disappear. A water bottle left on a rock vanished. A pack of snacks went missing from the communal stash. At first, they thought maybe one of them had misplaced items, but the pattern was too consistent. One friend noticed unmarked trails branching off from the main path, trails that none of them had taken or seen before. The forest seemed to rearrange itself, with familiar landmarks disappearing and reappearing in different places. It was disorienting, like the woods were alive and shifting around them. That evening, tensions rose. The wildlife behaved strangely. Birds were silent, and animals that should have been active at dusk were nowhere to be seen. Instead, there were repeated growls and snarls echoing through the trees, too close for comfort. They tried to keep the fire burning all night, using its light as a shield against the darkness pressing in. On the third day, the group decided to pack up and head back before nightfall. But one camper was missing. He'd gone out early to collect firewood and never returned. Panic set in as they called his name and searched the surrounding area, finding only disturbed earth and broken branches. His footprints led into the woods but stopped abruptly, as if he'd vanished into thin air. As the sun began to set, the remaining four faced a terrifying choice: stay put and wait for help that might never come, or try to find their way back alone through the shifting forest. They chose to move, but the woods seemed to close in, paths twisting and turning without logic. During their frantic trek, they encountered something, or someone, watching from the shadows. A presence so palpable it made their skin crawl. It moved silently, stalking them with patience and malice. One friend swore they glimpsed glowing eyes peering from behind a tree. Another heard breathing close behind, but when they turned, there was nothing. As night fell, exhaustion and fear took over. The forest no longer felt like a place of peace, but a labyrinth designed to trap and consume. They stumbled through the underbrush, guided only by the faint light of a dying flashlight and sheer will. By dawn, they emerged from the woods, broken and shaken. The missing friend was never found. The remaining group reported the incident to authorities, but the search yielded no clues, no trace of him, no signs of struggle, just the silent forest. Since then, those friends haven't returned to the mountains. The experience left scars deeper than any physical wound. It was a stark reminder that nature, while beautiful, can harbor dangers beyond the obvious. And sometimes, the wilderness hides secrets that no one should disturb. What struck me most about their story was how quickly a peaceful camping trip turned into a nightmare. The isolation that was supposed to bring tranquility instead unleashed something unknown and hostile. It made me wonder how many other perfect getaways carry hidden risks, waiting patiently for the right moment to reveal themselves. After hearing the chilling story about the mountain campsite, I couldn't help but think back to my own experience at the cabin in the woods and the eerie abandoned hotel tale my friend shared. Each of these weekend getaways, meant to be brief respites from daily life, had spiraled into something far darker and more dangerous than any of us anticipated. And the fallout from those trips wasn't as simple as just returning home. In my case, after escaping the cabin, the group returned to the city visibly shaken but relieved to be away from the oppressive forest. We tried to laugh off the whispering and strange movements, but the feeling of being watched lingered long after we'd left. Then, strange things started happening that made it clear whatever had been out there hadn't let us go entirely. I began receiving texts from unknown numbers, messages filled with cryptic symbols and static noises that made my phone glitch out. At first, I thought it was a prank, but the timing was too precise, always arriving late at night when I was alone. One message simply read, "Still here." I showed it to my friends, but none of them had received anything similar. The idea that something from the woods had followed me home was terrifying. Around the same time, a neighbor told me they'd seen a figure standing outside my window late one night. When I looked, there was nothing there, only the shadows dancing in the streetlight. I started double-checking locks and windows, feeling exposed in my own home. Sleep became difficult. Every creak or gust of wind set my nerves on edge. Meanwhile, my friend who had ventured into the abandoned hotel wasn't faring much better. After they barely escaped that nightmare, the group kept the camera footage hidden, but curiosity eventually got the best of them. Watching the tape again, they noticed faces appearing and disappearing in the static, faces that seemed to watch them back, unblinking and expressionless. One of them tried to identify the mysterious figure caught on film, but found no matches in any local records or missing persons databases. It was as if the entity existed outside normal reality. More unsettling was the fact that the hotel itself seemed to have left a mark. Each of them reported unsettling dreams of being trapped in endless, twisting hallways, chased by shadows that never let up. The footage was eventually shared with a paranormal investigator, who warned them that some places are hotspots for residual energy, caught between worlds. The idea that the hotel was a kind of liminal space, a place where time and reality bent in unnatural ways, made the group even more anxious. They avoided the town afterward, wary of what might still be lurking in the ruins. As for the friends from the mountain campsite, their story took perhaps the darkest turn. The missing camper was never found, and despite searches and investigations, no evidence emerged to explain his disappearance. The other four struggled with survivors' guilt and trauma that seeped into their everyday lives. They found it hard to talk about what happened, as if naming the terror gave it power. They also noticed odd signs that the woods weren't done with them. Strange figures appeared in photos taken after the trip, shadowy shapes barely visible at the edges of frames. Unexplained noises were heard near their homes, and one even received a package containing a single muddy footprint on a piece of paper with no return address. The presence they'd felt stalking them in the forest seemed to have followed them back to civilization. These ongoing effects, the texts, the dreams, the missing person, the mysterious footage, painted a picture of weekend getaways gone wrong. Trips that were supposed to offer a break from reality instead exposed us all to forces beyond understanding. The isolation that made these places appealing also made them dangerous, creating openings for something unseen and malevolent to creep in. What binds these stories together is the way normalcy fractures when removed from the familiar. The cabin, the hotel, the mountain, each location offered a chance to escape the noise of everyday life, but instead revealed how quickly safety can unravel. The sense of being watched, the inexplicable disappearances, the creeping dread. These were not isolated incidents, but symptoms of something lurking beneath the surface. I've often reflected on how these experiences have changed me and the others involved. What was meant to be rest and bonding turned into raw encounters with fear, reminders that some places carry histories and energies that refuse to be ignored. The line between a simple weekend trip and a brush with something darker is thinner than I ever imagined. This leaves me with a warning I wish I hadn't learned the hard way. Sometimes, the scariest stories come from the places we trust most for escape. The woods, the forgotten hotel, the remote mountain, they all seem innocent, even inviting. But beneath that surface, shadows wait. And they don't always let go when we leave. Looking back on all those weekend getaways, the cabin in the woods, the abandoned hotel by the sea, the mountain campsite, it's clear how quickly the idea of a simple escape can unravel into something terrifying. Each story, though unique, shares a chilling thread. Isolation turning ordinary trips into raw encounters with the unknown, where safety feels like a fragile illusion. What struck me most was how these places, chosen for peace and rest, became stages for fear and uncertainty. The cabin was supposed to be a haven, but the whispering in the dark showed how the forest held secrets it wouldn't share freely. The hotel's crumbling walls weren't just empty shells. They were traps, bending time and space, holding memories that clawed back at anyone daring to enter. The mountain, with its breathtaking views, masked a wilderness that shifted and hunted, swallowing one of their own without a trace. These weren't just isolated incidents. The ripple effects, the anonymous texts, the haunted footage, the missing friend, reminded us that leaving such places doesn't mean leaving the danger behind. In fact, sometimes it's when you think you're safe that the shadows reach out the farthest. It's unsettling to realize that the very places we trust to restore us can harbor darkness waiting patiently beneath the surface. The isolation that draws us and also leaves us vulnerable, cutting off the usual lines of support and protection. And in that void, something else can take hold, whether it's restless spirits, malevolent forces, or simply the terrifying unknown. What I learned from these experiences is a cautionary truth. Not every getaway is an escape. Sometimes, the scariest stories come from the places we think we know best, the spots we choose to leave the world behind. They remind us to stay vigilant, even when we seek rest, because danger can lurk where we least expect it. So next time you plan a weekend trip, especially somewhere remote or forgotten, keep in mind that beneath the beauty and calm, shadows might be waiting. And when they do, they don't always let go when you walk away. On January 31st, 2013, 21-year-old Elisa Lamb, a Canadian tourist visiting Los Angeles, was last seen at the Cecil Hotel, a downtown establishment with a dark and troubled history. Elisa, who had been traveling alone, was staying at the hotel while exploring the city and planning her next destination. Known to be an adventurous and free-spirited young woman, she had been documenting her travels and sharing moments on social media. Yet, in the days leading up to her disappearance, those who knew her began to notice subtle signs that something was amiss. Elisa's last confirmed sighting came from the hotel's security cameras, capturing her inside the elevator late that night. The footage, later released to the public, showed Elisa behaving in a manner that many found unsettling. She appeared to press multiple elevator buttons, step in and out of the elevator repeatedly, and make odd gestures, as if hiding or talking to someone unseen. At one point, Elisa is seen peering out of the elevator, looking around cautiously, then bending down as if to avoid being seen. Her expressions fluctuated wildly, from fear to confusion to moments of apparent calm, before she finally exited on an upper floor. This bizarre behavior sparked immediate concern when Elisa failed to check out of the hotel as scheduled. Friends and family, who had been in contact with her up until shortly before her disappearance, grew increasingly worried. When Elisa missed a planned phone call and stopped responding to messages, her family in Canada reached out to the hotel staff in Los Angeles. Hotel employees, upon checking their records and surveillance, confirmed that Elisa had not been seen after the elevator footage's timestamp. Alarmed, they contacted local authorities and a missing person report was filed. The Cecil Hotel itself added layers of unease to the case. Known for its affordability and central location, the hotel had long been associated with a history of crime, tragedy, and unexplained occurrences. Over the decades, it had housed transient guests and been the site of several notorious incidents, including murders and suicides. Staff members reported strange noises and unusual activity, particularly on the upper floors where Elisa had been staying. These reports, combined with the eerie elevator footage, fueled speculation both within the hotel and the public. In the immediate aftermath of Elisa's disappearance, the Los Angeles Police Department launched an extensive investigation. Officers canvassed the hotel, interviewing staff and guests, and reviewing security footage from every available camera. However, the building's complex layout and the presence of many guests complicated the search. The hotel's security system was outdated and sometimes malfunctioned, leaving gaps in the surveillance timeline. Despite these challenges, the police remained determined to piece together Elisa's last known movements. Friends and family members described Elisa as generally upbeat and independent, but they acknowledged she had been struggling with episodes of anxiety and depression. Some speculated that her strange behavior in the elevator might have been linked to a mental health crisis, while others worried about the possibility of foul play. Elisa had reportedly been taking medication, and there were concerns she might have been experiencing side effects or a manic episode. Yet no definitive explanation emerged from those closest to her, leaving a cloud of uncertainty. The hotel staff's accounts added to the mystery. Several employees recalled hearing noises or seeing shadows in hallways, but none could confirm sightings of Elisa after that night. Some guests reported feeling uneasy, sensing a presence, or witnessing unusual occurrences, though these claims remained anecdotal. The Cecil Hotel's reputation as a place where many guests had gone missing or met tragic ends made these reports all the more chilling. Public interest in the case surged once the elevator footage was released. Viewers around the world were captivated and disturbed by Elisa's erratic movements and apparent fear. The video quickly went viral, spawning countless theories and discussions on internet forums and social media platforms. Some suggested that Elisa might have been interacting with an invisible entity or suffering from a psychotic break, while others believed someone had been following her within the hotel. The ambiguity of the footage, combined with her sudden disappearance, created a fertile ground for speculation. As the days passed with no sign of Elisa, pressure mounted on the authorities to intensify their search. Police expanded their efforts beyond the hotel, canvassing nearby areas and checking hospitals, shelters, and homeless encampments for any trace of her. They also reached out to mental health organizations, hoping to gather information that might explain her behavior or whereabouts. Despite these efforts, Elisa's trail seemed to vanish into thin air. The Cecil Hotel management cooperated with investigators, granting access to all areas of the building. They also reviewed maintenance records and security protocols, attempting to identify any vulnerabilities or incidents that could shed light on Elisa's disappearance. The hotel's water tanks, rooftop access points, and stairwells became focal points of the investigation, as police sought to determine whether Elisa might have left the elevator footage location and entered parts of the building not easily accessible to guests. Throughout the search, Elisa's family remained in close contact with law enforcement and the media, pleading for information and urging anyone with knowledge of her whereabouts to come forward. They described Elisa as bright and compassionate, emphasizing that she would not intentionally disappear without informing someone. Her disappearance was profoundly out of character, heightening their fears that she was in danger. The circumstances surrounding Elisa's last known moments at the Cecil Hotel, captured in that haunting elevator video, stood as a perplexing puzzle. Her erratic behavior, the hotel's sinister reputation, and the absence of any clear explanation combined to create one of Los Angeles's most baffling missing person cases. As authorities and the public grappled with the unsettling footage, the search continued, driven by hope and the urgent need to understand what had happened to Elisa Lam. Following Elisa Lam's disappearance and the release of the unsettling elevator footage, the Los Angeles Police Department intensified their investigation, meticulously reviewing every available piece of evidence in search of clues. The elevator video, which had captivated and mystified viewers worldwide, became a central focus for investigators trying to piece together Elisa's final hours inside the Cecil Hotel. The footage showed erratic behavior, Elisa pressing multiple buttons, stepping in and out of the elevator, and seemingly hiding or communicating with an unseen presence. This behavior baffled officers and forensic experts alike, leaving them to question what exactly had transpired in those moments. As the investigation unfolded, hotel staff came forward with additional reports that deepened the mystery surrounding the Cecil Hotel. Several employees recalled strange occurrences prior to Elisa's disappearance, including unexplained noises, flickering lights, and doors opening or closing by themselves. Some mentioned the hotel's reputation for harboring dark secrets, citing past incidents involving guests who had vanished or died under suspicious circumstances. These anecdotes fueled speculation that the hotel itself might be linked to Elisa's fate, although authorities approached such claims with caution, focusing on verifiable facts rather than hearsay. The hotel's layout and security protocols also drew scrutiny. The Cecil Hotel, an aging building with a labyrinthine structure, featured multiple stairwells, service corridors, and rooftop access points. Some areas were restricted, locked, or difficult to access, raising questions about how Elisa could have moved through the building unnoticed. Security footage from hallways and stairwells was sparse or missing in some instances, complicating efforts to track her movements. Investigators, therefore, turned to searching physical spaces themselves, conducting thorough sweeps of every floor, including service areas and the roof. In one of the more perplexing developments, hotel maintenance staff reported difficulties with the rooftop water tanks. The tanks were secured with padlocks and fences, yet it soon emerged that access was not as restricted as initially believed. Investigators learned that maintenance workers occasionally left gates unlocked or propped open for convenience, potentially allowing unauthorized entry. This revelation would later prove significant, though at the time, it only added to the list of unanswered questions about how Elisa might have reached certain parts of the building. During the days following her disappearance, police conducted exhaustive searches of the hotel and surrounding premises. Officers combed through storage rooms, basements, and utility areas, hoping to find any sign of Elisa, whether a physical trace, personal belongings, or indications of a struggle. They also interviewed guests and staff extensively, seeking eyewitness accounts or information about unusual activity. While some guests recalled hearing strange noises or seeing people in odd places, no concrete leads emerged. The Los Angeles Police Department also reached out to forensic experts and mental health professionals to analyze the elevator footage and Elisa's behavior. Some specialists suggested that Elisa might have been experiencing a dissociative episode or psychotic break, possibly triggered by underlying mental health conditions or medication side effects. Others considered the possibility of external threats, such as harassment or assault, but no evidence supported these theories. The lack of clear answers only intensified the investigation's complexity. Meanwhile, the Cecil Hotel's dark history resurfaced in media coverage and public discourse. Known for its association with crime and tragedy, the hotel had been home to serial killers, suicides, and unexplained deaths over the decades. This history contributed to a growing unease about the location where Elisa had vanished. Staff members, some of whom had worked at the hotel for years, exchanged stories about the building's eerie atmosphere and the many rumors that surrounded it. These accounts, while not official evidence, added a haunting backdrop to the ongoing search. As police continued their work, They faced mounting pressure from the public and Elisa's family to provide answers. The release of the elevator footage had sparked widespread interest, and numerous theories proliferated online, ranging from mental health struggles to supernatural interference. Authorities, however, remained focused on factual leads, carefully documenting each step of their investigation. They emphasized the importance of not jumping to conclusions without evidence, even as speculation threatened to overshadow the case. In the midst of this, a breakthrough came when maintenance workers discovered Elisa's body inside one of the hotel's rooftop water tanks several days after she was reported missing. The discovery shocked investigators and the public alike, raising immediate questions about how Elisa had accessed the tank and what circumstances led to her death. The water tank, located atop the hotel, was typically locked and difficult to reach, prompting renewed scrutiny of security lapses and building access. The condition of Elisa's body suggested she had been submerged in the tank for several days. Authorities launched a detailed examination of the rooftop area, looking for signs of forced entry or a struggle. They found no evidence of foul play on site, no signs of a break-in or external interference, but the circumstances remained puzzling. How Elisa had managed to climb up to the roof and enter a locked water tank remained a critical and unanswered question. Police investigators also studied the hotel's security footage extensively, searching for any indication of Elisa's movements leading up to the discovery. Despite reviewing hours of video, they found no clear footage showing her accessing the rooftop or the water tank. The absence of such evidence deepened the mystery, as it seemed improbable she could have reached that area unobserved. Hotel management cooperated fully with the investigation, providing access to all security systems and maintenance logs. They acknowledged that the water tanks were occasionally accessed for cleaning and repairs, and that security protocols might not have been strictly enforced. Some employees admitted to leaving gates unlocked or unsecured, which could have facilitated Elisa's entry. However, these admissions raised concerns about negligence rather than intentional wrongdoing. The autopsy report later concluded that Elisa's cause of death was accidental drowning, with no signs of trauma or foul play. Toxicology tests revealed traces of medication in her system, supporting the theory that she might have experienced a mental health episode leading to her death. Yet, many questions persisted. How did Elisa get into the tank? Why was there no sign of her on footage outside the elevator? And what exactly was she doing in those final moments captured on camera? These unanswered questions fueled ongoing debate and investigation. The case highlighted not only the tragic circumstances of Elisa's death, but also the role that the Cecil Hotel's environment and security shortcomings may have played. Authorities reviewed building policies and safety measures in the wake of the incident, aiming to prevent similar occurrences in the future. Throughout the investigation, Elisa's family and friends continued to seek understanding and closure. Their heartbreak was compounded by the confusing and eerie details that surrounded her final hours. The public, too, remained captivated by the case, drawn by the combination of strange behavior, a mysterious hotel, and a tragic end. As the police worked to assemble a complete picture of what had happened, the Cecil Hotel's reputation as a place of darkness and mystery was once again reinforced. Elisa's death, under such baffling circumstances, added another chapter to the hotel's troubled history, one that would continue to invite speculation and reflection for years to come. Investigators officially ruled Elisa Lam's cause of death as accidental drowning, concluding that no signs of trauma or foul play were present. Yet, the circumstances surrounding how she ended up in the locked water tank on the roof of the Cecil Hotel remained deeply puzzling. Authorities struggled to explain how a young woman, whose erratic behavior had been captured on elevator security footage just days prior, could have gained access to an area considered off-limits to guests, and how she might have survived long enough to enter the tank. This lack of a clear, logical narrative left many questions unanswered, fueling widespread speculation and public fascination. One of the foremost mysteries was the means by which Elisa accessed the rooftop water tank. The tank itself was enclosed within a secured cage, locked with a padlock, and situated atop the hotel's roof, accessible only through a series of locked doors and stairwells. Maintenance workers admitted that sometimes gates were left unlocked for convenience, but no concrete evidence indicated that anyone else had been present on the roof during the critical time frame. How Elisa managed to navigate the roof, open the tank's lid, and enter the water without assistance remained unclear. Was she physically capable of such a feat alone? Did she receive help, or was there a lapse in security significant enough to go unnoticed? The public and media quickly seized on this ambiguity, producing a wave of theories ranging from the plausible to the fantastical. Some posited that Elisa, struggling with her mental health, might have experienced a psychotic episode, leading her to climb onto the roof and inadvertently fall or sink into the water tank. Others speculated about foul play, suggesting she might have been coerced or forced into the tank by an unknown individual. The lack of any signs of struggle or evidence pointing to a third party, however, made this theory difficult to substantiate. Adding to the intrigue was the eerie elevator footage itself, which seemed to capture Elisa's last movements before entering the water tank. Her strange behavior, pressing multiple buttons, stepping in and out, hiding behind corners, and making unusual gestures, was interpreted by some as evidence of confusion or paranoia, possibly exacerbated by medication or mental illness. Others viewed the footage through a more sinister lens, imagining that Elisa was reacting to an unseen entity or presence within the hotel. Given the Cecil Hotel's long history of violence, disappearances, and reported hauntings, supernatural explanations found a receptive audience among those drawn to the macabre. Despite the official findings, speculation about Elisa's mental state dominated much of the conversation. Her family revealed that she had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder and was prescribed medication, though they insisted she was managing her condition well. Some experts suggested that side effects from medication, combined with the stress of travel and isolation, may have contributed to her erratic actions. Reports also indicated that she might have been experiencing episodes of anxiety or paranoia, which could explain her behavior in the elevator and her eventual decision to access the roof. Public reaction to the case was intense and far-reaching. Social media platforms buzzed with theories, fan-made videos, and discussions dissecting every frame of the elevator footage. True crime enthusiasts and amateur sleuths alike speculated on forums and websites, trying to unravel the mystery. The Cecil Hotel itself became a focal point of morbid curiosity, with some visitors drawn to its storied past and others repelled by its association with tragedy. Journalists and documentary filmmakers seized the opportunity to explore the story, producing numerous articles, podcasts, and videos that examined not only Elisa's disappearance and death, but also the hotel's notorious reputation. The Cecil had long been linked to infamous figures and events, including serial killers and multiple suicides, and Elisa's case seemed to cement its place in Los Angeles' dark folklore. The hotel's history of violence and neglect was scrutinized, raising questions about whether systemic issues within the building's management and security had contributed to Elisa's death. Authorities maintained that, despite the public's fascination with conspiracy and supernatural hypotheses, their investigation was grounded in evidence. The final autopsy report, toxicology results, and forensic analysis supported the conclusion of accidental drowning, without signs of foul play or external harm. However, the inability to definitively explain how Elisa gained access to the water tank or what precisely happened in the moments leading up to her death left room for doubt and ongoing debate. In the wake of Elisa's death, the Cecil Hotel faced increased scrutiny and criticism. Building management implemented stricter security measures, including improved locks and surveillance, to prevent unauthorized rooftop access. Yet, the hotel's dark history and the tragic circumstances of Elisa's demise remained a stain that was difficult to erase. Some viewed the hotel as a symbol of neglect and danger, while others saw it as a place haunted by its past, a setting where tragedy seemed to repeat itself. For Elisa's family, the official ruling offered little comfort. While grateful that foul play was ruled out, they grappled with the unresolved questions about how and why their daughter died. Their pain was compounded by the public spectacle that surrounded the case, the viral footage, the rampant speculation, and the sensationalism. They sought privacy and dignity, but also hoped that sharing Elisa's story might raise awareness about mental health struggles and the vulnerabilities faced by travelers. The case also sparked broader conversations about mental health, safety in transient accommodations, and the challenges faced by young people traveling alone. Advocates highlighted the need for better support systems and security measures to protect individuals who might be vulnerable due to illness or isolation. Elisa's story resonated with many who recognized the complexities of mental health and the importance of compassion. As time passed, Elisa Lam's disappearance and death became emblematic of a deeper mystery, one that intertwined human vulnerability, a troubled environment, and unanswered questions. The public's fascination with the case persisted, fueled by the haunting elevator footage and the enigmatic circumstances of her demise. Though investigators closed the case with an official cause of death, the story continued to inspire theories, discussions, and a search for meaning beyond the facts. Elisa's final moments, captured so vividly yet remaining so obscure, left an imprint on the collective consciousness. The Cecil Hotel, with its shadowed corridors and grim past, stood as a silent witness to her tragedy. The unanswered questions lingered, inviting speculation and reflection as the world grappled with the disturbing blend of mystery, mental health, and mortality that defined her story. On the night of May 14, 2008, 19-year-old Brandon Swanson was driving near his hometown of Marshall, Minnesota, when his car became stuck in a ditch on a rural road. After the mishap, Brandon called his parents for help, explaining that he was lost in a dark, unfamiliar area and unable to determine his location. His last known contact was a series of phone calls made to his family late into the night, during which he reassured them that he was safe but disoriented. Despite their best efforts to locate him, Brandon vanished without a trace, and his disappearance sparked a search that has haunted his family and community ever since. Brandon was described by those who knew him as responsible and level-headed, someone unlikely to panic in emergencies. On the evening of his disappearance, he had been driving home from a party when his car slid off the road. Concerned but calm, he called his parents to explain the situation and ask for assistance. Over the phone, he described the surroundings as dark and rural, with limited landmarks to guide him. Brandon told his parents he would try to walk toward a familiar road while they searched for him, promising to keep his phone charged and maintain contact. What followed was a series of tense and fragmented communications. Brandon's parents listened anxiously as he navigated through unfamiliar terrain, calling out to them for directions while trying to find his way. At one point, he mentioned seeing lights in the distance and moving toward them, hoping they would lead to a road or a house. Despite the poor reception and intermittent calls, Brandon's voice remained steady, though his descriptions grew increasingly uncertain. He expressed concern about the cold and the darkness, but insisted he was careful. As dawn approached, Brandon's last words to his parents suggested he believed he was close to a road and planned to continue walking. After that, all contact ceased. The search for Brandon began immediately, with local law enforcement, volunteers, and family members scouring the area. They combed fields, wooded areas, and nearby roads, hoping to find any sign of the young man. Despite the thoroughness of the search, no evidence, no footprints, personal items, or vehicle was discovered. Brandon's disappearance baffled investigators and confounded those familiar with the case. The rural terrain around Marshall was known for being remote and difficult to navigate at night, but Brandon's familiarity with the area, combined with his calm demeanor on the phone, suggested he should have been able to find his way. The lack of physical evidence or a clear trail raised questions about what had happened after the last call. Authorities explored multiple theories in the aftermath. Some posited that Brandon might have suffered an accident, falling into a body of water, becoming trapped in a ravine, or succumbing to exposure in the cold Minnesota night. Others considered the possibility of foul play, though no suspects or motives emerged. The idea that Brandon had voluntarily disappeared or run away was largely dismissed by his family and friends, who emphasized his close ties to loved ones and lack of any known reasons to leave without notice. The case attracted attention beyond the local community, drawing interest from true crime enthusiasts and amateur investigators who analyzed the timeline, phone records, and geography. Some examined the last phone calls in detail, attempting to triangulate Brandon's location based on his descriptions and cell tower data. These efforts yielded inconclusive results, as the rural nature of the area and inconsistent signals complicated pinpointing his position. Brandon's family remained steadfast in their efforts to find him. They organized searches, distributed flyers, and appealed to the public for information. Years passed without new leads, but their hope never waned. The pain of uncertainty weighed heavily on them, as they grappled with the possibility that Brandon might still be alive somewhere, or had met a tragic fate in the unforgiving wilderness. Local law enforcement continued to revisit the case periodically, reviewing evidence and following up on tips. Advances in technology allowed for renewed efforts to analyze phone data and geographic information, though no breakthroughs occurred. The case remained open, a haunting reminder of a young man lost without explanation. Stories emerged from neighbors and locals about strange noises or unusual sightings around the time of Brandon's disappearance, but none were substantiated. The rural community, often close-knit and vigilant, was left searching for answers in the face of an inexplicable vanishing. The natural landscape, with its dense woods and hidden waterways, posed significant challenges for searchers and investigators alike. Brandon's disappearance also sparked discussions about safety for young people traveling alone in rural areas, particularly at night. The dangers of poor visibility, uneven terrain, and limited access to help were highlighted as factors that can quickly escalate emergencies. Advocates called for increased awareness and community support to prevent similar incidents. Despite the unresolved nature of the case, those who knew Brandon remembered him fondly. Friends spoke of his kindness, humor, and determination, painting a picture of a young man with a promising future. His family's love and relentless search kept his memory alive, inspiring others to remain vigilant about missing persons cases. In the years since Brandon's disappearance, the mystery has remained a source of sorrow and speculation. The unanswered questions about his fate continue to haunt those left behind. His story stands as a stark reminder of how quickly a routine night can turn into an enduring enigma, and how the vastness of rural America can swallow a person without a trace. As the search continues in hearts and minds, Brandon Swanson's case remains one of the most perplexing disappearances in recent history. A young man lost to the darkness, leaving behind only the echo of his final calls and the hope that someday answers might be found. On February 9, 2004, 21-year-old Maura Murray vanished after a car accident on a remote road in New Hampshire, setting off a search and investigation that would mystify authorities and capture the attention of true crime enthusiasts for years to come. A nursing student at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, Maura had been planning a break from school and was en route to visit family in the weeks before her disappearance. Her last known actions, combined with a series of puzzling phone calls and purchases, painted a portrait of a young woman whose fate remains shrouded in uncertainty. The evening of her disappearance began when Maura left her dormitory with a small bag, telling friends she was taking a short trip in the region. She purchased alcohol and other supplies at a local store, actions that seemed unusual to those who knew her, given her generally responsible demeanor. Later that night, Maura was involved in a single-car crash on Route 112 in Haverhill, New Hampshire. The accident, which caused minor damage to her vehicle, was reported by a passing driver who stopped to offer assistance. Shortly after the crash, Maura was seen by the driver, appearing calm but somewhat evasive. When authorities arrived, her car was found abandoned, but Maura herself was nowhere to be found. She was last seen walking into the nearby woods, dressed in a winter coat, but without a clear destination. Despite an immediate search effort by local police and volunteers, no trace of her was found. In the hours leading up to her disappearance, Maura had made several phone calls that raised questions about her state of mind and intentions. She contacted her professors to inform them of her absence, requested time off from school, and made calls to family members, some of which were described as cryptic or emotionally charged. Friends who spoke to her reported a mix of stress and excitement about her upcoming trip, but none anticipated the sudden and unexplained vanishing that followed. Investigators considered numerous possibilities, ranging from voluntary disappearance to foul play. Maura's background offered few clues. She was a high-achieving student with no history of mental illness or substance abuse. Her family described her as responsible and close-knit, making it difficult to understand why she might have chosen to leave without notice. Yet, the circumstances of the crash and her subsequent departure from the vehicle suggested a level of distress or urgency. The search for Maura expanded rapidly, encompassing the wooded areas near the crash site, nearby towns, and even bordering states. Canine units, helicopters, and ground teams combed the terrain, but the winter weather and rugged landscape complicated efforts. Despite extensive coverage, no definitive evidence of Maura's whereabouts emerged. Her disappearance became a cold case, with sporadic leads and theories sustaining interest over the years. Among the many theories proposed, some suggested that Maura had staged the crash as part of a planned escape, possibly to start a new life elsewhere. Others speculated that she had fallen victim to an accident or predatory crime in the remote area. Some investigators also considered the possibility of a suicide, though Maura's family strongly disputed this, pointing to her future plans and recent activities. Friends and family continued to advocate for answers, organizing searches, appealing to the public, and cooperating with law enforcement efforts. Over time, the case attracted attention from volunteer investigators and online communities dedicated to unsolved mysteries. These groups pored over details, timelines, and witness accounts, attempting to piece together Maura's final movements. In 2011, a significant tip emerged alleging that Maura had been raped and killed shortly after her disappearance. The individuals implicated in this claim were deceased, and no corroborating evidence was found, but the rumor added another layer to the ongoing speculation. Law enforcement remained open to new information but emphasized the importance of credible leads. The case also highlighted challenges in missing persons investigations, particularly in rural and wooded areas. Difficult terrain, limited resources, and the passage of time often hindered efforts to recover evidence or locate individuals. Maura's disappearance underscored the difficulties in resolving cases where initial clues are scarce and circumstances ambiguous. Throughout the years, Maura's family maintained hope that she might be found or that new information would surface. Their perseverance inspired others to remain vigilant in the search for missing loved ones. The case became emblematic of the many young adults who disappear under mysterious circumstances, leaving families and communities searching for closure. Maura Murray's story remains a haunting mystery. The combination of a sudden disappearance, a puzzling accident, and an absence of answers has kept her case alive in the public consciousness. Her fate is unknown, and despite ongoing interest and investigation, the circumstances of her vanishing continue to defy explanation. This all began shortly after I moved into a quiet suburban neighborhood in a small town I had never visited before. I was eager to settle into a new place, craving the kind of peace that only a close-knit community could offer. The streets were lined with modest houses, each with well-kept lawns and porches that suggested neighbors who cared, but there was also a certain stillness, almost a hesitation, that I couldn't quite place. It was the kind of town where everyone seemed to know one another, yet no one rushed to invite you in. I found that both comforting and a little unsettling. The day I arrived, I took a long walk through the neighborhood, wanting to familiarize myself with my new surroundings. Most of the houses were tucked behind blossoming dogwoods and maples, their windows reflecting the soft afternoon light. The people I passed offered polite nods or quick smiles, but nobody stopped to chat for long. In the corner grocery store, the cashier mentioned a few families who had lived there for decades, quietly adding that some neighbors had recently left without much explanation. At first, I thought it was just typical small-town gossip, but it planted a seed of curiosity in me. One neighbor stood out in particular. Mrs. Callahan was an elderly woman who lived 2 houses down from me. She was the kind of person who seemed to embody the spirit of the neighborhood, always tending her flower beds, waving to passers-by, and greeting everyone who crossed her path. On my first morning, she was out watering her roses, her face lined with years of sun and smiles. She welcomed me with a warm, if slightly weary, grin and offered to share some homemade jam. It was the kind of gesture that made me feel, for a moment, like I truly belonged. But then, just days later, Mrs. Callahan was gone. The flowers she so lovingly cared for were left untended, the front door shut tight. I asked around, but no one seemed to know where she had gone or why. It was as if she had simply vanished overnight. There were no signs of packing or moving trucks, no hints or explanations. The mail had begun piling up on her porch, and the gentle hum of her garden sprinkler was silent. It was a subtle but unmistakable absence, like a missing piece in a puzzle no one wanted to complete. As the days passed, I started noticing other houses with similar signs. Lights that never came on after dusk, newspapers stacking up unread, and lawns that had begun to grow wild. It felt eerie, like the neighborhood was holding its breath. I'd catch glimpses of neighbors talking in hushed tones by the fence lines, but whenever I tried to join in or ask questions, the conversation would abruptly stop. There was an unspoken rule not to mention the disappearances, or at least that's how it felt to me. One afternoon, while walking my dog, I passed by the Hendersons' house. They were a young couple with two small children who had always seemed lively and cheerful. That day, the front gate was wide open, and the kids' toys were scattered across the yard, untouched. The backyard swing swayed gently in the breeze, but there was no sign of anyone home. I called out softly, but silence answered me. It was the kind of quiet that presses on your chest and makes your skin crawl. I left quickly, glancing back over my shoulder. The more I tried to piece things together, the more the neighborhood felt like a living enigma. I began jotting down notes about which houses showed signs of abandonment and which neighbors I hadn't seen in days. There was a pattern, but it was maddeningly incomplete. No one seemed willing to talk about it openly, and when I brought it up to a few people, I was met with forced smiles and quick excuses. One elderly man, who owned a hardware store nearby, whispered that some folks just up and left, like they got tired of the place. But even he seemed uneasy sharing more. What unsettled me most was that despite the disappearances, the neighborhood didn't seem to change. The streets remained clean, the mailboxes stood upright, and the community center hosted its regular weekly bingo nights, as if nothing was amiss. It was as if the vanished neighbors had been erased from existence, leaving behind only empty shells of homes and unanswered questions. I found myself drawn to the house next door to mine, where a middle-aged couple had lived for years. They were the only ones who had ever invited me inside, offering tea and stories about the town's history. But one evening, when I stopped by to say hello, the porch light was off and the door was locked tight. Their car was gone, and their mailbox was stuffed with unopened letters. I tried calling their number, but it went straight to voicemail. It was the same pattern repeating itself, and with each new silent house, my anxiety grew. That first week, I kept hoping Mrs. Callahan would return or that someone would explain the strange disappearances, but the neighborhood remained shrouded in quiet mystery. I started to feel like an outsider watching a slow unraveling, a place where people simply vanished without a trace and no one dared to speak of it. It was like living among ghosts, neighbors who once filled the streets with life now reduced to memories and empty homes. By the time the weekend rolled around, I found myself sitting on my porch well after dark, listening for any signs of life beyond the occasional car passing by. The silence was thick, almost tangible, and I wondered if I was the only one left truly aware of the strange stillness settling over the neighborhood. I thought about reaching out to the police or the town hall, but something held me back. Maybe it was the wary looks I got when I asked innocuous questions, or maybe it was the creeping suspicion that whatever was happening here wasn't something anyone wanted to confront. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning, that beneath the quiet streets and friendly faces, something was lurking just out of sight. Something that had already taken so many of my neighbors, including the woman who had welcomed me so warmly just days before. I didn't know what it was yet, but I knew I had to keep watching, even if it meant standing alone in the shadows of a neighborhood slowly fading away. In the days that followed, the creeping unease I felt about the neighborhood only deepened. I started noticing more and more houses that seemed frozen in time, like snapshots of lives abruptly paused. The mailboxes overflowed with letters and advertisements. The grass in some yards grew untamed, and faded curtains hung unmoved behind dusty windows. It was almost as if the people who lived there had simply stepped out for a moment and never returned. One evening, as the sun dipped low and the sky painted itself in shades of orange and purple, I walked past the Mitchell's house. Their porch light, which had always glowed softly at night, was darkened completely. I paused, my dog tugging at the leash, and noticed the faint smell of mildew drifting from the cracked open front door. The lawn was strewn with fallen leaves that no one had bothered to rake. A pile of newspapers, yellowed and curling at the edges, sat unattended by the stoop. It was a small, ordinary scene, yet it sent a shiver through me. When I called out tentatively, no answer came, only the rustling of the wind through dead branches. The more I observed, the more I heard whispers. Quiet rumors passed from neighbor to neighbor like reluctant secrets. At the corner cafe, a few locals spoke in low tones about the increasing number of missing residents. Some said they'd heard strange noises at night, soft knocks on doors, footsteps on empty porches, or the faint sound of someone calling out, but no one answering. Others talked about shadows moving where there shouldn't be any, like fleeting glimpses of figures that vanished when looked at directly. I listened, careful not to draw attention to myself, but the fear in their voices was unmistakable. One afternoon, I met Mrs. Green, an older woman who ran a small antique store down the main street. She seemed wary at first, but when I mentioned the disappearances, her eyes darkened. "It's been happening for months," she whispered. "Neighbors just gone. No notes, no warnings. Just empty houses where life once was." She hesitated, then added, "Some folks think it's the work of something that feeds on this place." I smiled uneasily, unsure whether to take her seriously or chalk it up to small-town superstition, but the weight in her voice lingered with me long after I left. Back in my own house, I began noticing subtle signs that something was wrong beyond just the missing people. At night, the silence became oppressive, broken only by occasional creaks and distant, unplaceable sounds. Sometimes, I'd catch the faint scent of something earthy and damp, like freshly turned soil, even though there was no rain. Once, I found a single muddy footprint on my doorstep, though I was certain I'd locked the door that morning. I wiped it away quickly, not wanting to dwell on what it might mean. One evening, as I returned from a trip to the grocery store, I saw a group of neighbors gathered in hushed conversation near the park. They stopped talking as I approached, their faces tight with worry. When I asked what was going on, a man named Paul, who lived a few blocks over, lowered his voice. "Another family disappeared last night," he said grimly. "The Thompsons. Their house was empty this morning. No sign of struggle, nothing." He shook his head. "It's like they just vanished into thin air." Despite these disturbing reports, no official announcements or investigations were underway. The local police seemed to dismiss concerns, attributing the disappearances to people moving away quietly or family disputes. When I called the non-emergency number to report my own observations, like the strange noises and the growing number of empty homes, I was met with polite but unhelpful responses. "We haven't had any reports of missing persons matching those names," the dispatcher told me flatly. "If you have evidence, please come to the station." But when I offered to share my notes and observations, I was encouraged instead to keep an eye on things and report back if anything more concrete happened. It felt like a wall was being built between me and anyone who might help. The community itself seemed caught in a strange limbo. People were disappearing, but the neighborhood carried on as if nothing was wrong. Grocery stores stayed open, kids still played in the park during the day, and the mail continued to be delivered to empty houses. It was as if the entire town was pretending the vanishings weren't happening, or perhaps that acknowledging them would somehow make things worse. One night, restless and unable to sleep, I decided to step outside and walk the block. The streetlights cast long pools of pale light on the pavement, but the shadows between the trees seemed thick and shifting. I passed a few houses where the windows were dark and silent, their front doors shut tight. At one, I thought I heard the faintest creak, like a door slowly opening, but when I stopped and listened closely, there was only the wind. My heart raced, and I hurried away, feeling eyes watching me from the darkness. The next day, I noticed a car parked outside the Jenkins house that hadn't been there before. It was an old sedan, its paint chipped and faded, with no license plate. The windows were tinted, making it impossible to see inside. I mentioned it to a neighbor, but she just shrugged and said she hadn't seen anyone new move in. That evening, the car was gone, but the feeling of unease it left stayed with me. Around this time, I also began to see personal belongings left behind in some of the abandoned homes. At the Parker house, there was a child's backpack sitting on the porch, dusty and worn. At the Lewis residence, a bicycle lay toppled in the yard, its chain rusted and tangled. These small, everyday things made the disappearances feel more real and more terrifying. It was as if the people had been pulled away so suddenly that they hadn't even had time to pack a bag or lock their doors. I tried to talk to a few other neighbors about what I was seeing and feeling, but the responses were often guarded or dismissive. Some said it was best not to get involved, that prying into other people's lives could bring trouble. Others insisted that the disappearances were just coincidences, that people moved for jobs or family reasons, and that I was reading too much into it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong, and that the silence surrounding it was more dangerous than the vanishings themselves. One afternoon, I met a woman named Claire at the local library. She was new, like me, and seemed just as curious about the missing neighbors. We compared notes quietly over coffee, sharing stories of empty houses, strange noises, and the rumors that circulated in whispers. Claire told me she had tried calling the homes of some neighbors who had disappeared, only to hear nothing but static or dead lines. "It's like they never existed," she said softly. "Like the neighborhood is swallowing them up." As days turned into weeks, the pattern grew clearer but no safer. More houses fell silent, more families disappeared, and the community's collective fear seemed to grow heavier but remain unspoken. I began to dread the nights, when the stillness pressed in and the shadows seemed to stir with unseen movement. The strange noises continued, soft knocks, footsteps just beyond the porch light, and once, the unmistakable sound of a child crying in the distance. But when I looked for the source, there was nothing. The neighborhood I had hoped would be a refuge was becoming a place of mystery and menace. I was caught between wanting to understand what was happening and wanting to turn away, to ignore the signs and pretend life would go back to normal. But every empty house, every piece of abandoned property, every whispered rumor pulled me deeper into a story I wasn't sure I wanted to be part of. Driven by a restless need to understand what was happening to my neighbors, I began to investigate more directly. I started visiting the houses where people had disappeared, hoping to find some clue, anything that might explain the eerie silence and sudden abandonment. It wasn't easy to do without drawing attention. I made sure to visit during the day, pretending to be a passerby admiring the neighborhood or a curious potential homebuyer, hoping that a casual demeanor would keep suspicion at bay. At the first house I approached, the Hendersons, the front door was cracked open just enough to slip inside. The air was stale and cold, carrying the faint scent of lavender and dust. Inside, the living room looked as if the family had simply stepped out. A half-finished cup of coffee sat on the table, a jacket was draped over a chair, and the television was paused on a late-night talk show. But the silence was absolute, oppressive even. I called out softly, but only the echo of my own voice answered. An uneasy feeling settled in my chest as I took a few cautious steps further. The house felt empty, but not empty in the way a vacant home might feel. It was more like the space was holding its breath, waiting for something to return. At another home, the Parkers, I found a plate of food sitting on the kitchen counter, cold and untouched. The sink was full of dirty dishes, and a child's drawing lay crumpled on the floor. It was surreal, like stepping into a scene frozen in time. I tried calling the Parkers' phone number, but it went straight to voicemail. I sent messages on social media, but there was no response. It was as if the family had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only these haunting remnants of everyday life. One evening, while walking past the Lewis house, I caught movement in the corner of my eye. I stopped and looked toward the window, where I thought I saw a figure standing in the shadows. My heart pounded as I squinted, but when I blinked, the figure was gone. I told myself it was just a trick of the light or my imagination running wild. But the feeling that I wasn't alone persisted, a cold prickling at the back of my neck that wouldn't let go. That night, I decided to take a closer look at the house. I circled around to the backyard, where the garden gate was slightly ajar. The yard was overgrown, and the swing set creaked softly in the breeze. I heard footsteps behind me, quick and light, but when I turned, there was no one there. A shiver ran down my spine as I hurried back to the front, locking the door behind me once I was inside. The sense of being watched lingered long after the door was shut. I tried bringing these incidents to local authorities, hoping someone would take the disappearances seriously. But each time, I was met with vague reassurances and gentle dismissals. The police officer I spoke to seemed sympathetic, but said there were no missing persons reports filed for any of the neighbors I mentioned. "We can't investigate unless there's evidence of foul play or a formal complaint," he told me. "People move all the time, especially in small towns. It's probably nothing." I left the station feeling frustrated and isolated, as if the town itself was conspiring to keep the truth hidden. One night, as I sat in my living room reviewing my notes and photos, my phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. It read simply, "Stop looking." My heart jumped, and I scanned the room, half expecting to see someone standing there in the shadows. The message was chilling in its brevity and implied threat. I didn't reply. Instead, I locked the doors and windows and pulled the curtains tight, trying to convince myself it was just a prank. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The next day, I decided to visit the community center, hoping to find someone willing to talk openly about the disappearances. Inside, the weekly bingo game was in full swing, the room filled with laughter and chatter. I struck up a conversation with a woman named Ellen, who seemed friendly but cautious. When I mentioned the missing neighbors, her smile faltered. "You don't want to go digging," she said quietly. "There are things better left alone in this town." I pressed her for more, but she just shook her head and excused herself. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. Walking home from a late shift at the grocery store, I took a detour through a dimly lit alley. I felt eyes on me, and when I glanced back, I saw a shadowy figure disappear around the corner. I followed at a distance, heart pounding, but the figure vanished before I could catch up. When I reached my street, I found my front porch light flickering, though I was sure I had left it on. Inside the house, a cold draft brushed past me, and the faint sound of whispering seemed to come from the walls themselves. Determined to understand what was happening, I returned to the vanished neighbors' homes, this time carrying a small voice recorder and a flashlight. At the Hendersons, I sat in the dark living room and recorded the silence, broken only by the occasional creak of settling wood. Suddenly, a soft tapping began at the back door. 3 quick knocks, then a pause, then 2 more. I froze, heart hammering, and called out, but no one answered. When I opened the door, there was nothing but the empty yard bathed in moonlight. At the Parker's house, I found an old rotary phone on a side table. It was disconnected, the cord frayed and worn. Yet, as I sat there, the phone began to ring, shrill and insistent. I jumped up, startled, but when I picked it up, there was only static. The ringing stopped abruptly, and the house was silent again. I wanted to leave immediately, but something held me there, a morbid curiosity mixed with dread. One night, as I was leaving a neighbor's home I'd been investigating, I caught a glimpse of shadowy figures near the edge of the property. They moved just beyond the reach of the porch light, tall, indistinct shapes that seemed to watch me. I blinked, and they were gone. The sighting confirmed my worst fears. Whatever was happening in this neighborhood was far from natural. I realized I was in deeper than I wanted to be, but I couldn't turn back now. The mystery had wrapped itself around me, pulling me into a web of silence and shadows. With every unanswered question, every vanished face, the threat grew more tangible. I was alone in this, and the town's quiet complicity made me feel even more vulnerable. The days blended into nights, each filled with a mounting sense of danger. I kept my doors locked and my blinds drawn, but the feeling of being watched never left. Every creak, every whisper of wind, set my nerves on edge. I wanted to warn others, but who would believe me? Who would even listen? The disappearances were no longer just a mystery, they were a warning. And I was dangerously close to becoming the next chapter in this silent story. The sense of menace that had been lurking just beneath the surface finally erupted into something unmistakable one night. It started with a knock on my front door, soft but insistent, like someone testing to see if I was home. I froze, heart pounding, staring through the peephole into the blackness beyond. No one was there. I waited, listening, but the only sound was the distant hum of a car passing by on the main road. I locked the door tighter and double-checked all the windows before retreating to the back of the house, where I tried to calm my racing thoughts. But the uneasy feeling only grew heavier. Moments later, a shadow flickered past the living room window. I ducked behind the couch, barely daring to breathe. The silhouette lingered for a moment before disappearing into the night. The next day, I dared to tell a neighbor about what had happened. To my surprise, she didn't seem shocked. "You've seen it now," she said in a low voice. "They don't like people poking around." Her expression was grim, and I realized I wasn't the only one who had felt the invisible pressure to stay silent. She warned me to stop looking into the disappearances, telling me that some things were better left alone for my own safety. That evening, as I sat staring at my phone, another message appeared on the screen. No number, just the words, "Stop digging or you'll be next." The cold dread that washed over me was unlike anything I'd felt before. I didn't reply. Instead, I turned off my phone and sat in the dark, listening for any sound that might signal an intrusion. The following days were a blur of anxiety and restless nights. Every creak in the house, every flicker of a shadow outside, felt like a threat. I avoided going out after dark and kept the blinds drawn tight. Yet, despite my precautions, the feeling that I was being watched never left me. It was as if invisible eyes were tracking my every move, waiting for me to slip up. One night, I returned home late after a long day and found my front door slightly ajar. Panic surged through me as I stepped inside, heart hammering. The house was cold and quiet, but signs of intrusion were clear. Drawers left open, a lamp knocked over, and muddy footprints on the floor. Whoever had entered had been looking for something, or perhaps just trying to intimidate me. I called the police, but their response was frustratingly slow and unhelpful. They dusted for prints and found nothing conclusive. Their parting words were a vague warning to be careful and report anything else unusual. I realized then that I was on my own. The tension reached a breaking point when, one evening, I found myself trapped inside a neighbor's empty house. I'd gone there to check for signs of life, hoping to gather more clues, but the door slammed shut behind me as I stepped inside. The windows were barred, and the locks had mysteriously engaged. I pounded on the door and shouted, but no one answered. Trapped in the dark, I felt a suffocating presence pressing in around me. The air grew heavy, and faint whispers echoed through the rooms. Panic surged as I searched for a way out, finally managing to wedge open a small basement window and crawl through. I stumbled into the cool night air, gasping for breath, and ran all the way home without looking back. That same night, I received an envelope slipped under my door. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a message scrawled in shaky handwriting. "Leave now, or you won't leave at all." The threat was clear, and fear took hold like a vice. Faced with mounting danger and isolation, I made the difficult decision to leave the neighborhood immediately. Packing was a blur of hurried movements and frantic thoughts. I broke my lease, forfeited my deposit, and arranged for a friend to help me move my belongings. The emotional cost was high, but the alternative, staying and risking whatever force was behind the disappearances, was unthinkable. As I drove away from the place I had hoped to call home, I glanced back at the fading silhouette of the neighborhood. Empty houses stood like tombstones, silent witnesses to the vanished lives that had once filled them. The weight of the unresolved mystery clung to me, a shadow I couldn't shake. Though I was relieved to be leaving, a part of me remained haunted by the unanswered questions. What had taken my neighbors? What force had turned this once friendly neighborhood into a place of fear and disappearance? And most unsettling of all, had I truly escaped, or was I carrying a piece of that darkness with me? I chose not to reach out to anyone else from the neighborhood after I left, wanting to distance myself from the nightmare I'd escaped. But a few weeks later, I received a message from the new tenant who had moved into my old house. Kayla wrote about strange noises at night, knocks on the glass door, whispers in the dark, and the same creeping feeling of being watched. I didn't respond. Some things, I decided, were better left alone. After leaving the neighborhood, I hoped to find some semblance of normalcy in a new town far from the shadows I'd fled. I settled into a small apartment in a bustling suburb, where the streets were alive with the sounds of children playing and neighbors chatting across fences. The contrast was stark, and for a while, I allowed myself to believe that the nightmare was behind me, buried beneath miles of distance and time. But the memories clung stubbornly to my mind. At night, I'd lie awake, haunted by the empty houses and vanished faces, the whispered warnings and shadowy figures that had stalked my days and nights. The silence that had filled that neighborhood wasn't just an absence of sound. It was a presence all its own, a reminder of something terrible lurking just beyond sight. I began to hear reports from friends and acquaintances about similar disappearances happening elsewhere. Small towns and quiet suburbs, places much like the one I had left behind, were suddenly marked by unsettling patterns. Families gone without a trace, unexplained noises, and neighbors too afraid to speak. Each story echoed the one I'd lived, reinforcing the terrifying thought that this was no isolated phenomenon. Despite the fear that tightened in my chest with each new report, I found myself unable to turn away. The questions gnawed at me relentlessly. What was causing these vanishings? Was it some malevolent force spreading through these communities? And if so, was it only a matter of time before it found me again, no matter where I went? I wrestled with the urge to dig deeper, to seek out answers that might explain the darkness I'd escaped. But caution held me back. The warnings I'd received were not idle threats. Some mysteries, I realized, carried a price too high to pay. I chose instead to live cautiously, keeping my distance from anything that resembled the silent streets and empty homes of my past. In the quiet moments, I often reflected on the fragility of community, the way a neighborhood can appear safe and welcoming one day, then unravel into something unrecognizable the next. I thought about the neighbors I'd known, the ones who had smiled and waved, and the ones who had vanished without a trace. Their stories remained unfinished, their fates unknown. The experience changed me, leaving scars that no distance could heal. I became wary of silence, suspicious of empty houses, and hesitant to trust the calm that sometimes settles over a place. The world I once knew had shifted, revealing a darker underside that few dared to acknowledge. Now, I live with the knowledge that some mysteries remain forever unsolved, and some dangers lurk just beyond the edges of our perception. The vanished neighbors and the silent streets are a haunting reminder that safety can be fragile, and that sometimes the most unsettling truths are the ones we choose not to see.